professional
when you're
moderators.
engaging.
Wait a minute. Hold on. I just wanted to say one last thing. For me, like, one of the things that I look at in the scripture is how Jesus walked, and I will tell you that in every instance and in every story where Jesus is reaching out to people, he always leads with humility and compassion. And so, for me, in my witness and my testimony to people, I always want to lead with humility and compassion. And like I said, I don't think that pointing out um, sin in other people's lives is the way to get them to want to hear your story. I think that if you want people to be present and to hear, I mean, that's what the scripture says over and over. Let those who have ears hear. Let them hear the story of the gospel. If you want them to take it seriously, nobody is going to take you seriously when you come at them with condemnation and when you come at them with you did this and that.
Not coming at them with
God is beyond right and wrong.
Trying to address her.
The divine is beyond right and wrong. You're stuck in that. You're stuck in right and
No,
wrong.
it just tells people the truth, and people don't like the
No,
truth.
you're stuck in right and wrong.
Hi, moderators. This is Congressman. I'd like to be put in the queue. Thank you.
I conceded the same thing that Serendipity said, that Jesus will not, God will not accept the person who's an adulterer or a fornicator, a liar, or a murderer. All those people,
But you're
including
about
the
everything
homosexual.
that's wrong. You're about everything.
No, I'm telling people
You're
the
not
truth.
talking about what's right about it.
Jesus said the Pharisees are a den of vipers.
You are telling people the truth, but it's not what you say,
But
it's all
Jesus
how
said,
you say it.
how did Jesus treat the money changers in the temple? Did it say that he got 2 pieces of leather and went and beat them out of
You
the
need
temple?
to learn how to
Most
do
people who sin are not the money changers of the temple, Ridge.
Yes, they are.
No, they're
They're all
not.
sinners. Sin is equal, Marshall.
Fine, they're all sinners, but here's the problem. You should, when you share the gospel, hope somebody picks it up and makes that their life.
Well, Jesus says only go to the people who have ears to hear
Hold on.
and eyes to see.
Sales goes, it doesn't work very well when you lead with condemnation.
Marshall, if they tell you to get off your lawn,
let me finish, bro.
Go ahead, Marshall.
He doesn't know how to do
If
You're straw manning me.
No, I'm not. I'm being honest. If you want anything other than your own self-aggrandizement because you told somebody they were doing something wrong, then you would look at how your words impact these people, because it's not just about you getting a kick off of telling somebody they're a sinner.
It's not a kickoff of telling somebody that they're a sinner. It's coming with the good news. The first words out of Jesus' mouth in the New Testament is, repent, for the kingdom of the Lord is at hand.
Yeah. So
Hold on. Rich, I got to tell you, if this is the way that you approach talking to people about the good news, I would imagine you've probably stumbled more people than you've led to Christ. I would imagine. In fact, I can't imagine that this wins anybody. And I think that your understanding of the Bible is childish. And in all the wrong ways of being childish. Are you familiar with Matthew 7:2-5?
I'd have to read it. Can you say it?
Yeah. Judge others by the standard that.
You cut out.
Hi, Timok and Rich. I'd like to. I've been taking notes on my cell phone. I'd like to read to you some of the notes that I've written on my cell phone, if I may be put in the queue.
Did you catch all that, Rich?
No, you cut out for a long time.
Okay, sorry. So listen. So Matthew 7:2-5. It's referring to you've got to judge people, but you too are going to be judged. It's a reminder that you have to have your house clean before you judge other people. Like the idea that
before you take the speck out of your brother's eye, take the log out of your eye, not being in hypocritical judgment.
So let me ask you this. why are you not talking to people about the sins that you struggle with, and why do you
I
want to
have
focus
multiple
on
times.
So why do you care about the sins that they struggle with?
I have multiple times. I literally said,
What are the
I
things you
literally
struggle
said
with? What are the
that I
things
can't.
you struggle with?
Right now, currently, frustration, anger, but I always ask God for forgiveness over it. That's pretty much it.
How many people do you think you've led to Christ?
How many people have I led to Christ? About a half a dozen.
I got a question.
I would bet you probably turned off at least twice.
I've got a
Hey,
question.
time out.
I mean, if
Time
you're
out.
talking
Before
like
you do any
heritage
questions,
and
I'd like to
atheist,
get put in the
yeah.
queue. Thank you. Sorry, Timok. I'm just
Okay,
asking if I can be
last
put in
one.
the queue.
This is the last one. Rich, what made you compelled to become a man of God, to follow Christianity? What compelled you?
Oh, I mean, the word of God.
Tell me your experience.
Mud sharks. Mud
Wait,
sharks prepared him to be
You
a
gonna crash
Christian.
out, Monica? You gonna crash out?
I'm just enjoying the hypocrisy.
Yeah, I mean, I think the irony, Rich.
Hold on 1 second, Monica.
Hey, Timok, before you ask any more questions, I feel like I'm just going to go ahead and start talking because you gentlemen are no gentlemen. You guys this is a runaround, circle loop you guys are doing. These are the notes I just wrote. This reminds me of a friendly and fun book club discussion. Let's all be at peace, now and forever. I have listened with profound respect and conscious awareness, and I would like to use my time to share with you just 60 seconds of Bible flashcards. Before I share, take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. Release and say, I am a clubhouse flower. To the man who pleases him, God gives wisdom, knowledge, and happiness. The Holy Spirit produces this kind of fruit in our lives: love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. In your strength, I can crush an army. With my God, I can scale any wall. I will lift up my eyes to the hills, from whence comes my help. My help comes from the Lord who made heaven and earth. The Lord will open the heavens, the storehouse of his bounty, to send rain on your land in season and to bless all the work of your hands. Your Father knows the things you have need of before you ask him. Blessed is the man whom God corrects. So do not despise the discipline of the Almighty. Here's what I want you to do, Clubhouse brothers and sisters. Take your everyday, ordinary life. You're sleeping, eating, going to work, and walking around life, and using Clown House all day long, and place it before God as an offering. Embracing what God does for you is the best thing you can do for him.
Yeah, see, hold on, guys. You want me to respond to this? What I was going to say is, this is why you don't respond to people like Congressman. Because Congressman's not even I know, exactly. Congressman is not even a Christian. He's a Taoist.
He's a goofball.
He's a Taoist. He's not even a Christian.
Can I ask just one question? I want to know.
Anybody can ask one question, just not Rich.
Yeah, I want to speak too. Put me in a queue.
Necro started all this.
There's no queue, Joe. But Congress, I just want to. You were reading a passage clearly when you said Acts. Was it AXE or was it ASK? I just want to know.
Well, that's rule number 11. You have to say
Yeah.
Acts.
Oh, you have to say Acts. Oh.
Oh,
Alright.
no, can I jump in real quick? I just have two sentences.
That's my question.
No, you're not quick. I'm speaking.
How long do you have time off for your question? It's going to be a long
I have to
response.
ask him a question.
Rich.
Very simple question.
I listened to you last night and know your answer, so let me finish. We are called to be disciples, to lead,
Gotta go.
to lead people to Christ, and if they want to come, that's their fucking business.
Exactly. And what do we do if they reject it?
Because, let me finish, you keep interrupting. Is that your mantra?
No, I was adding to what you're saying. I said, what do we do if someone rejects Christ?
well, I'm gonna finish, whether you like it or not. We lead people to Christ, whether they want to come or not, it's their business, because they have to love Christ and have a relationship with him. And I don't mean any horny horn dog kind of relationship. I mean, you love him or you don't, and you're a Christian, and if you don't embrace it, that's your life. When you go off and don't you are weird.
You paused for a second. I thought you were done.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Wait, hold on. We're gonna let Joby finish, and then I'm gonna speak. Just so everybody feels like they need to jump in. I'm gonna speak after Joby.
Thank you. I'll be short and sweet. The question I always ask people, and you guys have heard it before, whose name do you call when you accidentally drive off a cliff? Because that's usually whoever it is, if it's hell or shit, or most people say, oh Lord, and that's what I'm gonna do. And if I see you in heaven, yay, hallelujah. And if I don't, I attempted to follow God's will by trying to be a good disciple. I'm sorry for interrupting, but I couldn't stand it.
No, that's just fine. Hold on, I'm gonna jump in. Edgar, you can't flirt with her right now. So, when you confront people that are homosexual, what is it that you're hoping to get out of them?
I don't confront people who are homosexual. I confront people who are sinners, and I tell them all the things that God's commands that are sins. It states that are sins, and that we should turn away from all those things.
And what is your expectation in communicating that to somebody?
That the kingdom of the Lord is at hand and repent.
Do you think there might be a better way to maybe get them to embrace Christ? Maybe read them some passages that maybe ask some questions about things that would make them feel good, and then talk to them about the love of Christ. What would you do?
When Jesus returned back to his hometown, he was sitting there and he was declaring himself king of God. And they want to throw him off a ledge. And he doubled down and said, yes, I am your God. He told them very clearly that he is God. He is the anointed one and the Son of God. So he doubled down. So if people don't want to accept that, that's on them. Yeah, that was Jesus. And Jesus commands us to do everything in his name, the same as he does.
I have to tell you, if you guys really believe this shit,
transgender pastor is
Actually, no, hold on. Let me tell you something. Pastor Dan Larson used to, he moved to Colombia to pray over water so people could drink it without getting fucking cholera. This is a fucking guy that, like, he didn't sit in a clubhouse and homosexual.
Wait, why are you talking about a guy that prays on the week? You literally just said you don't like the people who pray on the week. 100,000 people in a crowd in Kenya, gays are like the Christ and whatnot.
We're talking about a person that actually walked.
You're saying he's praying on the week.
You were on Clubhouse.
You're testifying about a guy who prays on the week. You said,
Crashing out.
no, I'm not. I'm calling you out.
Yes, you are.
It's not crashing out, I'm calling you out, bro.
You're crashing out.
You just said,
Can I
you said, oh, there's an Africa who prays on the week.
May I finish, fake Christian?
The most godly person you can testify to is what you just said prays on the week.
Yeah.
See how that works.
I gotta tell you, first of all, yeah, hold on. Let me explain this. Pastor Dan Larson, this guy, he actually believed what he read, and he believed it so much that he fucking moved. He moved to Colombia to pray for people so they didn't die when they were drinking water. You know what the best that you got? The best that you. Hey, I don't know why you're. The best that you have is to come on Clubhouse and call out homosexuals. This is fucking weird. You're not leaving love. Like, honestly, I don't even believe you're a Christian. I genuinely don't believe you're a Christian. Show me that God. I'll go to that.
He fixates on this homosexual thing. With all respect,
It sounds like we're doing that.
I've had a question that he has never had those feelings for that, and is so disgusted by that within himself that he's fixated on other people. And maybe he could answer that. The other thing is, when I had that supernatural experience, I got how powerful that was, how powerful it was, and that when you see something and I was it was so intentional, it was so powerful that there was nothing I could experience anything near it, right? I realized that what's happening here, it's so tiny compared to what I experienced, right? The power of what I experienced. This is tiny. So whatever he's doing, he's just making is a bigger than God. His own person. He's living an idea rather than living the words of God. He's living the idea his scripture rather than
We can bring him up, but I just want to say this. That if this is the way that people are going to teach their religion and share it with other people, it's just going to continue to shrink. And if that's what's at the church that he attends, then I'm hoping that it shrinks. I'm hoping it just gets so small that it goes away. It's the craziest thing in the fucking world to join a religion that professes that God loves you and God think it's gross. I think it's super fucking gross. And by the way, if somebody wants to, hear my opinions on homosexuality, it's very simple. Consenting adults should be able to do whatever the fuck they want to do. And by the way, if the truth claims in the Bible are true, they're going to have to reconcile that themselves with God. They don't have to reconcile that with Rich. Rich, you're not the intermediary between somebody's salvation. And if you care about their fucking salvation, why wouldn't you do something that would get them to lean forward into Christ? Why would you do anything other than make them feel loved?
Three or four people want to reply before we bring Rich up. You don't want to let that happen because he does tend to interrupt.
Perfect. And I'm gonna default the expertise and moderation to the great Monica. Is, in my opinion, God's greatest.
Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, and I just want to say, just like Rich, like he has his built-in idea that people believe in God, people like myself, because we are critical believers here. But I think it's really, I wish people, if there was a God universe, I don't know if there's a God, but I would like to think that people to think better about that sort of person or creating the universe, because I think it's an insult to the creating universe that you care about the petty shit about like two men sleep with each other and we're in one position, we sleep with each other. God created this whole universe and he cares about the little shit. It seems pretty petty to me as a person who doesn't believe in God. And that just to me is you're meaning to tell me that, that's what the creating universe cares about. It seems pretty silly.
I think the very biggest mistake that he made was the most powerful way to incite change in anybody is by motivating an internal motivation. So there's the psychology genre for this is called motivational interviewing. We use it for substance abuse, for any type of addictions, and when you're trying to invoke change in somebody, the first thing you want to do is find that internal motivation, and that's the number one way to get somebody to make change. Not attack them, not say negative things, not say anything that would turn them away from you. You want to make an ally. So I feel that if you're really trying to be a missionary and bring people to Christ, you need motivational interviewing, because it's the best way to help people make change without feeling like you're just sending them to hell. Because I wouldn't listen to that for 2 seconds. And I definitely bring Christ for the way that you speak, but so ick appropriate? Yeah.
It is appropriate. I agree. I think that's probably why he sounds like he comes off as a used car salesman. And that's the level of sincerity that I got from it.
Okay, so let's do this. We've shit on him, and we're gonna bring back up. I don't think that, if our critique of him is that he's not showing love, I don't think we're gonna do any better by not showing him love. I think we've made the point that,
We're showing him love, bro. We're showing him love. That's what he's like.
Well, here's what I would say. I genuinely hope that the God that he reads about touches his heart and changes the way that he approaches things. That's what I
100%. 100%.
That's a really fire of a prayer. He's disinclined to join the stage. I think he's had enough of us, so we're gonna let him stay. He's been invited up, but he's disinclined.
But Monica, maybe he might answer that question I asked, which was, what was his experience? What compelled him to want to follow Jesus? What was it that happened to him? I was just curious about that. Is he willing to answer that?
Experience.
Hi, Mr. Mojo, I have a question for you.
Why don't you ask me?
Well, first of all, I want to compliment your new PTR. Every day it's getting better. And this is the question I want to ask you. Can you define the variables on Clubhouse in terms of word or communication game theory? Thank you.
Let me think about it. I don't want to just blurt out an answer.
For people on stage or in the audience who may not understand what I'm asking when I say a variable on this app, one could be your PTR. So how many more variables are there on this app? Thank you for consideration of the question I am asking.
Would you agree, Congressman Kitover, that the name Roger Mayhem and the PTR, the classic Roger Mayhem, had more to do with my, I don't know, communication, connecting with larger groups of people than any of the ideas that I ever shared? Would you agree with that?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, there's something to be said about the right name and the right PTR. I think bio is unimportant because you can have no bio, or you can have. Remember the old long bios? Do you guys remember those where people would tell you their life fucking story?
No, I feel called out.
That was crazy. People would tell you every fucking trial and tribulation of their fucking life. It was amazing. A lot of people doxed themselves in that era. It was amazing. Monica, do you recall a room in which my microphone stopped working and I couldn't figure out if it was the app or my phone, and you helped me sort that out? Do you remember that?
Recently?
No, this was a long time ago. This was years ago. No?
I'm gonna trust your memory.
Okay. Anyways, the microphone was not working. Actually, I'll back channel you the relevance of why I'm bringing it up. I just thought that. Never mind. I won't mention the rest of it. I'll back channel.
Oh my gosh, what a cliffhanger.
Oh no.
Can I just say something about a former speaker that, this app and listening to conversations.
You mean Rich?
Yes.
You mean Rich?
Yes. Listening to people have uncomfortable conversations makes me physically and emotionally uncomfortable. And so when I open up my Bible flashcards and I read them, I am forcing a positive neurolinguistic program through my system straight to you through a social audio app. And I'm just saying that the power to choose that versus having heated conversations which solve nothing other than create emotional turmoil, to me, is a lack of wisdom. But that's my opinion, and I'm just asking you if you think you might agree.
Well, let me ask you this. Were you convinced that of the love of Jesus when Rich was harping on homosexuality? Did that bring you closer to Christ?
Well, no, because he is just another guy on a social audio chat app giving his opinion. I know if I want the source, all I have to do is go to the material and contemplate it myself. And, it's not. See, people's opinions here are not true. Silence is a far greater truth than anybody's opinion words that they, information exchange on this app.
Yeah, bars.
Oh, I was just called a Nazi in the back channel.
By who?
She's always recognizes these funny things, man.
Monica's always catching heat everywhere.
Oh, y'all, I was just called a Nazi in the back channel. Oh, y'all, somebody called me racist.
It's okay, it's only Rich. The Christian.
So let me
Why
ask.
did he think that you were being a Nazi? What was his evidence of you being a Nazi?
I oppressed him. I moved him down so people could talk.
You invited him up and he declined.
I did.
And the Jesus lover called you a Nazi. Huh?
Yeah.
I ju-
Sometimes it happens.
I would just like to reiterate that Jesus lovers are sinners too.
True.
Yeah.
You know, I was accused of being a Taoist by Rich, and I'm just asking, are there Christians here who think that Jesus also may have been a Taoist?
Or a Buddhist.
It's funny about those life after death, right? They come back. The ones that come back, and so many times when they talk, when they experience their experiences, for the most part, they run into either loved ones from the past that have passed on, or they run into angels or ones that are to explain some things and answer questions. And they've said plenty of times that they felt a love so much so that they didn't want to come back. They felt so much love that they didn't want to come back. And that one person I heard, he said that the love he experienced isn't on earth. So as a goal, right, one might have for themselves to develop that love within themselves to impress upon on others that they've never experienced that love before. That would be an amazing goal for Rich.
Well, I just want to ask one more question about, is there a purpose to this room tonight? And I'm looking at the title now. It says, what is the key to happiness? And to me, reading is truly far more joyful than listening to heated conversations on a social audio chat app. But I'm just asking, if you agree, because that's my opinion.
I want to read to you a ChatGPT response. I had asked, what would Jesus say about people condemning homosexuals as they're leading to a conversation? And what ChatGPT says is that challenge sin after a connection is made. You should lead with relationship and dignity rather than condemnation. And then it references John 4, Samaritan woman at the well, and Luke 19, Zacharias. And then it says that you don't want to drive the person away. Pretty much the same thing I just told Rich. And then it references John 8, 10 through 11, where it says, woman caught in adultery, neither do I condemn you. Go now and leave your life of sin. So, it very specifically says that you should not condemn them. Even if you are going to point out their sin, it shouldn't be in condemnation. It should just be an FYI.
Yeah, it's interesting. I also took the time to ask in Grok, did Jesus say anything about homosexuality? And they say that the New Testament doesn't record any direct statements from Jesus specifically addressing homosexuality.
Correct. I actually put that in the chat to you, Necro, too, that you were right about that. Paul is the one that addressed sexual immorality. Jesus Christ, in fact, the only thing he condemned was adultery. I don't know, like I said, Jesus lovers are sinners too, and you see Rick's response a lot, particularly on this app. Even in the Christian rooms, you go in there and they can be a little, let's just say they don't lead with humility and compassion, which I think if you want to make a connection with somebody, if you want to make an impression with somebody, you do have to establish that relationship first. You have to meet them where they're at. That's what Jesus did time and time again. He went and met them where they were at. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say it earlier, but, to me, I've said before, it's like my main issue is like, you know, with people who want to like legislate into law against, you know, the rights of, you know, gay people. I mean, if people are personally against gay marriage, I mean, that's just a personal opinion, and you know, there's anything to do about personal opinion, but you know, who gives a shit in my opinion. But yeah, I mean, that's really, to me, is the issue mainly is because you have, it's one of the things, like I said, conservatives, the main issue I have is not the issues that, like, you know, are mostly the ones where they go against their own idea of choice and of freedom. And when it comes to things like, you know, gay marriage, you know, or when it comes to things like just any other issue that has to do with like personal choice, they try to impose their own morality, and that's when they really begin to lose me. So.
I put in the chat, joy is now. If you want to push it on social audio app, you are wasting your precious energy and personal joy of being in your now. Then I wrote, the problem with this app is the speakers think they can speak for Jesus, and the conflict or debate is a linguistic one-up. Truth would be silence and prayer or asking Jesus for wisdom from his source book.
Yeah, and I mean, it's interesting though. It's like the only reason I talk about why, you know, Jesus said is because the objection that people make in regards to, you know, things like gay marriage is, you know, talking about what Jesus said, and Jesus was way more explicit about divorce and about greed than he was about gay marriage, and yet, you know, divorce, I mean, the Bible Belt is also called the divorce belt, but people are not as concerned about, you know, getting rid of divorce for people who are abusing it as they are about gay marriage. And that's the only reason why I bring it up, usually.
Do you think there's a problem with people wanting to have, you know, contiguous conversation where if your last word is gay, do you think it forces the conversation down a road which unfortunately can't be stopped because people are, you know, mimetically connected, linguistically connected to essentially have no juxtaposition or, you know, stoppage in the flow of the thought? And if you do that, you're considered, you know, rude or a bad or, you know, less than eloquent speaker.
Sorry.
Where did Monica go?
I think you
Probably to talk to Rich.
I think you're chasing her off with all your flattery.
Roger. Roger, you sound like a 16-year-old.
You know, Roger, in a room a couple weeks ago, you know, you let slip a secret about, you know, a game you're playing on this app with regards to Monica. I'm just wondering how many people in this room are aware of that game rule.
It's not exactly a game. Like I've told her very directly that it's very fun to have her in the room because she brings a quality that I don't know. Some people like to say that I think she's misunderstood. People like to critique her, and it's easy to gather the haters. And so yes, but she's well aware, by the way, of the fact that I find value in multiple ways of having her in the room.
You know, the rule or the trick that you said you're playing on everybody, or the game that you're playing. And now, this is not a negative game you're playing, so I don't want to concern anyone in the room. What I'm just saying is that that game you're playing, um, if you were to do that game with everybody, it would yield tremendous results for you personally. Don't you agree? Instead, most people are in terrible conflict with people all the time. Road ragers.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think we should I think we should be reaching out to more people on this app, pulling them into the conversation, and trying to have more genuine conversations. I know that you believe that these conversations are a waste of time, but I think there's something that's happening here that we can't really put our finger on. Maybe it's going to pay dividends later. I feel like this app is changing our hearts and our minds. You probably disagree with me.
No, I do believe in a herd psychology on this app, and conditioning is very powerful on this app. When I created the alternative Mojo account, or alternative Roger Mayhem account, the conditioning and the response to my presence, was so much fun. Um, so I'm just saying, on here you have conditioned people, but on X and other platforms, they have yet to have experienced the Mojo experience, or the Mojo conditioning.
Yeah, maybe we should expand this stuff too. I want to start doing rooms at the same time that Gary Bumgarner does his rooms, and we'll come up with a name that's the opposite of the critical thinking forum, but we'll just have a little bit of a flavor, and we'll just top it.
Yeah. I think it's interesting, though. The main reason I put family as the answer is because, having a good mother is a good key to happiness. So.
Well, a lot of people who do not have good mothers, or have had terrible conflict with their mothers. uh, my mother has had terrible conflict with her mother, but to me, if you don't use books to essentially rationalize, and transcend above a lot of like conditioning, or inappropriate behavior or abuse, things like that, to me, that's the superior way to essentially improve your life and recondition yourself, for joy and success and health and wealth and love.
But John, what do you think of the argument that some people are afraid to read because it might change their mind and they don't want it changed?
Well, see, if we were to compare that attitude to the average speaker on this app, I was talking to El Normo a couple days ago, and I've thought this before, that, the demonstration that I made of reading those Bible flashcards is me showing you, not telling you. And a lot of people are just tellers, they're not showers. So it is a little subjective objective, where your interpretation is going to conflict with my interpretation, or my understanding and comprehension. And we use terms.
Now, what do you mean you were showing? You were speaking. What do you mean you were showing?
So I could send you the video of me reading that. It's a clip on YouTube. So it's a program. It is a linguistic condition, of wisdom. The point is, wisdom is supreme. So if you communicate wisdom, and even if you force it, it's still better than having endless conversations and heated debates on a social audio chat app. It's just obvious. It's books. It's the book club.
Didn't answer my question.
Well, I'm trying to show you basically A versus B. And you may not think I answered your question. That's because you just didn't enjoy my response. But that's, not a me problem.
No, not at all. That's not what it is. When you show somebody, right? Okay. So.
What I'm trying to say is, Rich, the best. I texted him. He texts me and calls me. He called me maybe 10 times yesterday. He just, he's the dopamine creation from this medical device technology company known as
Wait till he
Clownhouse.
calls you about what happened today.
Well, no, I mean, what I'm trying to say is that, some people can't let it go, but if you were to just read Bible flashcards, it resolves all conflicts. To come on here and have nonstop conflicts is not good usage of your brain. It's not smart, it's not intelligent, it's not wise.
Well, we agree. We agree about that.
I have been.
Since it's the title of the room, can I share some love of Jesus?
Oh, dear
Please
sorry.
do. You shared your other type of love last night.
Right. It's gonna seem very oxymoronic. Okay, so I was a pretty Christian. I was raised in a Christian home from birth. I went to a private school, and faith I had a very childlike faith. It came very, very easy for me. Call it the influence of my parents, my church, whatever. It just came very, very easy for me. And I was very content to have my happy little relationship with Jesus and know all my childhood Bible stories and sing my hymns on Sunday. Pretty much throughout my entire childhood into my early adult life. And back in 2004, my sister lost her husband and her 3-year-old son and her 8-month-old daughter in a car accident. And I was very, very angry. It was my first crisis in faith. I was really, really ticked off at God. I couldn't understand how he could take her every reason for living away from her. I feared that she committed suicide, like all the worst things in the world. And I can remember being at the funeral, and the pastor from our church came to pay his respects. And, he comes up and he gives me the hug, and, if there's anything we can do for you guys, please let us know, blah, blah, blah. And when he hugged me, I whispered into his ear, I said, look at that coffin. I said, you look at that man holding 3 babies, and you tell me how a merciful God could do something like this. I was really angry. And a little while later, they put us in this little holding room before they walked the family out for the funeral procession. And I just remember thinking, I got to get my sister through this day, and then just one day at a time. I was really, really scared for her. And I remember they brought my sister in to that room right before they were going to walk us out. And I walked across that room thinking, I just got to hold her up. I just got to get through this day, And I went over there, and I put my arm around her. And the Bible has a verse about a peace that surpasses all understanding. And I would never be able to articulate this in a way that you could understand, but in that instant, I physically felt the presence of the Holy Spirit wrapped around us. And after spending 7 days furious at God and questioning everything, I just knew that we were going to be okay. I didn't know how, but I knew that we were going to be okay. I physically felt his presence, and I know that sounds crazy, and I know that this is anecdotal. This isn't for purposes of persuading anybody, but here's the thing. It always stuck with me. You don't experience something like that, and it not just profoundly change you, and it did profoundly change me. I suddenly became a reader and a studier of the Word, and just wanting to understand everything in the Bible. And then 20 years later, I wake up one Sunday morning and I hear a nebulizer in the bathroom going, and the light's on, and my husband's not in bed, and I go to open that bathroom door, and literally the instant before I turned that doorknob and opened that door, I felt that
same presence and without having any, I mean, my husband was not sick. He died from an asthma attack. But I knew before I opened that door that my husband was gone. And fair enough, he was, but it was the exact same physical presence and just, I've got you, and this is gonna be okay. And like, I knew, you know, so like, that's what the love of Jesus means, is when you are not strong enough to carry on, when you are not able to carry them further anymore, he's there to take them for you. And there was the story. Sorry.
Yeah, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. Yeah, I'm so happy for you, Sarah. I'm so happy for you. That's yeah, right? You know, like that you can get through all that and have that real feeling, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And you can taste anything. Yeah. Good. You want to say something? This is what you got there right now. It's all right. Look, yeah, because what you said, you know, look, until you experience something that could appear at face value so tragic, right? These things can happen to any of us, right? So for her to have that, her heart being able to be touched that way, to keep her moving through life, that knowingness is really special. I just
Yeah. I just wanted to say, I listened to John video. It was a little video. It was a minister who punched a kid for Jesus, and it's just so hilarious. Like, he can be proud of your kid. Like, and it's just one of these things he was insensitive to and punched him. Like, God.
I do want to ask a question about homosexuality, if I may, Mr. Mojo. Serendipity, if you could field this question as a moderator. It's my belief and opinion that the crucifix symbolically represents a horizontal line and a vertical line. The vertical line would represent what we call the phallus, or maybe the Holy Spirit, or the man. And the horizontal line might be represented as a woman. So it would be two genders, man and woman. That's the symbolic, metaphoric opinion that I have about the crucifix. So I'm just asking, if the Bible says, you know, two men having sexual relations is frowned upon, do you think it is the destruction of that beautiful crucifix?
John, you see what she expressed, right? There's no logic there. That's the supernatural. There's no logic.
That's occult symbolism. It's metaphor. I mean, I don't think I'm wrong when I say it's my opinion that it's a metaphor, but I'm just saying that if you break that sacred symbol by having same-sex relations, metaphorically, maybe astrologically, numerically, you are violating what you might call a natural law.
So that's what I was talking about. That's all in her idea of what it is. That's your idea of what it is. She actually, Serendipity actually experienced something supernatural, something God, Jesus, right? She experienced that. That's not an idea. It's beyond logic.
Well, I think that, I met this really hot attorney once, and she's sitting in my car. She's telling me about her work problems, and she says, I feel like the problem is people ask questions. And I thought that was so funny and so profound. I'm pretty sure she kind of knew what, like, I know. Meaning that all the anxiety in the world isn't going to change the future. But the now is all important. So, there's something else I was going to tell you, but anyways, that's what I'm
Yeah, like I remember my boss told me today, but I will tell you, he's like questions are a danger to you and a burden to others.
Wait, what did he say?
He said questions are a danger to you and a burden to others.
So if family is number one, the Hebrew term is Elohim, which is divine family. So, it's not just Jesus, right? It's supposedly God the Father, the Holy Spirit, the Trinity. What, Mojo, let me ask you a question. Do you think that the universe, and I'm talking about the infinite universe, is that technically almost like a machine or some type of God, you might say? Does it take the whole thing to have Earth, and this cell phone conversation right now? Is it all one? And is that not the true definition of God, which is ONE?
It's an interesting question, and I don't fucking know the answer. I don't think anybody does, but what I'm leaning towards, I can't prove this, but what seems compelling, or at least I like hearing about, is the idea that not only is the universe expanding, like so you have the Big Bang and then it expands, but then after it expands to a certain point, then it's going to bounce back, and it's going to come back, and then it's going to come in tight, and then it'll be another Big Bang. I think that there's a cyclical nature of the universe. That's what I believe. I genuinely believe this. I have nothing more than just the arguments that I've heard made for this resonate with me. It sounds the most plausible that matter explodes, and then the universe expands, and then it reaches its limit, and then it races back and pulls all back together, all matter, and then you have another Big Bang, and you repeat, rinse, and repeat.
Don't you think it's interesting that when we communicate and discuss the Big Bang, many of these terms are sexual? I'm just saying there's no coincidence.
It's all one.
So isn't like Neo, from the Matrix, basically that's the one. So if Jesus is, the Neo, these conversations have been happening in Clubhouse for so long, but they're not new. A lot of this philosophical, esoteric, psychedelic consciousness was settled in the 60s and the 70s. I've listened to countless Timothy Leary lectures, countless Alan Watts lectures. And India, this is the basis of the religion, basically, the Big Bang, the Kali Yuga. So America's not unique in its religious philosophy, but in the Constitution, it does say in the year of our Lord, so they were Christians. Jesus was their God. All I'm saying is there's a lot of different Jesuses throughout history. Osiris, all these things are like history regurgitated. And if you build up a library and you read a couple books, you're like, maybe it's not logical or wise for me to get in heated conversations about, wise men, wise women, wisdom, intelligence, knowledge, comprehension. Just eat the meal. Read the book. But to waste your time, as a listener, it is so uncomfortable to process this stuff, and it's exhausting. And if you are the speaker distributing this exhausting conversation, it's got to be exhausting for you too. So it's not a one-up. It's not strategic. It's not wise. That's all I'm saying.
We need another poll, Mojo.
So to me, if you want the breath of life or the Holy Spirit, you gotta breathe. And guess what happens if you stop breathing?
There's another guy that might be good. Channel, YouTube channel. He's got a lot to tell me. You think about getting a YouTube channel?
You know, if you like this, I think to come to the YouTube channel. I think
No, I'm just talking about that's what
okay, yeah, I'll let you, I believe he has a YouTube channel.
Edgar, why would you think that he was talking to you when he specifically called somebody else out by name?
I'm sorry, I'm reading the comments. So, anyways.
fantastic. Oh, you already got a YouTube channel, huh? Congressman?
Yeah, I've been filming Clown House for close to 6 years, and if you just go through my shorts, you will see so many Clown House conversations that it's unbelievable how I've been able to transfer Clown House directly into YouTube, and the accounts are growing, and it's just fascinating, you know, because I can only stay for like a couple seconds when I watch one of these clips of a YouTube clip of a Clown House run, but the amount that I have put up is truly mind-boggling. It's over 20,000 across YouTube and Instagram. On YouTube, I think it's like near 10,000 plus, and Instagram is close to 10,000 too.
How about here's the question. How many followers do you have? Subscribers?
I think like 2,000 across all the accounts.
You gotta work on that. You need to work on
Oh, I'm working on it right now. Go to my profile, and then you can get my YouTube link to watch my YouTube account. You can see Clown House in a retrospective recap. I'm a filmmaker,
that. You're right
and
here.
I am projecting a future deal with Netflix after having spoken with the beautiful Abby, the world famous Sheldon Adelson lawyer from The Venetian. I hate to spread that guy's name, but it's true. And she has introduced me to a Netflix executive who knew Adams. So just kidding. Yeah, that's my YouTube account. You're all on it. Every single one of you. America down there, Randy, Wallace even. Wallace barely speaks. Wallace is one of the best listeners on this app. We have had an awards ceremony, but I'm just wondering, like, if anybody that you know on this app has impressed you with their listening skills.
Alright, get ready for the link.
I just want to ask if anybody watched the video that I put in the link.
What was it?
It was the one about the pastor posting that he punched a cat in the head. Right?
Okay, so I just posted a link above. This is the Rational Discussion Group. It's gonna have rooms at the same time as the Critical Thinking Forum that will use the same room titles that they use. Same time, and yeah, we're just gonna basically recreate this, and without creating you will not have to download Facebook.
Yay!
Can we also do like a segment in the Rational Discussion Group where we actually cross-stream Gary's room? Just not the whole thing, but I'm just saying, can we do snippets, whereas the super mod and you have sole editorial and producer, etc., director, can you say, I'm just saying, can you think like every 15 minutes, let's do a Gary Baumgarten love bomb for like 60 seconds.
No, I don't think we're gonna do that. But what we might be able to do is get a recording of the same topic, like give you like the best 5 minutes of
positive, and I think I can prove it by asking them, if time travel was possible, was it worth it? And in hindsight, in retrospect, opportunity cost analysis, I think they would have to agree with my, prognosis, my analysis. It's just my opinion, but if all communication is projection, and I'm reverse engineering over here with my projection right now, it could be correct. It's just a hypothesis, and my opinion.
So, Congressman Kitover, if you had the ability to utilize software to go through all of these hours of recordings that you have and told it to sort by user and create a best of and a worst of for each user, just like maybe like a 4-minute clip of the best of, who do you think would be the most embarrassed to hear their worst of clip?
I could just give you a list of like the top 10 power users on there who I think would be very embarrassed with their demeanor, their tone, their just personality, and whether or not what they're saying is substantial or actually qualitative or any no quantitative type of analysis, and what they say, and I hate to say it, but there are some, I could give you a list of the top 10 offenders that if you were to sit there and listen to that, this is to me, because I have listened to so much of this, I think I have to retreat into deep meditation, because 5 years of recording, I've really implanted it in my brain, and I feel like that's kind of a cop-out, but.
So who are some people that if it got out there, if let's just say it went viral and you had hundreds of millions of people viewing it, who would be the most embarrassed to hearing their own takes?
Maybe it's best that I not say anyone, because I have recorded so much. It's up to you, the fan, the critic of my work, to actually go to my YouTube and maybe spend 30 minutes looking at it, because if you don't go to youtube.com/@John_Kitover_Congressman and at least try to find yourself, you're missing out on the fun. I have done a lot of work for you, and Mojo here has confirmed that this valuable service at no cost to you will give you maybe even more dopamine than what you get here.
John, how long, when did you go there? In the beginning?
Yeah, I think November or December 2019.
Wow, yeah, I was right there, right after you. Wow. 2020?
No, 2019.
Started?
Here's one. Early one.
Well, hold on, but in 2019 November, it wasn't even Clubhouse, it was TalkDesk.
Well, I know my best memory of this
Talk show.
is March of 2020, because of the pandemic, and they shut down all the bars in Chicago on St. Patty's Day. And I'm pretty sure before that, I was using it, going into December of that winter, because I bought a building in December of 2019. And when I got into this building, prior to that, in my old apartment, my friend Todd, who got me on this app, who owns marijuanadelivery.com, because I sold a marijuanabusiness.com. That was my info. And he was like, you gotta get on here. I'm literally talking to Elon Musk. I'm listening to Elon Musk. I was like, oh my God. So he sent me the invite. First, there was a problem with getting that invite. Anyways, I'm pretty sure this is like an EOD or a start.
I think you're talking about 2020 though, because the Elon appearance was right around the end of 2020.
Yeah, it was in 2020.
Well, what did the
I think you're a
pandemic?
year off.
Did the,
Well, so it depends on what you mean by when was the pandemic.
oh, you might be right.
So the lockdowns started coming, during 2020.
Yeah, you're right.
But they were, but anyways, it would be impressive if you were on here in 2019. It's not that it didn't exist; it just didn't exist as Clubhouse. It was talk show.
So, John, I
don't have any clips of JT Fox when he was on
I
set.
knew it was to some extent.
See, I've upgraded my filming techniques to use like a lot of tripods, and this is actually more new than compared to what I was doing. It was just filming myself interacting with others. Now I'm actually filming the screen on a primary cell phone, using an anonymous account, talking to you on a different account. So like my streaming technique has significantly been upgraded and improved. And today I filmed politically correct for, I don't know, 8 hours. Then I filmed the Mirrors Room for a couple hours. Then I'm in here filming. So it's like, this is a lot of fun. But the time that I spent reading the Constitution yesterday across 12 different phones, uploading 120 videos that got 10,000 views, that to me was more personally beneficial than listening to people argue on here about, die on a hill over some topic.
But I think Mojo has some point. The success of you getting more followers, right? You say the clips in the top 3 or something like this, right? Right, Roger? I think that's more appealing because when you start to speak about these 20,000, nobody's going to go and listen to those. So I think you need to find.
Well, I don't think what he needs to do is anything. I think he's already done the service of recording all this. I think someone else should take on a passion project to do something with it and make it actionable and more sortable.
That's what I mean, exactly. What do you think of that? Right, Congressman?
Well, I've spent the past 48 hours fully updating every single YouTube profile. There's over 30 YouTube profiles now that are filming and publishing regularly Clubhouse videos. Many videos after you live stream go to private, so you have to build up a queue and then mass change visibility from private to public. And then I have to add those videos to playlists. And then I have to update the description. So none of the titles are dynamic. If you went into every video and looked who the main primary speakers were and put that in the title, you could build a better searchable, index in YouTube. People can file privacy complaints against my work, and if I don't, I have to delete it. Like YouTube has basically a 0% tolerance policy for complaints. And I've had many YouTube accounts get deleted with thousands of videos and years of work. That is very demoralizing. But in every war you lose a pawn. So it is a fun game, but I do think this is just like a linguistic game, and you're all involved in it, whether you know it or not.
Yeah, but when you get what I'm saying, Roger, finding someone to make a passion project to just make these clips. Not everyone, but the top, whatever, 20, 30, 40, more likely that people want to click on it. What do you think of that?
To me, the quality sucks. Like, I'm looking at, 15 phones filming this room right now, and it's like, if I was on the receiving end of my live stream, and right now I see no one in front of this room is actually looking at my live stream, you can give me real-time feedback, but most people don't live in the now.
Yeah, I think that what is needed is somebody that can go through the archives of video with software that can, and then go, like just, you gotta know what you're looking for. And like, let's say you just came up with, let's say you want to start with one person. That way you can prove it out. You can just say, okay, I'm gonna use the software. I'm gonna go through all these videos and I'm gonna find the clips of when this person's speaking. And then find that, sort it by topic maybe, or just go find the interesting moment, and then you can do like a best of type of video. And then once you did it for one, you can start building, then you do another one, get it up to like, let's say a top 10, and then you can have, videos of like the Clubhouse top 10, and then the best of, and then boom, 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 boom. And then, yeah, correct. Or I would say Monica's greatest hits, but.
See, I don't know if you've interacted with my profiles enough. Like, you're going to have to spend time and go through all my YouTubes, because every YouTube's a little different. Well, see, this is the thing.
John, what I'm saying is I want AI to come through with you give a prompt for what it wants to look
Okay,
for,
so,
and then
well, see, anyways, I'm just saying this is like a short-term dopamine solution. I'm not saying that this is some kind of long-term venture. trying to say is, in YouTube, the way that I use it is I create shorts, which are either 15 seconds or 3 minutes. Those are generally heated conversations when I'm sitting here monitoring and then creating a short. Those are highly edited already. And then the other thing is when you are live streaming, you can hit what's called a cut. That gives you either a 45-second or a 5-minute cut from the past 5 minutes. I usually cut a lot of rooms after the heated conversation dies down because it does flow like a pattern, and there are peaks and valleys, and so I'm pretty mindful when I'm here, like, okay, that was a good cut, and I go across all the phones and create cuts. So there's so many videos. It's like 10,000, 20,000 videos.
So why haven't you turned this into what's the end game? Is the clubhouse series with various seasons?
No, I am running for Congress. So all publicity is good publicity and communication, meaning that I'm killing two birds with one stone. I'm creating a media business on top of trying to get into Congress. So it's all connected. But the thing is,
But wait, how is Clubhouse connected to your campaign and your platform?
because you're Americans talking about bullshit. As a leader or a congressperson, you gotta have intelligence. And this app proves that there's no intelligence on this app. And so you know what that indicates? That indicates that probably 80% of Congress is completely incompetent. And there's no real intelligence there or patriotism. Now, you may think patriotism is a mental health disorder to a Democrat or a communist or an anarchist, but to a patriot, the Tao Te Ching says that patriots will rise up in times of emergency. If you don't think $1 trillion in interest annually and spending $20 billion an hour is insanity, you need to understand optimization and economics. And Mojo here is an enthusiast of Mises Institute and other brilliant economists who understand that you can't have a black card and just keep charging it up, and as if reality doesn't exist. And plus, there's just a big moral and ethical and DEI problem across. Have you seen some of the judges, that are being relieved of? Anyways, I'm just saying, clown world is real, and I'm sick of it.
We have a new title for the room. By the way, if you guys haven't joined the Rational Discussion Group, the link is up above. Thank you. The Rational Discussion Group should not be confused with the Critical Thinking Forum.
What do you think is more fun, having news debates and news conversations, or just having non-news debates and conversations? And
I think the debates with people that are trying to really sell you on the idea of anarchy are fun. I think when somebody takes a really wacky position and they just dig in and they just refuse to yield no matter how silly they sound, I think those are the funnest conversations. Steve. You're referring to Steve Appel.
Gotcha.
Try now to join because I've can remove them as admins. Let's just test this to see if it works.
Yeah. Still getting the can't join the house.
That's weird.
Log out and come back in and try to join them to reset it.
Hi, moderators. I think I can maybe help answer this question you have in your title, but I would like to answer it by reading a quick little poem I wrote on my phone.
Yeah, it's still getting the same message.
Wow. Was he going out of the house? It's a brand new house.
Congressman.
Yeah, that's weird. It is a brand new house, right, Roger?
Yep, it's brand new.
Yep,
Yeah, he just made it.
It's brand new.
Yep.
Do you guys like the image on the house? I just created it with ChatGPT. I don't know if it's good or bad, or I'm open to new images for that house.
Yeah, I think it's good.
It works.
Actually, you should just use your profile, Mojo. You know, condition with the profile.
Yeah, Brandy.
Yeah, definitely stick to that
But zoom
profile.
up. But zoom right up to the cigar in your mouth.
Your PTR is proof that AI has increased significantly since your former iterative PTR.
John, if you do the poem, take your time, okay? Take your time.
Okay, this is the poem. Observe for yourselves the decay of the sense of sin, the growth of innocence and irresponsibility, the strange modifications of the reproductive instinct with a tendency to become bisexual or obscene, the childlike confidence in progress combined with nightmare fear of catastrophe against which we are yet half unwilling to take precautions. Consider the outcrop of dictatorships, only possible when moral growth is in its earliest stages, and the prevalence of infantile cults like communism, anarchists, fascists, pacifism, health crazes, occultism, and nearly all its forms, religions sentimentalized to the point of practical extinction. Consider the popularity of the cinema, the wireless, clubhouse, the football pools, and guessing competitions, all devices for soothing fractious infants, no seed of purpose in them. Consider sport, the babish enthusiasms and rages which it excites, whole nations disturbed by disputes between boys. Consider war, the atrocities which occur daily and leave us unmoved and hardly worried. We are children.
Not bad. You took your time. Took your time. That was good.
You certainly have a way with words, sir. Sir, I don't know if sometimes I don't know if you're serious or if you're trolling. It doesn't matter. I find you to be a fascinating human. If this so-called political career doesn't pan out, I hope you consider getting into fiction, the world of fiction and non-fiction. At the very least, I hope you have a documentary crew following you around, sir.
Wait, hold on.
A subject and a character.
Oh, John, can you tell them about your plans with Never-Ending Story? John? Congressman?
He just jumped out the window. What happened? That was his last poem. I'm the last dragon, that's his last poet. I'm just joking.
I used rock imagine and I said more recommended special.
So here's the thing. Never-Ending Story is one of my faves, so I can't wait to hear what his idea is. Imagine this man is at a loss for words now. He can't even speak. What's going on, Congressman?
Sorry if I stepped away. It's because I went to the kitchen. But yeah, you can always go on my YouTube Live to see if I'm in my office. What did you ask?
Wow. So you have cameras set up in all throughout your house watching you?
John, can you describe to them what you were going to do with the Never Ending Story?
Yeah, my sister and I were big fans of that film, and I looked up the German book, and you know I've been to a lot of Broadways, and I was an actor in junior high. I played Franklin Delano Roosevelt in my 8th grade play when I was only a 7th grader. But anyways, so I've been to Manhattan, and I've been to shows. I'm just like, man, if you could see the Never Ending Story in Broadway, like wow, I mean that would be a long run, like, and it would be amazing if because I've seen all of those. I'm like, fucking Never Ending Story would be pretty easy based on, but it's not easy. I mean, The Lion King and all those things, they're all amazing, but Never Ending Story has enough characters and enough pre-built-in music and enough in that book to make an amazing theatrical performance.
So a musical. A never ending story musical.
Yeah,
I don't know
like
about
people
that
go to
one, sir.
Wicked. You could play, the Witch in Wicked.
The green one, I hope.
Yeah, I think I saw it. I can't remember, but yeah, I mean, I think that it is. It is so exhausting listening to heated conversations. So I hope Rational Discussion Group, because no matter what happens, every room essentially is like a sine wave. It's peaks and valleys, and so de-escalation it happens naturally. But I'm just saying that this is what communication is. It's yin and yang. It's the Tao.
Time out, you there?
Yeah, what's going on?
What do you think about this never ending story, the musical, sir?
I didn't see the movie.
What?
Leave me alone.
My word, time out.
Yeah. I didn't see a lot of stuff. I left Hollywood behind. And when I left, I left. Yeah.
I saw a Chinese production called Shenyun. Shenyun! And guess who funds Shenyun? It's the Epoch Times, which is an anti-Chinese, Gazette newspaper, and they published a lot of stuff on RussiaGate and all kinds of other things, a lot of investigative journalism, and they're an independent news agency. They are part of what's called the Falun Dafa. And they basically do Tai Chi outside of federal offices all the time, and they're very pleasant
And
people.
don't they also go to like fairs and like farmers markets and advertise this shit?
Yeah, it's called Falun Gong, and it is a Chinese dissident movement which feels that they were murdered and butchered by the communists, which is true. And these people have serious grievance, but they do it so peacefully and so blissfully that you would think that their grandparents were never murdered. You could call those people anarchists in a way. See, that's why I think listening to people's bad ideas and hearing how anarchinistic they are, how essentially it's based on violence or disruption as opposed to optimization. It is a breaking as opposed to a fixing and amending or a healing. So if you want to have real rational discussion group, essentially it is a psychotherapeutic group which does healing work, meditation work. But you could claim all communication is meditation. But to me, all pleasant communication, is the desired state. And as a moderator, because you have that ability to censor, I think, a lot of the problems on this app is not just the speakers, but it's the lack of leadership or moderation, which wants to hear the bang. And, the bang is an epidemic in society. People are on this app road raging. And if they're road raging here, that means that there is a lot of built up anger in society that can explode at any moment. I saw a car accident today. one of the guys in the car got out to beat the shit out of that other guy. And, road rage kills.
Congressman, let me ask you something real quick. Do you think your social experiment with Clubhouse, and your opinion of Clubhouse users, and how you use that to, I don't know, navigate this app, tap into rooms, record, etc., is a form of anarchy?
No, because I'm actually agnostic as to every single speaker because I want to like flush my memory of it. And so basically, I don't even want to have the same conversation twice. Filming a lot of conversations basically limit. You don't want to do redundancy in your communication anymore. So, to me, the videos that I've created of people speaking, it's gone from my memory, and so, but I just use that as a basis of comparison as opposed to looking around my room and seeing, 1,000 books that I would rather put that information into my brain than have meaningless, endless discourse and rhetoric on this app. But see, the thing is, I wish I could clone myself so I could continue filming it all and like disassociate completely and, charge ahead as a congressman and just read more books, be more. I've done all this for many years. I'm just trying to say that if I'm really running for Congress, so it's like to not have basically a daily to-do list and actually executing. Like today, I got the bank account open. The banker finally opened the stupid campaign to elect John Kitover account. It took her a month. But, I can start fundraising very soon. So I've had some press on X. I had a big, interview / debate conversation on X with a lot of locals who are interested in GOP politics in the Chicagoland area. So it's just a daily thing. I like it because it's fun. It's content creation. And I think, what's crazy is when you work in the federal government, you can't necessarily do social media. Some people get away with it somehow. People in high positions in government, then they censor they'll delete their LinkedIn. People post crazy shit that are high up in the government or the military. And my point is that AOC and Mom Donnie, and countless others who are making a lot of money and sending out a lot of checks and voting on a lot of acts and passing $1 trillion bills. These people are basically social media content creators and spammers. Their intelligence, their position, it's almost all DEI. It's not really based on economic intelligence, philosophy, ethics, or morals. It's more based on branding, modern marketing, that type of communication. So, I have to.
Would you say that PTRs are communication?
Yeah, 100%. It's a conditioning, and I really experienced it.
Take a look at mine.
Oh no, I kind of like the white one to tell you the truth. That one was, yeah. This one is good too. Actually, there's no bad.
I was told by Issa that I need to have a broader chest, more muscles. So this is what ChatGPT gave me. You should do an Arab Muslim, and then they'll really come get you.
This is one other suggestion I have for this app because it might not last forever, but I think an interactive real life experience where you have an auditorium, you sell tickets, and then essentially you live stream Clown House to the audience, and then, basically it's like being a modern day Mozart or director producer. You are literally showing people the insanity of this neural network that's happening in this app and all the communications. And people will just watch this. They might laugh. They might, walk out. But I'm just saying that to film that interactive experience would be like one higher level of what I'm doing now. Maybe it's too much, but it would be fun to do. I just feel like it's a lot of organizing. I don't necessarily want to do it. But I think that would be an awesome film. And I would watch that. I would love to see people experience Clubhouse in a movie theater. I mean, this app doesn't publish anything. Have you seen their X account? It's like a debt. They don't market anything. It's just empty social media platforms. They don't publish anything. Like they have their town hall whenever. I mean, I'm just saying that there's no way that this app can really go forward, or maybe even maybe it'll get acquired. But when you hear Paul and uh, Rohan, not Rohan, who's the security enforcer with the mohawk? What's that guy's name? Joe Armenia, or whatever his name is. Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying that.
We call him Faggot Joe.
Yeah, I mean, he has deleted a lot of accounts, and I've seen him pop in rooms and like sit in the audience and listen. I mean, I haven't seen him in a while, but like, how is it that the people who own this app and supposedly work on it day to day, like, don't actually use the app? I don't understand that.
Yeah, I'm sure you got that old documented, right, with the whole fall of Clubhouse and all the shenanigans that happened. That was really disappointing, really disappointing. But being an actor and being in Hollywood for a while, back and forth when I was much younger, and seeing how those people act out there, when I came back and during the pandemic, on Clubhouse, it was the same kind of people, the same kind of people. Okay, that will laugh and smile and something else going on. It's the same one.
You know, we went till 5 o'clock last night.
No, it's not the same one. It went from a tan suit to a white suit. It was a little off Snow White.
Mojo, do you realize last night was the first room I ever went to bed where the sun was up when I was done using this stupid app, and I was like at 5 something in the morning. I couldn't believe how long I was on this app.
You guys were up that late? Yeah.
We're doing big things. This is when you know what got the room going was Serendipity was telling us about her favorite sexual positions, and that's what kept rolling.
See, I mean, you know, in hindsight, like, I'm really happy I film all this stuff, and I hope people, maybe someday in the future, they're like, I think people will look back at their experience here. I might look back with shame, but see, the positive optimist in me, you know, I hope, because this is like a very lazy business. You just hit live stream, you hit cut, you hit publish. I'm not doing anything. It's really the network that's involved in the conversation, but by publishing it, like, I force people into these other platforms, and like, whether you like it or not, like, you're in it. So to me, that's like forcing an arrangement which I can't do any other way, only digitally or through these cellular devices and these software programs. Like, that to me, like, you know, is going into. I'm 42, but I'm just saying, any kind of business where you're like in the gray zone, I don't know, whatever that means. I'm just saying that to me, what I think I'm doing is, you know, eccentric. I wouldn't, you know, call it brilliant, and I wouldn't call it even intelligent. I would just say I'm using what's available. But I think because life is almost just brains, it's just people. Like, everything else, the whole material world is, you know, just stuff. But our little bodies don't take up a whole lot of space. So the fact that I can network in a different alternative way by publishing on many platforms, to me, it's like, you know, I don't know, I'm just doing it. I think it's smart, and I hope it has lasting effect of some sort.
Yeah, it's interesting because Clubhouse has people from all over the world, right? You know, you're grabbing not just people that are Americans, you're grabbing all kinds of people from all over the place. So that's what's interesting about it. It's got so much depth there.
Yeah, I mean, if like the global communication revolution, or global communication network is anything like this happens, you know, the case study for it, or X-Spaces, or other global apps. The thing is, though, I have noticed that many rooms with non-native English speakers who tend to dominate the conversation, it's a lot of fun using your words. It's like, it's basically an animal chirping, or, you know, meowing or barking. I mean, you know, we do it for feedback, for pinging. So, there's a lot of linguistic and communication, like, axioms and principles. You know, Noam Chomsky, I had this one book on phonology. website. I have my doubts about people who put up these crazy math equations. And maybe I know I'm stupid. Like there are really intelligent people out there that truly understand these things and have vast vocabularies with regards to math. But I know I can't create a cell phone. I know I can't create a semiconductor. I know I can't build a house. I know that communication to me is the smartest game I can play.
Roger, you should have him come on your show once in a while. What do you think?
Yes.
Okay. You got a specific title for John the Congressman?
You have to understand, up until Clubhouse changed their rules about allowing anonymous accounts that couldn't get kicked out of the room, John was one of the most unliked people on this app. Yeah, he was. And then what I reconciled was the idea that, okay, because he streams the room, right? And a lot of people would complain and they would say, hey, you don't record the rooms, but it's being streamed. What can you do? So then it would be like, okay, we'll just kick them out. And now that you can't kick it out, it's like the app is saying that they want this to happen. So, you can't fight reality. You just, okay, it is what it is. So you just tell people, hey, look, these rooms are going to be streamed. It is what it is. And so, but we tried to fight it. John will tell you, we really tried to fight it.
Yeah, and I fought back a lot. I mean, I've really dedicated an insane amount of time to this app, creating accounts, creating rooms. I love to complain like Monica, but I know how much you love Monica. I love Monica too. Actually, the amazing thing is like when I hear the hate speech stuff and the random usage of profanity and constant random usage of profanity, that to me is just so like mind-numbingly brain damaging that I know that books are my salvation. And a lot of people profess, all or nothing positions, but they're not reading to me from a book. And I got to tell you, when I read a book, I am so impressed with how much more intelligent that communication is than what I hear on Clownhouse.
Yeah. Oh, look who's back.
I've always figured.
Oh.
So, have you repented, Rich?
No, I'll double down. I love that Monica doesn't know the truth.
Monica, because she comes in here just for a second, but I think she's trying to tease you. Roger, she comes in for a little bit, teases you, and then she runs away like a bird.
Although she goes into other rooms and like espouses like racist ideology. Sometimes she meets black people.
Just true.
She does. Wait, you're new to this, right?
Rich.
Monica hates black people.
Rich, let me.
Monica does not hate black people. This is
Okay. She thinks that white people are
She hates black people. She hates white people too. How about that?
No, she thinks white people are the greatest things since sliced bread.
No, hold on. I used to have a $500 bounty if anybody could have produced one single instance of a screenshot of something Monica said that was racist, or an audio clip of her saying something racist. And when I had that $500 bounty, nobody collected it. In fact, the only person that tried to collect was Akima, and Akima, he PTR'd a photo that she had PTR'd where it was an image of a ghost, and it said, "This is some bullshit." And Akima said the ghost that she had read was clearly a reference to the kid.
Oh, you guys are part of the clubhouse. You guys should see all of it going on. See what's going on. It's amazing.
Well,
Yeah, Honey Badger and I, we throw big barbecues. We do full slabs of rib, half pounds chicken. It's $14.99 plus honey barbecue glaze sauce. You get a free small Miller High Life, and I will personally roll you a little papyrus.
Okay. Great, thanks for that. Appreciate that. Okay. Yeah, so do you think that the legal drinking age in your state is objective?
I think it's based on objective metrics. I guess more towards obviously growth. So I appreciate you getting here, my friend. It is a little hard to understand you, but you're welcome to be here. I'm just trying to gather a lot of smart people coming through. So it's good to have you on. Yeah, Chandler, go ahead and say something. It's good to be. Yes, go ahead, Chandler, please.
Well, that person has the power to say, yes, I'll give you the money, or no, I won't. That's the kind of power that Jewish people have.
But who created the bank? Who created the Federal Reserve in 1938?
Well, yes, Felicity, but yeah, I don't disagree with your statement. But here's the thing: when you look, nobody likes bad publicity. So when I say they scream and yell, look at Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton and a number of those black activists and black political leaders. Where did their club come from? It came from them going to businesses and saying, well, we don't think you're racially sensitive enough. So we have a program that will cost you $1 million, and we'll bring in our instructors to make your
Okay, sorry. You made it say
So you're agreeing with the husband? See, Chandler's a normal man. He doesn't
I cannot take you, motherfucker.
I was actually just coming up stage to say I've never met someone as depressed as honestly online. So it's been a long time. So I'm happy to be here.
This guy's just projecting because he got exposed for asking a minor for news on Discord. What a weirdo. I don't want to talk to him, Andrew. In real life, buddy, I'm be here. Wisdom is free, so if you communicate wisdom, then even if you force it, it's still better than having endless conversations beyond the natural situation. It's just how it is. It's walls. Yes, sir.
When I have sex with a 115-pound girl, I'm happy she's skinny.
Hi, Andrew. This is Congressman John. If you could put me in the queue, thank you.
Thank you, Congressman. Yes. Ray, what would you like to say to Wubby?
Well, I don't think Wubby's a theist, so I don't really have anything to say to him.
Well, he can own you on moral realism. He's a Spinoza. Yeah,
He's a moral realist?
yeah, he is.
Okay, so I guess what is a moral to you, Wubby? What is morality?
Yeah, I think morality is just going to be like a set of evaluative facts that are going to be irreducibly normative on my view. But that just means to say that moral facts are true, but they're explained by like a non-cognitivist framework.
It's wasn't getting a fair shake over there in Gary's room. So this is counter programming. This is like when CBS doesn't like what NBC's do.
Right, did you say a little Astro when you went in Steve's room? Cartel?
I did. Yep, I certainly did.
did he apologize to you? For taking off?
No, he acted like he didn't know who I was.
That's exactly what I thought. Yeah. So you did get it. Yeah. You did get under his skin. Yeah. You got under his skin.
Don, your mic's open. Not sure if you intended that.
Is it? I didn't know that. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. You weren't making noise. I just didn't want you to do something like you might have decided to go pleasure yourself, and then we would have been listening in, and I didn't want to be that guy.
I'm putting dinner away. I made dinner and I'm putting the leftovers away. So thanks for telling me.
Yeah, I'm here for you.
John Kitover of the 16th District of Illinois. All debts contract the U.S. Constitution, Section 2 of the United States, Section 1.
Alright guys, I'm gonna get going here. I'm gonna watch some TV. But keep your eyes out. So tomorrow should be the first episode of Rational Discussion Group. I don't know what the title is yet because I don't. Well, actually, hold on. Let me go peek and see if the Critical Thinking Forum has put tomorrow's title up. Because all we're going to do is borrow their title. There's no reason to put a lot more work into this than we need to. So yeah, I don't see it. I don't see them having a title for tomorrow. We will see. We'll figure it out tomorrow.
Before you go, Roger, I got a question about Hekima. He comes.
That's Hekima.
Hekima. I was gone for like a long time, right? And then I came back and saw what the app. I said, okay. And that brought me back to that fun time in your rooms, right? And I just fascinated. He comes to the room for hours on it, and he really says anything. What do you think? It's background? It's like.
Sometimes he's driving Uber. Sometimes he's got passengers in the car. Other times he doesn't want to jump. Look, people in this room, I don't know what it is. When Hekima speaks, everyone just interrupts him all the time. And he's the most victimized person on this entire app. And again, that's not me saying that. That's Hekima saying.
U.S. Constitution. Constitution.
So it's interesting. All right.
Well, guys, I'm gonna go watch TV. I'm gonna leave this room open. You guys behave yourselves. And yeah. Take care.
Okay, have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow.
Bye, princess.
Need to figure out, right? So once you're that down, then you're gonna find like they really don't turn. They kind of turn like kind of retarded because the engine is low and in the back, as opposed to in the front. You want the engine in front of your crotch, ideally, and low. Okay. So I actually like went down on one because I was just turning into quad. Like I always do, I just turn to quad. It was fine, whatever. And yeah, those teachers stop on an automatic. It's small, and that's a scooter. And then you're gonna get bored of it because they're cool. What about mopeds? Yeah, like a moped. This is the same thing. A moped is just a small thing, little dinky, whatever. It's like riding a bicycle with a. What about Vespa? Have you been on Vespa? No, I don't even know what that is. I think they're like $12,000, aren't they? Yeah, Vespa. They're expensive. I just said somebody in my family has like Vespa from like 70s. Yeah, and it's still in mint condition. This is how good it is. Yeah, people think they look cool again. I think they look like little visual wheels. I would never spend $12,000 on a scooter or anything. Sucks. I spent $12,000 on a motor. No, but this one goes up to 100 kilometers or something. Yeah, it's good in my little 125 cc Honda Vario crossover. This thing got me $1,700. New. So do you have to go 2-cycle oil or is it like a 4-cycle? I don't know. I just took it to the mechanic. It was like $20 for a tune-up.
John Kitover, the 6th U.S. Congressman.
Baby, you ain't got to tell me the way you sound, the way your politics line up, the way you hate yourself, the way you despise yourself and your sexuality. I know you didn't grow up in the projects. I know you didn't grow up. I know you grew up in a trailer park, so you didn't grow up in the projects. That's where you grew up. Oh no, hold on. Can y'all let me read this bitch? Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Shit. Bitch, I know you didn't grow up in no motherfucking projects. You grew up in a motherfucking trailer park. You're a bum. And then you moved to Miami and got with them white people and you thought you was better. Oh, you are dirty. And every time I see you, when I feel like I told you months ago, I'm going to read you, girl. You hate yourself and you hate all those that are like you. I've been places. I've heard you say the things that you say. You won't ever play in my face. Hey, Susie. Oh, kiddo. What you gonna say, man? Leave. Did he leave?
Just gotta eat this food and like spoil his relationships with any class.
He's always gonna leave because I'm caught them here saying racist shit. This is how you know bitches be racist. I was somewhere and I heard her say some racist shit, and she knows I did. And I told her when she was there, I came on stage and I revealed myself, and I said, "Oh, okay." I said, "So you know it's hell for you." And so every time I see it, when I feel, oh, hey, racist, that, she's that. Why you ran, mommy? Why you ran, bitch? Why did you run? You always run. Yeah, bitch. Okay, you don't have a, you had to get off your right.
think that's what she was implying.
They all have the same masters.
Even if you look at France, it's either
They all go to that wall. They all
sure,
go
but
to that
if you were to look at like France, for example, which is either number 2 or number 3 economically as a superpower, and militarily it's either considered number 1 or number 2 compared, depends on who you're talking to. Like France, for example, they're recognizing Palestinian
truth. You say the
I
truth.
literally, I mean, I should say I don't know anyone. I've met Israelis before, but I literally, the last time I talked to somebody Israeli, actually it was probably on this app, but like outside of like random social media interactions, the last time I knew someone from Israel was probably in grad school. We're talking 17 years ago was the last time I shook hands with someone from Israel. And that's because he was in the same grad school program as me. And really outside of like cordial, yeah, and I was gonna say, and outside of cordial, like we're in the same. In fact, the two people I made good friends with in grad school, one was an Israeli, one was a Palestinian, and we became friends because the three of us would smoke. We all smoked cigarettes, and we were just hanging out outside and smoking cigarettes. It was not a thing.
I'm also a Jew and nobody invited.
But anyways, so listen, I say this, you can take it or leave it. I am a fourth generation American on my father's side, a third generation American on my mother's side. My grandfather on your side fought World War I, and the other one fought World War II. And I do not care. I've never been to Israel, and I really don't care. I mean, I care about it in the geopolitical sense of like we should all care about it, but like I don't have any interest in it.
My white side of my family's been here since.
But you're a Zionist, though. You're a Zionist.
What makes you say I'm a Zionist?
I can tell that you're a Zionist. You don't have to tell me.
And what?
You can lie all you want, but I can tell you're a Zionist just by the way that you talk and the way that you keep.
No, actually,
So
Jewish is actually very nuanced.
I'll criticize Israel all day if you want. I was gonna say, I can
I
criticize
can
Israel.
argue with Dewey on a lot of this shit because I am one of those fucking true Zionists.
That's not what I guess.
I will fucking fight for Israel and take their side on everything. I don't give a. So you're mischaracterizing him for thinking
Oh yeah, you're a Zionist.
It's the speed at which, it's the speed at which she mischaracterized me is interesting.
I know.
It actually, like, it makes it more difficult. It's very
I'm so
serious.
American, I'm fucking giving skull fucking extra bit right now. That's how
There's no room for Zionists in America. We fucking hate you people.
it's long guys too.
Especially
Like you can't.
and for the young generation.
Did you say especially chicks?
Yeah, especially Gen Z. We fucking hate Israelis. Look that shit up. Look that shit up. Gen Z is the most fucking anti-Israel generation that there ever was.
Congratulations.
I'm not going to make it up for you too, just so you know. It's on playing the shit out of my mouth.
Thank you. So, anyways, back to the actual conversation. So, after World War I, you had England, France, the European powers drew random lines in the map, right? And that's when the Middle East got fucked up.
More Zionist guys. It's okay. You know the truth. It's okay. You can go on Twitter and you can find out the truth.
What if Palestine was way more than like people that
But you can go on Twitter and you can find out the truth.
Twitter is the source of truth. Just look it up.
Well, you can go on TikTok, you can go on Instagram, you can go really anywhere on social media and you can find out the truth about the
So,
Zionists.
what I just described was at the end of World War I. Do you agree that at the end of World War I, European powers divided the land and drew lines on a map, and that's what made the modern nation states in the Middle East?
I can tell you this much, by the time World War I was happening,
Hey, Felicity, deep.
Zionist Jewish leaders had already taken over Europe.
Felicity, shut the fuck up, you whore. Listen, they believe in the words of Mark Twain when Mark Twain went to fucking Palestine and he said that it was a desolate fucking dry land that nothing would fucking grow there. What do you
Give
fuck
a
today?
fuck about Mark
What is really
Twain.
fuck today? I know, right? Mark Twain took a trip to fucking Judea and Samaria, old school Palestine, and he's like, this is a desolate fucking dead land that the people have not done anything with the fucking land. There's nothing over it. And then the Jews come in and they make this fucking beautiful fucking lush green fucking area it is.
I don't know what the fuck that has
brothers, the Jewish Warburg brothers, financed the World War II. Paul Warburg financed Germany, while his brother financed the war in the U.S. So the Jews were financing both sides of the war. Yeah. So that's what they do. Like, but you don't want to admit that because people are dying his lives.
What does a Jew doing something have to do with the state of Israel?
Because they're fucking Zionists. That's what it has to do.
Can you be Jewish
They've actually had speeches and they've said that this is a problem because Generation Z, the young adult generation, Generation Z, is against Israel. They're anti-Israel. Largely, most of them.
That's okay if you're anti-Israel in particular, if you don't get off your ass to be in the political universe in the first place, which Gen Z people don't.
Gen Z people have lives. Their lives have been so digitalized. They're not.
Alright, hold on. Felicity, shut the fuck up. I'm gonna read this stat. The Harvard Caps Harris poll conducted in July 2025.
Israel. The left and the right hates Israel.
Just look this stuff, bitch.
Both of them now.
A Harvard Caps Harris poll conducted in July 2025 shows that 60% of Americans 18 to 24 Gen Z support Israel. Oh, compared to 40% who support Hamas. Wow. That's a majority, Felicity.
They're not anti-Israel. They're just pro-anti.
Right, they need a cause. And again, everybody grows out of it. Talk about respect. I said 2 cents and you accused me of being a Mossad double agent.
No, I said you're full of. Okay, yeah, I did.
Yeah, okay. Wait, stop. I've got you, Felicity. Now that we've engaged a little bit, would you at least take that part back? The idea that I have some sort of dual loyalty or that I'm a Mossad
Yeah,
agent.
you definitely do. The way that you
You
came
still
from
think I am?
you do.
I do what? I am? You think I have dual loyalty? Then I gotta work for them. I work for them. And I get a paycheck or something? Is that what I get is?
You for sure have dual loyalty. You're a Zionist for sure. You're either in the closet about it or you're a Zionist for sure.
And you know this about me now.
Because of the way that you can tell, just the way that you
So
talk.
you just have an
People
intuition
who
for
are
it. You have an
anti-Zionist,
intuition for it.
listen, people who are anti-Zionist, they don't talk the way that you talk. They don't like hate for Israel the way that you hate for Israel.
I don't like
People who are anti-Israel.
Earlier you said it was synonymous. Being Jewish was synonymous with being Zionist. You said that earlier to me. You said effectively all of it. Yes, that's what you said.
How do you feel about George Floyd? How does a man George Floyd, demand?
Why are you talking about George Floyd?
Answer. 3, 2, 1, go.
First of all, no one gives a fuck about George Floyd. He's a fucking criminal. And a piece of shit.
You want people to give a shit about your thing? You want to give a shit about other people's things?
She's also neo-Nazi. Marshall, she's a neo-Nazi.
And neo-Nazis.
I am far right, but I'm not a fucking Nazi. I don't know what you're talking about.
White supremacist.
Israel has the best technology.
You sound retarded. That's just.
Felicity, we're sure. You know what? I don't want you to talk
I think it's funny that she's right if she's not white.
I'm not even white, you dumbass.
We can hear the black
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, so like I've been Trump, like even for this election, this 2024 election, I was going for Trump, and I was happy that he won, and I was hoping that he was going to deport illegals like he said he was going to do. He was going to do all this good shit, but he never ended up doing it because he didn't take action.
Where you are claiming to be part of a powerful generation, yet you don't exercise your civic franchise in voting for
There we go.
Okay, so I know that was a trick question or whatever, but
You remember when Donald Trump said he's gonna have those niggers vote Democrat for next year?
I don't give a fuck what you say. You can say whatever you want to say. You have to understand that I don't know what
He also had a nickname for his dick and his jumbo.
good for you. Understand that I follow. You can say nigger all you want. I don't give a fuck. I follow these fucking neo-Nazis. They say that shit all the fucking time. They'll say any fucking slur. So I don't know why you think that that's me. I literally
What is your platform?
like, what is your point? Are you okay? What's your point? Like, do you think I give a fuck about that word? Because I told you, sweetheart, I told you I don't give a fuck about that word. It's stupid. It's a word. And I said, you can offend over a word.
Raised by your fat white fucking trailer trash fucking mom. Who gave you fucking money.
And if you can offend
Your mom
by a word.
got fucked by a black dude, and then the black dude fucking ran out on you.
Alright, good for you. If that's how
And
you
now you
feel
call
about
yourself
it.
Creole and you're just misery.
So why are you being so mean to her?
Because she's
Where are you from, Felicity?
She said suffer.
Where are you from, Felicity? And what do you do for your work?
She just figured it out. Real, but you're so big. Real, but you were like bag and you know, Jacob.
Excuse me, I'm asking her what she does for her work.
Y'all are so funny. I'm just having the time of my life right now.
Show your white dad, Ray. Show your white dad while he's in prison.
No, listen, that's enough of that.
Wait. Dot. The guy was talking. Are you even white? Are you white? What are you?
Well, me, I'm royalty. I mean,
German, Irish, French, Real, but why don't you
Shut the fuck up. Everyone shut the fuck up. You're Irish. You're French. What else?
prison. Show the photo of your prison father, Ray.
Okay, what are you? Irish, French, and what else?
English, German, and French.
English, German, and French.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was talking to Felicity and I was asking her
Grandma's that
You sure
one.
you're not a gay rabbi?
work, you know.
Are you sure you're not a gay rabbi?
Y'all thought it's the Israelite. You see that black guy down there? He's a
Are
fucking.
you sure you're not a gay rabbi? I think that you're a gay rabbi. I'm convinced.
What's your name? Real Gad. Oh, he's from the tribe of Gad. Right, Ray? You're an indigenous Native American Hebrew Israelite, right?
I want to talk to Felicity and I want to
I know you two. You're trying to rizz her up because you're fucking retarded. You're worth $1 billion. You all know.
well, I got hundreds of millions of dollars in fucking lawsuits making. Well, that's a very good point. That's a great point, actually.
Yeah,
Where are you from, Felicity, and what do you do for your work?
The New Times Order.
Where is Felicity from? What does she do for her work? Felicity is a young Gen Z person.
Real does the real.
Thinks that her generation can be the future. My dad, Felicity, what's your platform? What's your bottom line? I'm curious about Felicity. Okay, that's great. If you get context and visualization, you're Armenian. Actually, I had a great client was Armenian.
It's a big deal because
Well, we want to talk about that.
Every time we see
Every 30 points lower.
Things that are wrong with this country.
Very likely you smoke or you shoot up
I smoke cigarettes and I do tobacco.
It's not their
I
fault.
can sure I
bet you stink too.
No, I wear clothes.
No, it doesn't matter how much cologne you wear anymore. You smoke cigarettes and doesn't stink.
I have
Period.
every man jack sample. Yeah.
I'll sample with the fresh.
Yeah, it smells nice. It's called every man jack, yeah. And then I wear YSL.
Can't you stink? Just admit it.
YSL St. Louis perfume. That George Armani Uncle Bishop.
Yeah, he's a homo.
I
He
love
is.
long too.
He's gay in the States, so.
My wife wears Chanel. Never,
You don't have a wife. You have a husband.
I've got a wife and three kids.
No, you have a husband
Yeah,
and
7 to 5.
3 cats. You have a husband and 3 cats, actually.
I actually don't have any pets. Our house is like super clean.
No, you
Our
don't.
house.
No. Your wife is a man, actually. Your wife is a
That's
tranny.
crazy though. They love all 3 of them.
Your wife is a tranny, be honest.
You're Creole, you have fucking low IQ.
Your wife is a tranny.
Let's look at the median IQ of the Creoles. I'm guessing it's in the 80s.
West Coast, West Coast, two missions.
Yeah, but you're a black kid. I know what you're fucking laughing at. Creole.
No, he's mad because his wife is a tranny. His wife is a man.
That's okay.
See, y'all may do it because you're such a bag.
67.
Do you know that you're so gay that Duet left? Do you know that?
I don't really know who it is.
That fucking Zionist, the fucking Zionist chill.
Dewey. Oh, you're talking about Dewey.
Duet, Dewey, whatever the fuck his name was.
He's not a Zionist.
Zionist. Yeah, he is. You're both Zionists, you're both gay, so.
He's not a Zionist, actually. I actually argue with him all the time.
You are both gay Zionists. Yes.
I'm a Zionist. 100%.
Air control. I don't. It just logically doesn't make sense to me. Why would they starve them? It's one thing if you claim and accuse them of being Muslims over their people and being rough on them and all those things and being bullying in that sense. But why would they starve them to death? It just logically makes no sense. It's like a king. It's like a king just starving out his people and killing everybody in his kingdom. They'll have nothing to rule.
Okay, so I don't have the numbers in front of me like everyone's prepared.
I don't want numbers. I just want logic.
Well, I'll tell you logically, right? I'll tell you my logical stance. The United States and many other countries gave the Palestinian people hundreds of millions of dollars in cash, and they built.
No, that's a lie.
Wait, let him finish, Leslie. Let him finish.
So I do know what I'm talking about. I was there. I saw it. So
Oh, bullshit.
if you
Please let him finish. Leslie, can you stop coming up the mic, please? Let the Monty engage, man.
So if we, and again, I saw the money go out, and Hamas took the money away from the Palestinian people. The Palestinians, and they recognized, again,
question. Why, just on the simplest level, like let's put out, just look on a simplest basic level. Why would Hamas kill off by starving its people who they need to have, like, they need to have a group of people to rule or govern or be ruthless to, in your words. Why would they starve and kill the people that they need to rule over? I don't get. Do you understand my question?
I do, and I would argue back with you in a very respectful way that the
No,
Palestinian
you've been respectful. We don't agree with you, but you've been respectful.
that's okay. But the Palestinian people were being starved before October the 7th.
That's not true.
For months.
That's not true.
And look at the poverty. Look at the housing. Look at all the things.
The poverty is good.
You just said that Hamas stole how many lots of money did you say? How much money did you say they stole?
Hundreds of millions. I said hundreds of millions. I did not verify. I can look at the UN. I can look at all the UN's. That's all.
They can't find the hundreds of millions. They didn't have to steal there. You saw that? Because Benjamin Netanyahu was giving it them. Benjamin Netanyahu's government was giving them hundreds of millions of pounds. So they didn't have to steal any money. What money did they have to steal when they were giving them off the Israeli government?
I don't agree with your facts, but you know that we're gonna respectfully.
It's in the chat. From a Jewish source,
Engaging with someone.
factual information.
No, because you're a fucking idiot.
Can you stop doing that, Minister?
That they were given money by the Israeli government. It's factual information. It's there from the Jewish side. It's a Jewish source. It's not even a source from anywhere around the world. It's from a Jewish source from Jerusalem. That they were given hundreds of millions of pounds. They will be given millions of pounds by the government of Netanyahu. So why would Hamas need to steal any money whatsoever? That's a lie. It's factually incorrect.
I respectfully disagree.
Well, the link is there. Have a look at the link by your own people, and then tell me that this is the problem you have, Jesse. You people who put out your own facts will not accept anything else other than no other way whatsoever than your way. You can't even when the information is from your own people, you still won't accept it. You won't accept that there's a level 5 starvation going on. Like you said, the people are stealing the food. Like you say, Hamas is stealing the food off the people when it's not. It's a gang that was released and they've been given guns and weapons by these Benjamin Netanyahu's government. It was him that armed them, and it's them that's taking the food, and then they're making out that it's Hamas. These are the things that you need to know. You need to know these things, but you can't even accept it when they
And they weren't being starved before October 7th, Jesse. That's just not true.
They were put on a low-calorie diet by Israel.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, he said look, they lived in poverty. That doesn't mean they were being starved by Hamas. They weren't. That's just, yeah, but he said they were being starved by Hamas before October 7th. That is not true. It's not true. Nobody has made that claim. Somebody has made that claim. If I make one clarification, Jesse, about the claim of minute-long clear prevail that's a former Israeli Prime Minister, he said Netanyahu, why did he fund Netanyahu? I mean, why did he fund Hamas? Why did Netanyahu fund Hamas? Right? Listen to the testimony, and he even has the testimony of the chief of Shabbat and chief of IDF commander. Just bear with me. I'm gonna play it. I know you don't have, you're driving, you're probably not able to look at the link, but it's better to listen to the clip. And this is the testimony of former Israeli Prime Minister saying about Hamas.
Deliberately boosted Hamas to try to prevent a Palestinian state.
Republicans.
Jesse, have you seen BB Files? BB Files, Netanyahu acknowledged that he did fund Hamas. Okay? You go watch the BB Files. It's available on Telegram.
What was that?
And BB Files, that's a documentary that came out in 2024. It's available on my Telegram. I uploaded it on there so people can watch it for free. And literally, in the BB Files, the cops interrogating Netanyahu and his wife, and he literally says, I have to allow the funding. I did this. I gave the funding to Hamas. And there's an article from Times of Israel. The shitman gave him, alerted him that not to fund Hamas twice because this money is about to be used for military make, which means for weapons and a whole bunch of other crazy shit. That's why. So I would suggest you, Jesse, please, this is Ehud Barak. This is an official government.
Can I maybe provide others? We have Netanyahu himself in May 2025 publicly admitted to it, and Olmer, former Israeli Prime Minister, also referenced it in the 2023 interview. Joseph Borrell, the foreign policy chief in January 2024, confirmed it. Yossi Cohen, former Mossad director, Herzi Halevi, also traveled to Qatar in 2020 under Netanyahu's orders to ask Qatari officials to make payments. Yosha Cohen, the former Israeli commander, and Netanyahu associated Mark in 2019. Quote, Netanyahu's strategy is to prevent the option of two states as ways to turn Hamas into the closest partner. Hamas is an enemy, converting it to an ally, and as it is, which finance the minister. Netanyahu referred to the Palestinian Authority as a vertically integrated policy. So, Jesse, I'd love to hear your opinion on all of those officials, some of which are political allies and some of which are political enemies, and some of which are neutral parties. Thank you.
I will need to prove that, Jesse. I know I don't believe now. I have to review the facts and see this with my own eyes. And I appreciate you sharing. But the truth is,
Jesse, are you in the Epstein files?
oh my God, yes. I went to his island.
Because I have to know, because you love Israel, you're Israeli, and you're Jewish, but there's a big chance you might be in the Epstein files.
Let's be respectful. Listen, he's being respectful. Let's
I don't know how we're going down this road.
Yeah, let's just talk like let's just be as civilized.
I don't think you should joke about being on that island. That's really disturbing.
Nah, yeah,
No, I really actually should think he might stay if he's supporting us.
So we were talking to something else, but I don't know what else we're gonna see. Yeah, stick to the facts. It's just
Jesse, it's okay. I'm a Zionist Jew. I can speak to them about capacity.
I gotta stick to the facts.
Hold on a second there, Shorty. Hold on, Shorty.
You're right, Scotty, but we're like saying the Epstein stuff, just like taking stabs at him. We're better than that. It's just
Yeah,
I'm not better than that. I don't care. I think it's in the Epstein files.
let's stick to the Netanyahu. I want to teach Jesse about the Hasbara. It's okay that we funded Hamas as Jews, as Israelis. It's perfectly fine. Netanyahu thought he was doing the right thing. We had a PLO problem. That was resolved. And now there's a Hamas problem, and that's getting resolved. It's perfectly okay. That Netanyahu funded Hamas. I think Hillary Clinton admitted that America funded Hamas too.
question. What kind of brain damage do you have?
Why are you slut shaming? It's not cool, but
Hamas doesn't have missiles, they only have rockets, buddy. Come on, you gotta get these people.
I am tagged out.
You send missiles to the hospital, they only have rockets.
I think Jesse is learning
I think I sat with some of the Israeli citizens that, so I think that
They're not disrespectful to Israel. I think you have to get them to coexist with each other. Why can't they not do that?
well, because that working out for you.
So the reason why I ask you this, if you agree on this, right? If you agree on right to exist, do you agree on how it was created by annihilating genocide Palestinians and making cleansing them and killing them, butchering them, slaughtering them, raping of their children as well, according to Tanzura. They did the Yasin massacre, that's the famous one. They killed 100 people in one of the villages. Do you agree on all of this? Because as soon as you say right to exist, which means you are vouching for all of this that took place in when they created the state called Israel.
Look, I'm an American citizen. There's a lot of things that have been done in my country's name, in our vote.
Yeah, but you condemn them. We condemn them. We as an American, we condemn them.
Well, I mean, who condemn what?
We all condemn what happened to the Native Americans, how they were butchered and slaughtered and genocided.
It's not just
Millions of
yeah, I mean, but there's more modern examples of America's overreach.
yeah, but they did this. They were allowed to zoom around the cities of America. They gave them
Here, to be fair, no one's asking us to give back our land. I don't support Israel and what's happening, but all I'm saying is,
Do you support Raza Pahlavi, Nima? Do you support Raza Pahlavi?
all I'm saying is,
Do you support Raza Pahlavi? Do you support Raza Pahlavi?
somewhat.
No, not somewhat. You have a flag. You support Raza Pahlavi. Just come and
The flag is not on.
I'm gonna talk to David. Yeah, I'm gonna talk to David. He's an American. I don't want to talk too much right now. When I open up Raza Pahlavi rules, I'll make sure to have you, and I actually need to get him as a terrorist.
I'm actually American.
It doesn't matter. You stay live in Los Angeles and you fucking, what do you call the Raza Pahlavi that literally fucking sided with Netanyahu that has killed over 900 people in Iran and killed over 50 children in Iran. Yeah, just shut your fucking mouth. There's no point. Just shut your mouth. I'm gonna talk to you. I'm gonna talk to an American. David is American. Somebody that's actually an American, not a fucking traitor to this country. So David, going back to you, if you shut the fuck up for a second. Just shut up. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your fucking Raza Pahlavi. Go shut that flag up your asshole. You fucking idiot. Shut that Raza Pahlavi flag up your asshole.
This is not a Reza Pahlavi.
Yeah, fucking Raza Pahlavi, you bitch. He was a dictator. He was a terrorist motherfucker, right? This guy wants to booty clap for it. They butchered and slaughtered over 900 people in Iran, and have killed about 50 children over there. You support the fucking killing of children in Iran. Some of these people like you, disgrace to you're a disgrace to the fucking this whole cause. Just shut your fucking mouth. Yeah, Pahlavi, just shut your fucking mouth. Yeah, shut your fucking mouth. Yeah, shut your fucking mouth, Pahlavi supporter. Go suck your Pahlavi's dick. Go suck Pahlavi's dick. Go suck your Pahlavi's dick. Go suck your Pahlavi's dick. It doesn't matter. I don't give two fucks about India or Pakistan. I don't give two fucks. People to work for Trump, right?
No, I did not vote for Trump.
Okay. But we should all be asking this question. What's in this Epstein file that's so connected to Israel and freaking America? Like, what's in it?
Well, I don't know. There's a lot of smoking guns, and we can all kind of, we can all kind of divine what's going on with that. And I don't think this evidence is going to see the light of day, if you ask me. I don't think it's going anywhere unless the Congress can get together and act on this. We saw what Mike Johnson did. He punted. He closed the office down. So everybody go home, take an early vacation. There's nothing to see here. But, as we know, the podcasts, the influencers, the MAGA right, they want to see what's in there because Trump campaigned on this. He campaigned on this, the whole QAnon connection, the Hillary Pizzagate. So we finally have something that's real with real teeth to it. And the main culprit that's sitting in prison alive gets moved to minimum security prison in Texas. So what does that tell you? She's cutting a sweetheart deal. The prison she's at, there's a policy where they're not allowed to sex traffickers or sex offenders in this prison. So how are they getting around that? So anyway, look, it'd be bad for Trump if he was in those files and was saw the light of day. It would, he would have to be impeached. And, I don't know.
But he has already been impeached.
I know, but he wasn't removed from office. There's being impeached, there's being removed from office, so.
Did you support, like, the Democratic Party here? Like, did you support Kamala?
Well, I didn't always support Kamala either, but see, I live in California where we have Oregon, a failed state with policies that are just all over the map. The homeless problem, the Democratic Party's siphoned off billions without any answer to where the money's going. Meanwhile, all the homeless around my area is still percolating and not being handled. We have the World Cup coming next year, and then we have the Olympics after that. So my city's got a lot of work to do to fix what's happening here. And
You're in Los Angeles, right?
yeah, in LA.
Yeah, I'm in Los Angeles too.
Yeah, so I'll go theaters.
I don't support your position, I'm sorry. I actually, from the bottom of my, bottom of my heart, I hate what's about to discover. I hate Trump supporters too. I hate, the MAGA supporters. And all the MAGA supporters are questioning everything now. They question the Epstein files. He's getting a lot of smoke on the MAGA supporters. They're questioning a lot of shit that Trump is doing right now. And he said about the FEMA, they started questioning about the FEMA thing as well. How the fuck are you gonna take away the funding from FEMA?
But Trump's,
I get it. I voted for Trump, but I get it. A lot of the things are not absolutely. If we talk, you'll see that we actually agree on a lot of stuff. But when you shut down communication by blatantly attacking the other side, you're not going to get to any resolution. Because that's what this platform is for. So we can talk and kind of learn about each other's.
I get it. But, I didn't vote for Trump or Kamala, and even for Green Party, I didn't vote because she wasn't gonna win anyways. But, you finish, David, what you're gonna say, and then,
well, I'm just saying, I mean, look, we that care about the rule of law, we care about, the railroading of little children, the trafficking, we don't, and we're not even believing the victims. I mean, the victims know what happened. Why is the Queen of England cutting a big check to exonerate her son, right? And the woman who received those monies ends up committing suicide. 2020, she had $10, $11 million. She committed suicide. So, anyway,
Reconstruction basically didn't go anywhere, and then we had Jim Crow, and then we had the Supreme Court finally say, hey, segregation's illegal. And so these same people are marinating in all these states in our country, still having these thoughts and ideas about what it means to be a white American. And so when Trump came along and blew the dog whistles, that's what got him the votes, right? And all he did was give tax cuts to the rich, cut it down to nothing. He's enriched himself with all this crypto bullshit, forming big deals. He's using these tariffs just to cut deals. He's leveraging our economy to cut outsized deals with the Middle East, Japan, Vietnam. Who knows? Who knows what else he's getting out of all this? So we're all paying that price, unfortunately.
Trillions of dollars in the U.S. economy, and
seriously don't get it with the present out of his supporters. No, no, leave out Russell Crowe, let me listen to your yeah. This is your mentality, right? When you look at America, you live in the West, right? Because of certain things, you know, you've been privileged, whatever. You want to talk shit about your own country, but if you do the comparison, they're both in a similar basket, by the way.
No, but hear me out. I'm not saying anything bad. I love my country and I want it to be free and I want to go visit. But all I'm saying is the situation
Free
is
like
very
what?
dangerous.
Can you give us an example of a country now that is considered free from your own point of view?
No, but see,
It doesn't have a corruption or
you're
doesn't have
absolutely
an
right.
elite
Listen,
class
hear
that
me.
is protected?
You're absolutely right. I'm not saying every other country is like paradise and Iran is hell. I'm not making that claim. What I'm saying is for you to understand why so many of the people inside Iran are disenfranchised, why they support what they support, is because of the dire situation inside Iran. And until you live that, you're not going to understand it
We
fully.
live that. We are from all over the freaking world that we have to deal with the same problems with different faces. The only difference between Iran is that in the face of the world they say no to the Israeli. What was the condition when Iran and Turkey was the allies
See,
40 years ago?
see,
What was the condition?
why. I'll tell you why. See, the sanctions you mentioned. Why does a country, even if you want to destroy, even if you have these crazy apocalyptic ideas, okay, let's put ideology aside. Why would you chant it? Why would you bring people to the street burning flags and saying what you want? Why would you show your cards? Why would you be political? Of course they're going to sanction you. Of course they're going to starve you. Of course they're going to humiliate you.
They control the cars that they can control, which is the economy. It's from the outside. But the strength of
But
Iran
that's
when it
what I'm
comes to
saying. See, they're giving them the
just
fuel.
yeah. The fuel is has to be when Iran was bending over to the foreign governments when they were under the Pahlavi and there was an alliance between the Turkeys and the Irans and the Israeli and the first people to promote Israeli statehood was the Iranian. It was the best friend of the foreign. It was cool, but all the money went into the freaking Shah, and the rest of the population was eating shit and getting tortured in the prison.
Not true. That's not true.
Really? So the prison system that was under torture for anybody against the Shah.
See, I'll
Remember?
explain it to you. There's an interview with the Shah and White Walrus, and he talks about the Israel lobby, literally point blank. YouTube it right now. White Wallace and the
God,
Shah.
it's just like the king in Egypt, the Mount Farouk. They were
He
all
talks about it. Listen, he talks about it. The Shah was not
what I think about Clubhouse and Israel. It could be whatever. But you see, they're recording you. It's so bad. It's so bad. Alright? So John, if you're listening, because I know you're recording me too. Okay? I'm coming for you too. Alright? Okay, John? Goodbye, guys.
He's coming for me.
No, that's fine. He's coming for me. Impact today, just today, Impact said to called out Marjorie Taylor Greene. And Marjorie Taylor Greene told them, say, bring it on, bitch. Come on. You wanna fuck with me, Impact? Come on, bring it on.
I hope there's peace in Palestine. I hope there's peace in Iran. And I just want to say good night to you.
I hope there's peace in Myanmar. I hope there's peace in Thailand and Cambodia.
Anyways, I think that's that was the content for today. People always content
shade to your dissertation. I don't know. I just feel like this becomes a slippery slope.
during the surgery, if you go to China, especially Shanghai, quantum computing, that's going to be very, very interesting. This isn't like, I believe that AI is only the beginning of what's already happening in China. China 10 years ahead of the United States, 50 years ahead of the United States. And quantum computing could be a very intricate, it's not being used, and among other things.
knowledge, all the different technology people, they're leaving. to other countries now because they just, you know, and you read the articles what they say. They say they just don't want bombs landing in their backyard, so they're leaving the country. And then before October 23, it was about how Netanyahu was trying to change the Supreme Court. They were already thinking about leaving.
I just wanted to say exactly what's happening right now. Everybody's leaving in droves. Not only talent, but also investments. Tech, fintechs, crypto, the whole 9 yards.
Everything's headed where? To the
They're
global
moving, a
south.
lot of people are moving to the UAE.
Yeah, the global south.
This isn't
UAE
just the
isn't
north.
UAE isn't BRICS. Everybody, you know, they're part of BRICS. Everybody's moving there.
Every step.
Put their money over there.
My beret.
Hong Kong, the stock exchange is going crazy. It's just, you know, it's going crazy right now. You know?
But the other way you know that.
Did you guys hear that banging?
But the other.
I am in truth the.
Listen.
I am in truth the food of all.
Yes. Did you hear that? No.
Is my body.
See, that's what I'm talking about. You're building a Western hotel.
Because creation.
That's on land that used to be ocean.
All created existence. Stuff.
I'm telling you, I gotta get out of here, man.
The supply for
The place is crazy now.
Oh,
I get this all day.
Am I?
They're building a Western hotel right down the road from me. It used to be ocean. Crazy. Yeah, so how it's going to end? I mean, this guy's destroying the country, man, financially. All of his people. You don't have a big country, and you got like what, 18,000 wounded people walking around and with no arms and no legs, blind in wheelchairs. They had that one young kid in the Knesset that was paralyzed. I saw the video, and he was saying, "You were supposed to take care of us. We fought for you. How come, you know, he's a Zionist in the Zionist country. He's like, you're supposed to, and look at us, look what's happening. And you're not providing for us." So that's what it's going to come down to, man, in that country. You know, you can try to hide it, but you can only hide it for so long. I mean, you've really devastated that country, that guy Netanyahu. He really devastated them. Financially, politically, in the world. I mean, it's a mess.
I mean, I think the way I'm looking at it, right? I think at one point the countries might do something about it. You know, either the country leaders or but then the country leaders. I don't think the country leaders, maybe the people inside these countries. Maybe I think probably Egypt, people inside Egypt. They might do something about this, I think. Because there are people inside Egypt, they feel really bad for the Gazans, right? And they're right across the border, they can't even go across the border. So there's a highly likely chance of them, you know, maybe protesting or doing something at the border, I think. It just needs a little bit of that, you know, and this is why the protests inside Egypt are not allowed. You can't even wave a Palestinian flag. So there's a possibility, you never know. If not Egypt, now Lebanon, they already went through with this, right? There's a lot of people that got killed, so they're probably not gonna get in there, right? And maybe Syria, because Syria has this animosity of Israel because they kept on bombing Syria out, took over the land, and I don't know. Anything's possible at this moment. If it does happen, you know, it kind of create problems for Israel. And it's a teeny bitty country, like, you know, there's migration, they can do it. Like Francesca Ladis, she said it in her statement that they can, the Navy ships, they need to, you know, start going over to Gaza, help the kids, help it, everybody, people out, and if they do go there, probably like 10, 20 of those heavy rockets, hypersonic, and Israel is finished. The whole government is done. They're going to run away to bunkers. Even their bunkers will be done. And, they can just come in and take over. That's it. But America might get involved, and because of America, that's why a lot of countries do not want to get involved with Israel. If America moves away from Israel, then it's very easy for anybody to take down. Even Hamas can take down probably Israel, I believe. And these 7th of October attacks, they keep on crying about it. 7th of October, 7th of October. How many 7th of October attacks have taken place on the Palestinians? Since 1947 up till now. It's too many to count. And then the first time they get to face the 7th of October, oh yeah, it's just a big deal. It's this. They literally arrest people and take them as hostage under administrative detention without due process. And a lot of times your families can't even see you. Your lawyers can't even see you. They're restricted, and they get abused inside Israeli prison. They get beaten, they get raped. They even freaking torture them by breaking their balls. Like, who does this? This is a demonic entity, and I think it would take some time, and I think it would need to be dismantled. I mean, the two-state solution deal, I don't see it, even though the countries might recognize it, but I don't think it's going to get anywhere. I think it's just a bullshit plan from the jump, because the two-state, they've been talking about it since early 2000s. And Netanyahu had a chance in 2015. He turned it down. 2023, but before the 7th of October, he had a chance. He turned it down in front of the UN Security Council. So there are multiple chances, but that's why I don't think the two-state solution deal will ever happen. It was a myth before. It's still a myth. Anybody want to chime in, or anybody want to come on up? Hey, what's up, Rayfan? If you want to come up, anybody else? What's up, dear? Walaikum salam. What's up, dear?
Not much. How are you?
I'm doing good. What's up with you?
Peaceful. Same boring life. Nothing special. I saw a news this morning. I don't know. Did you guys see that the United States put a bounty on the president of Venezuela? That was crazy. I was like, wow.
Yeah, I just heard about it from Andrew. He was saying that.
It's next level, man. Trump administration is taking the game to next level. He's putting bounty on officials of other countries.
But what was the reason why you put a bounty on?
I mean, based on what I read, they're accusing him of being a drug lord, something, a cartel kind of person. I think for Middle East they use terrorists. For South America they use cartel. People they don't like.
He's trying to get out of release the Epstein files. He doesn't want to talk about it. He wants to do crazy stuff so people can talk about that instead. Every time he says something, he just bring him back and say, what about the Epstein files, Mr. President? Oh, but I'm gonna kill everybody in the world, and I'm gonna blow a nuclear bomb tomorrow on Finland, and I'm gonna, Mr. President, what about the Epstein files? Oh no, but I'm gonna do this and that. What about the Epstein files, Mr. President? That's what they gotta keep doing. That's what he's trying to do, get away from that.
No, I honestly think he wants a legacy when it comes to international things, and he's failing. Like, and right now he's right after Russia. China, he failed. I mean, the economy of China didn't even fail tariffs, and Iran did sign any deal with him, and he lost it. I mean, what can he do to Iran? Right now he's after Russia, so he went after Modi, which was crazy. He's putting tariffs on India, and this Venezuelan guy is a Russian ally, so he's going after Russian allies. At least with it, I think that's the lowest hanging fruit for him, because both Russia and Ukraine do want to finish that war. So he's after Russia, and I think he's doing this crazy stuff. But I don't know how it will work out.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone ever studied war, the World War II. You know, but if you go back and you look at the Barbarossa, when the Nazis attacked, you know, the Soviet Union, I mean, they practically won this thing. I mean, they had like millions of Russian prisoners. They were all the way at Moscow. I mean, Russia was getting their ass kicked like you never seen, man. It was worse than I remember. I was studying. Oh, I thought that Russia, you know, fought in the, yeah, but they had to just. I mean, I'm surprised they didn't lose. I mean, people in Moscow were leaving. You know, they knew that the Germans would take the place in like a day or so. And then Stalingrad, and then all of a sudden, you know, what's his name, Zhukov, the general, and he turned it around, man, and they just started kicking German ass. So the Russians are used to that. They're used to losing, but still winning. You know, they'll lose, but they'll still come out the winner. I don't know.
I mean, Russians are really wild animals. I mean, they are the most racist, disgusting animals which is out there. Like, don't get me wrong. I really wish they lose. Even Chinese hate Russians. Everybody hates Russian in this planet.
Yeah, but Russia's not going to lose to Ukraine. They're not going to lose to Ukraine. It's not going to happen.
Right.
All of Europe will have to be a world war again. All of Europe will have to get involved.
But the policy that, I mean, what Russia wants, I mean, this is actually, again, goes back. So technically, this war is not about Ukraine. So Russia and I think ExxonMobil, they had this agreement because Russians' oil industry is bankrupt and it's really out of date. And their production is just going down because they don't have technology. It's a corrupt state. Russia is a corrupt state. It doesn't have technology. It's not like China. And ExxonMobil was working with them with their oil. And Obama was the one who sanctioned Russia. This is like, after that, Russia attacked Georgia, if you remember, after those sanctions. And they forced ExxonMobil come out. So the first Trump administration, his Secretary of State was the CEO of ExxonMobil. It came to power to actually fix that problem because ExxonMobil do want to access to those fields, but the United States absolutely doesn't let it happen. So the problem of Russia is really not Ukraine; it's just poking everyone to get access to oil technology. And it doesn't seem West wants to give it to them. So I think Russia will lose over time because Russia doesn't have anything.
With all the sanctions and plus the $500 billion that they froze of Russia's GDP is still greater than all of Europe combined right now. It's like fucking wild. You're telling me, man.
Russian GDP? What?
Yeah, man. These guys are growing like crazy.
The
GDP growth is like 4 point something, or 3 point something, whatever it is. It's insane, man. I mean, they're making money. That's why they're trying to stop India and others from buying Russian oil. It's not going to happen.
No, but the technology is outdated.
No,
No, their technology is good, man. They got some of the most dangerous hackers in the world in Russia.
Absolutely.
Yep.
No, I mean their old technology. They're not a player, like for example, offshore drilling and like they really do want to go to North Pole. You don't have those kind of technology.
But they're one of the largest oil suppliers in the world, friend. You know that, right?
They are, but they don't like for example, Iran has a lot of reserves, but cannot pull it out. And the thing about the oil well is that it dies. So you really need to have technology to keep oil well alive. So Iranian oil wells are dying. Russia's oil wells are dying too. You need technology to keep a oil well alive. Otherwise, very fast, you start losing money off a well. And you just have to
But my friend, China is backing up.
I'm saying China hates Russia. Everybody hates Russia. I don't think China.
No, China, isn't China an ally of Russia?
In a sense that China is fighting with US, so in that sense, like the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Yeah,
I don't think.
But Russia gets the technology from China. Everything happens through China. I mean,
I would be surprised if China give any technology to Russia.
and do you know that they
Russians
produce
are very aggressive, aren't they?
My friend, do you know that Russia produces 5 times more weaponry than America does?
Yeah, China is very advanced. Like the level.
No, not China. I'm talking about Russia. Russia produces 5 times more weaponry than America does, and they sell it to anybody.
Yeah,
anybody can go to Russia and buy it.
Possible. I mean, I'm not questioning the.
Yeah, you know the AK-47 is from Russia. It's a pretty famous weaponry that's been used by. Yeah, those are those are from.
They used to be great, man. They used to be like I was reading that after World War II, I think in 50s or 60s, there was this thing coming orbiting over the U.S. sky. That was the first satellite they shoot up. So everybody in the United States was scared to shit that Russia put an eye on the U.S. They were the one. They literally were the one who created the technology of satellites. They were great, and right now they are in this misery. Honest.
Yeah, so Russia, I mean, I don't know how you're going to stop that. He's got his eyes set on taking Ukraine, and people are doing all they can, spending all the money they've got to try to help Ukraine. So, I don't know. How are you going to stop them?
So, I was right actually. China is supplying them with the equipment and stuff with the oil wells, Wayfan, to Russia.
It's possible. I'm not saying, but the oil technology is, I think, is the big players are all Westerns.
Yeah, but China's pretty big on everything.
I don't know if
Because
they have this offshore technology stuff. I don't know. Maybe they have, but I haven't heard about it. These things that I'm telling, I read a book which was 2016, but maybe by now they have acquired. But this offshore drilling is a really advanced technology. I would be surprised if they had. Because you have to go under the ocean and create a well and then, bring the oil on. The thing is that I'm sure if they are given the chance, they can develop it. China doesn't have its oil reserve.
Actually, they do. Every time they do. They do offer offshore drilling equipment and support to Russia.
Could be. I mean, maybe they are developing it, the technology, because if you give them the free, they can develop it.
It's called the Nanhai 8 semi-submersible rig owned by China Oilfield Service Limited. Has repeatedly been deployed in the Russian Arctic to drill for Gazprom, contributing to major gas discoveries. Huge. So China is doing some big things, man, with Russia.
They're getting discounts, and they get all the oil through discount.
Yeah, and China gets the oil for cheap.
Yep. And it comes through land too. And they do it through land. They can, they don't need ships.
No, I'm sure if you give them the well, they will develop the technology. Not that they have the technology, they're developing it. You have to put your engineers and let them figure it out.
Do you know
these
that Russia
technologies are already developed?
Do you know Russia is the third largest oil exporter in the world, After the United States, Saudi Arabia, Russia's number 3.
I thought they even have bigger reserve than Saudi Arabia. They're big. That's why Germany.
I don't know if they have a reserve that large. I know the largest reserves are in Venezuela. That's number 1 in the world.
Oh, largest reserve, I thought.
In the world is Venezuela, but I don't know where Russia stands. But as producing, they're producing like 10 million barrels a day. It's a lot of oil, and it's all going to places like India.
Oh yeah, Venezuela.
At a discount. It's going to China at a discount.
I mean, even Pakistan.
Yep, look at that. They get it cheaper than, it's like $3 off the dollar, $3 off the price. So like if it's at $65, China's getting it for 62. That's a lot when you're buying like 500 million barrels a day.
And they buy it from Iran as well for cheap. Iran as well.
You got it.
I mean, I think
China is really big, man. China is.
That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of people fan in China.
No. I mean, all these wars in the Europe and Middle East, China is the winner. I mean, they're taking the best out of all these countries.
But I think it's a good sort of like I think to become an alliance with China. I think it's a good thing, right? To be able to depend on China for certain things, because China can give you a whole bunch of stuff, even like the from day-to-day use items. I mean, even a can opener in China, a freaking straws from China.
China. You have to pronounce it as China. China.
Do you speak? Chinese? Do you speak Chinese?
Not a lot. It's a very difficult language.
But it's what language do you speak in the country you're in? You're in I think Thailand.
Taiwan.
What language do you speak?
They're Chinese. Mandarin.
You speak Hokkien, right? Hokkien.
They have Hokkien also, and there is a 3 languages.
Cantonese.
No, Cantonese is Hong Kong. So here's
Taiwanese. That's right, Hong Kong. Yeah, I apologize. Yeah, right.
So here Taiwanese and Hakka and Mandarin, but Mandarin most.
Mandarin, yeah.
But I don't know. I normally don't talk to people. Just mind my own business. I come to Clubhouse.
I know.
I mean, that's one of the reasons that Trump is so angry, because Trump came to power to really, one of his main things is to control China. And he cannot finish the wars in Europe and Middle East. US, I think it was Obama which said this in 2011 or those time frames, said that US does not have any strategic interest in Europe and Middle East. The only strategic interest of US, I'm talking about strategic, I'm not talking about low-hanging, religious kind of interest. The only strategic interest of US is in Asia, to control China. And this, US just wants to get out of Europe and Middle East. it has been trying in the last, I'd say, 15 years after this announcement. And Trump was supposed to come in power. That was what he was saying. Finish these wars and get out. US really wants to get out. But he's failing. And China is winning. China. I mean, the reason that Russia attacked Ukraine is this. It was US said we don't care. Maybe this was like 30 years ago. Russia would not dare to attack.
I mean, if America would not have the pause, I think it would have been good, but America just had to they like to put their nose in everything, you know, and our tax dollars, just like the Iranian person that was in here, you know, I should be crying about why is my tax dollar giving Jews? What do I do, you know? He was complaining. Why is he giving to the proxies? I mean, because of the proxies, I think Iran is kind of protected.
No, Iran also is doing the same thing. So, I mean, this proxy thing, like for example, if you are a country, these lines, these borders, really, like if you are the ruler of a country, it doesn't have any meaning. I mean, international laws is not something that people care about. When it comes to international law, it is the law of jungle. There is no law. Whoever is stronger goes takes. If you are in a jungle, laws are for inside the states. For example, like when you go outside, the international law is a joke. When it comes to like Iran, just goes as far as it can. And this you know, when Iranians says why our tax dollar goes to proxies, and even Americans, why our tax dollar goes, this is the way the world works. And Iran was really taking over Middle East, and Iran is taking over the Middle East. I mean, this is why Israel is so pissed. US is living and literally in Middle East. I don't think anybody can compete because Iran has the population, Iran has the money, and has the geography. You cannot compete with that. Saudi Arabia has money, doesn't have population. Turkey has population.
But I don't see them taking over. I mean, Iran,
They will.
that's just as much influence in the Middle East as Turkey does right now.
And right now, because US
you might as well say Turkey is taking over the Middle East because Turkey is
Turkey doesn't have money. Turkey doesn't have money.
And Iran has more than Turkey? I don't think so.
Iran has gas and oil. Turkey relies on Iran for its gas. If Iran shut down the gas pipe, Turkey dies. All the gas of Turkey is from Iran. You need to have natural resources. If you want to be a power, you cannot rely on your resources on other countries. So Saudi Arabia and all the Gulf states rely on their population on India, on like, I don't know, other Arab states. They don't have population. So you need to have these three components. You need to have the resources, population, and land. The only country which in Middle East has this is Iran. And once United States leaves, which US is saying that they are leaving, Iran will take over. It's just a matter of time. Israel doesn't like it. There is a slang in Persian. It says that it will burn sooner or later. It's just a matter of time. Simple math.
I don't see Iran wanting to take over. That's the thing.
I mean, it's not a matter of 1-0.
They'll support people. I mean, they'll support other groups just like everyone else does. You know, France will support somebody, and other countries. Venezuela will support someone. Brazil will support somebody that they think have a similar perspective. And so Iran, I can see them helping Lebanon, the people of Lebanon, and the people of Syria a little bit. But I don't see them trying to take over like Saudi Arabia or Oman, or I don't see them trying to take it over.
So think about Europe, for example. Europe right now is in the hand of Germany. I mean, the European economy is controlled by Germans. So at the beginning, in the First World War and Second World War, they wanted to take over militarily, and they failed. But eventually they took over. Right now, Germans kicked England, British out also. You see, they are not part of the European Union. They just kicked them out. This is the same thing. Iran, after the revolution.
You talk about England voluntarily left.
Yeah, sure, voluntarily.
They are voted out.
Yeah, definitely. Because they were. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that Europe is now belong to Germany. Do you disagree with that?
Yeah, I do.
Or you disagree with that?
Europe belongs to the fucking Zionists. That's the problem. And we're all suffering now. Look at Europe now. I don't even recognize it anymore. They're destroying it as we're speaking. What's left because of the fucking Zionists, and they're creating agendas, Fuck Israel.
Oh yeah, that's a different story. Yeah. I'm talking about like countries, like the effect that Zionists have on the politicians worldwide. The Zionists are like in charge of money and stuff. That's a different story.
And that's why Hitler wanted to, wipe them out. But he knew they were evil. They were very, very bad for humanity. He knew it. That's why they needed to go. Really, they needed to go. Look how horrible. I don't know, sir. I don't know what life is like in Taiwan, but here in America is shit. Europe is shit because of the fucking Zionists. It's so bad. I'm telling you. I'm a bit older than you. I assume. I've seen a better Europe before. Now, don't even bother coming to Europe. It's so shit.
Again, I'm totally against what you said. I like Jews, and so I'm not going to Hitler had a reason. He was a fucking racist. The reason that he killed Jews has nothing to do with the Jews are bad. And he just he wants. I'm not going to. The point I'm taking is about Iran. So Iran, for a long time, wanted to take over militarily, and right now he has changed his approach. He wants to take over by the way that Germany took over Europe. But you have to understand, just look at the map. Iran is the only country which has resources, population, and land. So the same as Germany. So he will take over.
I have my own country that was stayed sovereign. I don't know what they did, that they never been taken by the Zionists. Like Iran, China, they have the Freimauer. Freimauer is the same fucking Zionist, just a different name. Whereas Russia, North Korea, I don't know how they did to stay away from all this Zionist shit.
I mean, the reason that Zionists are much stronger in the West than East is because for the longest, Christians and Muslims, they let Jews to handle money. So especially for Christians, handling money was a bad thing. Was if you do that, you go to hell. So they historically have control over money. And when you have control over money, it's the golden rule, gold rules. So they have a lot of influence because they have a lot of influence on the money. But in the East, they don't. In the East, I don't think they have that much control over money.
Wherever are the Federal Reserve, they have control over.
I think that China would actually definitely need to get involved, but I think it's gonna take some time because China would need if China was to get involved in Gaza thing. If there was anybody who was to get involved in Gaza to rebuild it, whatever, they would need some sort of a guarantee that Israel is not gonna. And I think that's why Hamas has changed their stance is that they want actually a two-state solution as soon as possible. You know. So they got what is it? They got I think 8 or 10 live hostages now, and then the rest of them I think dead or something. So that's what it is, and let's see if they get the people. I mean, if they can get the people from the other side and exchange it for these live hostages or whatever. But it's sickening, you know, these demonic people, they don't care about their own hostage. It's better to just kill them.
Yeah, didn't I give you a link where that was it Palestine? This doctor came back to just testify what he'd seen in demons. Where those Israeli hostages came out, was waving a white flag on the IDF, didn't care, they still shoot them.
Yep.
I mean, I like what you said. Deep demonic people, indeed, and they need to be gone. They need to leave planet Earth so planet Earth can heal and save humanity.
Yeah, it's a criminal Zionist entity. I mean, what do we expect? These people are just demonic. They live in the La La Land, you know.
Well, we're not going to send them back to hell where they came from because somehow, if we keep going back apparently to the origins, the less facts, documents, whatever you have. I'm on the thing. I think they just came from hell. I swear. Somehow find a way, you know, look like a human being, and then cause all kind of problems. I don't know. And they're worshiping the devil. I told you, and they actually worship the devil. Send them back there. They are happy down there. We are happy when they're gone.
Hey, what's up, Leila? Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. How are you?
Alhamdulillah, what's up with you?
Well, nothing, just finished work.
Yep. Yep, they're about to occupy the whole thing, and let's see what happens.
Is that confirmed?
Yeah, I mean, it says it was passed in the Knesset there. It's 75% is already under occupation, just 25% more to go. But he was crying in that article about.
What usually happens in that case? So the Gazans now, what's going to happen to them?
I don't know. So according to that Times of Israel article, Trump did say about the what is it called? According to Axios, Trump did say about Mitch. There's a lot of noise from the microphone. Yeah. So according to Axios article, it talked about that Trump is worried about getting milk to the babies. About the mothers and the babies. I don't know. That's the only thing he's worried about. And they did talk about the humanitarian aid part, I think, but they don't have a proper plan, right? But the issue is GHF is literally funded by, and he said he wants the Arab nations and European countries to come and help America, with this aid and whatever. He doesn't want to be real responsible for it. Even though he provided them weapons, here go kill more people.
Yeah.
America is basically complicit, is responsible behind this weaponry.
So are they planning, just so I can get this clear, are they planning that they're going to occupy whole Gaza and build, in Gaza and have just like Tel Aviv and Israel?
I don't know. So there were 22 Knesset members, right? They had a bill. It was passed by the defense minister for them to go survey the land, northern Gaza, how they're going to build settlements in the future. So by the looks of it, anything's possible. Once they're in, they ain't leaving.
Yeah.
And they're going to try to get the hostage, but I think the hostages will be killed.
It was never about hostages.
Yep. It's never about the hostages.
Correct. They don't care. They just want to kill. And they don't want to be stopped. There's been a protest inside Israel who were against that. And they want to get the hostages back. Can I say something? Why now? Why not 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago? No. They don't really care. Now they can see there was destruction from Iran and the world are standing up and hated it. Now all of them going no protest. Ridiculous.
No, they've been protesting before the 7th of October against. It was a minority, a smaller number against Netanyahu. And suddenly the 7th of October happened, and the rating for Netanyahu went up. Even the leftists that did not want Netanyahu, they sided with Netanyahu because he was fighting Hamas. And then now the rating kind of went down, and then it's getting big. So every time he fights Hamas, they all agree on it. This is the problem with these Zionist criminals, the baby killers. So they did protest, but now they're, but they have a problem with internal affairs. And Leila, those people that are protesting, against genocide, whatever. One thing I don't get, right? The Israeli settlers, they're literally, having their kids lay down on the road to stop the aid from going into Gaza. Jordan complained about this the second time.
Yeah.
And those people that are protesting against genocide, these guys are such hypocrites. They don't even have the balls to stand up against the settlers.
They say they're against the genocide, Amir, but they also want their hostages back. That's the whole thing. It's not like
they don't care about the Palestinians.
Yeah. But they have to say we want peace. We want this war to stop because we want our hostages back. They don't care about the Palestinians. Did you see the images? And there was also a video of one of the hostages where he's also starving, and they made him dig his own grave.
Yeah. That triggered them. That pissed them off.
Yep.
They come in here. They talk about that all the time.
Yep.
I'm like,
and you're starving Gaza, so.
Yeah, no. They said that it's Hamas starving them. The guy that handed them a can of beans. I went back and forth with Samson. Remember that idiot Samson?
Yeah.
He goes. How come that guy was healthy? That guy was buffed up. I said, do you think that I didn't know he was whether he was taking protein shake, protein bars. We don't know about that. I don't know. These people that come up with these weirdest fucking arguments, I can't believe it. Oh my god.
that's what it is. But
I was having a chat with someone today who's, into this whole IT business, and we're talking about the next steps for AI. They're going up there. Like they're actually AI is gonna replace doctors, educators. You can walk down the streets and see an AI where you think it's a human. Does that make sense? So I asked the question, and he's like, so it's gonna obviously become a big thing, but then it's gonna crash down eventually. I'm like, what about in regards to wars and how's AI gonna play a part in that? He's like, each country they'll set it up into their own, they have their own setup, how they want it to run, and that's it. AI is just it goes by codes and by numbers, and So it's going to be very, very interesting that this is going to come up, especially because it's big in America. How it's all going to, maybe they're going to get AI to, build Gaza again for them. You never know.
you mean they're gonna have a large enough 3D printer?
Oh, yeah.
3D printer.
That's wild. I like to see that.
You've seen a 3D printer, right, Zero?
Yeah.
I have a house idea I'd like to build myself. If I could borrow that printer, please.
Look, Levy, come on up, man. Have the balls to come up, engage. Instead of freaking, sitting in the audience all day long, getting triggered by this room.
IDF is doing fine. IDF is committing suicides right now.
Yeah, they're committing suicide, and they're, they're tired. They're tired of this whole thing, but what do we do? Netanyahu just wants them to keep fighting.
Look at Netanyahu. That Netanyahu, he looks like, I don't know, he comes across, he's like the Antichrist, honestly. All the characteristics that he has.
They were calling Trump Antichrist.
Yeah, I think kind of both of them.
Which one is the one?
Both of them, I would say. I don't know. I have to feel that guy is the Antichrist, trust me. And he is the worst being that ever walked on planet, or will walk ever on planet Earth.
Yep, but there could be more than one Antichrist, We just don't know which one is it. But Trump is tired. He wants to get out. He's like, what do I do? He was asked, are you okay with that?
Trump wants to enjoy his time being a president. He only became a president in January this year.
He's a dickhead. I'm going to start a deep state. Yeah, what is it? He licked the asses now. Oh my God. I don't know. They should really, shoot him in the head for that. Honestly, if something happened to him, it's only fair.
No, Trump literally wants a legacy. I mean, if you go
what
back,
legacy? When the whole world hates you. When the whole fucking
why
world hates you.
he even ran for presidency? It was a dinner in White House, and Obama specifically made fun of him in front of so many people. From that moment, Trump is obsessed to get a legacy, to prove that he's better than Obama. And Obama has a couple of legacies. He has a legacy with the healthcare that Trump couldn't do anything about. He had a legacy with Iran, which Trump came and fucked it up. But Trump doesn't have any legacy. Like first presidency ended up in COVID, and this presidency doesn't seem to be going anywhere.
Is it true they can only run for being a president twice only?
Yes.
Okay,
That's
so this is his
the
last time.
Constitution. Yeah, because FDR was 4 times, and after that they put it in a constitution that is limited to 2 times. So Trump
he wants to go down history.
Nobody wants to change the constitution, Lisa.
You cannot.
He wants to change it.
Yeah, he wants. You have to ratify by 2/3 of states, and it's impossible.
Trump is a hostage. He's honestly a hostage.
I mean, they got something on him. They got something on him, right? I mean, can you imagine? So we have FEMA here. Yeah, we have FEMA here.
he wanted to put the $1.9 billion, right, the FEMA disaster organization, you cannot boycott Israel. Like, because of the disaster, so many millions of people can be killed, right? He wants to hold the money, if you boycott Israel, we're going to take the money away. And then even relate to, and then he had to walk back on his statement 3 hours later. And then Canada said that we're going to come, we're going to recognize Palestinian state. He goes, if you do that, we're going to, have a tariff war. Like, what's on those files? I think there's something on the file that connects Israel and a lot of the politicians together. If it was to get released, oh my God, something the hell will get loose. And what else was I going to say? Oh yeah, the Ghislaine Maxwell, the sidekick of Epstein. She was actually told. She was told she was sent to a minimum security prison. I wonder why. Are they gonna kill her, or what's the deal?
Definitely, Epstein files is a big thing. Also, I think when it comes to Israel, Trump wants this Ibrahim Accord to be the reason that there would be a peace. So, like any states and going like against this, like for example, if Canada recognized Palestine without U.S. permission, is basically against Ibrahim Accord, right? So that is the challenge that Trump has right now. Trump really wants a Nobel Prize, wants a Ibrahim Accord, wants something to go down the history, not down the toilet. So that
he's going down the history as the next Hitler, I think.
Not only that,
no,
even
Trump is a big fart. Trump is a big fart in history. Like 10 years from now, nobody will even remember.
What I found, there's literally states in America where teachers get paid $15 to $16 an hour, and that's education. And this cunt is sending billions to a country that has nothing to do. America didn't start this war. Americans have nothing to do with this. Why aren't you improving in your country? Why are you sending billions to Israel? They have something on him. He has to do it. That's why I say he's a hostage.
No, the reason that US does this thing, this is a problem in the US. Like, for example, politicians send these monies to Israel, and then Israel send those monies back to US, to like part of it, not all of it, to elect these politicians. Do you see the chain here? So in US, politicians really, in order to be elected, they need to raise money. That's how, for example, in Taiwan, for politicians to be elected, they have to raise a signature. You have to go and gather signature. But in US, you have to gather money. So if you don't gather money, you don't get elected. So you don't even go on ballots. So a lot of these politicians send money to Israel, and part of this money comes back for these politicians to be elected. So this is a chain that the economy, I said, these people
So would you say that the world's strongest country, with power and everything is controlled by Israel? They've got them by the balls?
I wouldn't say they got them by the balls. I say they know how to play the game, the US politics games. They are really good at playing these games. Other countries can play this game, like Saudi Arabia can play this game. I mean, they are doing pretty good. I mean, right now in Middle East, I think Saudi Arabia, look at this MBS. He's literally a person which did, what did he do, Khashoggi? That, for any politician, that was the end. But right now, he's doing very good. I mean, Saudi Arabia, because they're doing the American politics. You have to play American politics. And Jews play pretty good. I mean, Israelis. I want to distinguish between them. It's not like if Muslims start playing the politics of US, you can easily change the direction. I don't see it as Israel is taking United States by balls. I don't see it that way. I see that they know how to play the game. It's a game. US politics is a game. You just have to play. Whoever plays better wins. I mean, you should be capitalism. You cannot be like a socialist country. Like, for example, China. You cannot be China or Soviet Union. You have to be capitalistic system. So the ideology of United is capitalism. Once you have that ideology, then you can play the game.
Yep, I mean, you have to play your cards right, you know. If you don't play your cards right, especially, you know, at the government level, it can go sideways. And if it does happen, but a lot of these nations are coming out. They're about to recognize the Palestine as a state. But I don't know, where do we go from here? What's next? I just don't get it. What? I mean,
I don't
so
think
is there?
Benjamin Netanyahu cares about other countries recognizing Palestine as a state. Like, he's gone way too far doing stuff that no one agrees on.
Yeah, no, I mean, he did. They got scared and they start calling them, like, even Germany went to recognize the Palestinian state. They start calling them Nazi, whatever. It was in the reporting times of Israel, one of the ministers. So what they did an emergency annexation plan in the Knesset. It's a non-binary, right? It was just for the show, to get a reaction out of America and see what America is, how is going to respond. But then Trump, his campaign when he was, going from state to state, there's this lady, Zionist lady, she actually funded his campaign $100 million, and she wants Trump to help them annex the West Bank. And Arkansas, the state of Arkansas, they already passed a ruling. They're calling the West Bank Judea and Samaria. And in Americans, in the Congress, there's a bill. If it gets passed, they'll call it Judea and Samaria. And
how you doing, pal?
What's up, Mark?
I'm Harrison, if you remember.
Yeah, what's up with you? You got
Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm looking for Ludwig for a long time.
Yeah, I'm not sure. You can probably find him in other rooms. So what I was saying was, in Arkansas, they passed a bill. They're calling the West Bank Judea and Samaria, and they're calling what else did they? Oh yeah, they what was it? Oh yeah, they even built a little area called white supremacist land. I guess God promised them that piece of land, right? So it's about, I think, 70 families or 100 people are living on that land, and it's just full of nothing but the racist, white supremacist piece of shit that are living there. And I think people like that are normal, right? And people that are, not from that land, and they are from Ukraine, Poland, or whatever, they should just live with these people. Arkansas, and they respect the white people, and that's the way to go. But anyways, that's where we're at right now. Oh. Yeah, by the way, maybe...
Did you hear about Benjamin Netanyahu sanctioned Australia?
Yeah, you told me. So what is the sanction for?
Where Australians can't travel to Israel. That's pretty much it.
No, but why did he do the sanction on Australia?
Because first of all, Albanese was one of the countries recognizing Palestinian state, and also that the 300,000 protest at the Harbour Bridge really triggered everyone because he allowed it.
That's funny. Thursday, that was it?
Yeah. Damn, I was dying to go to Tel Aviv.
Wow. Let's see. There's officials. There's officials. You wouldn't believe it. There's actually a travel ban against two far right cabinet, right? The National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir and Bezalel Smotrich. That's one of the reasons. So Australia joined the UK, Canada, New Zealand, and Norway, and issuing.
They're not allowed to enter Australia.
These are genocidal maniacs. The sanctions were imposed due to their roles in inciting extreme violence, supporting illegal settlement expansion, advocating policies while they see that undermining Palestinian rights and two-state solution. The second reason, the second reason was earlier in July 2024, Australia sanctioned 7 individual Israeli settlers and the extremist Hilltop Youth Group for involvement in violent attacks on Palestinians, including beatings, torture, and sexual assault. Right, and then this was reported in Al Jazeera and Guardian and ABC. What else do we have? And these measures are, they're in violation into a court of justice ruling deeming Israeli settlements illegal under international law. Australia's justification and response, Foreign Minister Penny Wong emphasized the targeted nature of the sanctions. They were aimed at violent individuals and individuals and groups and not the Israeli state to uphold international human rights norms and working toward a two-state solution. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese explained that while Australia still supports Israel's right to exist, it expects adherence to international obligations and the protection of basic human rights. International national reactions and tensions. Israel's government condemned the sanctions as outrageous, with its foreign minister pledging to respond diplomatically. The United States, particularly Secretary of State Marco Rubio, criticized the move, calling it extremely unhelpful and warning it could undermine U.S.-led peace efforts. Australian advocacy groups such as Australian Centre for International Justice welcomed the sanctions as a meaningful step toward accountability. Yeah, so it was like the settlers was number one reason, right? And the 2 ministers, they can't go, right? And even their assets freeze. So whatever I don't know, did they own anything in Australia? Ben-Gvir and Smotrich?
I haven't looked into it.
If they own,
that is a big thing for them.
Yeah.
But I mean, you know what? I actually forgot to tell you guys. After that protest on Tuesday, there was an attempted school shooting at Islamic private school.
Really?
Yep. The whole school was under lockdown. It's a school that obviously my nephews go to. The kids were hiding under the table for like 30 minutes. After that protest.
It's crazy. These people. So who did it? Like, who was the shooter?
Islamophobic. He's Islamophobic. He came in the morning because it's a private school. Like security is, higher. He came in the morning and he couldn't enter the gate, and he was asking them like, why do you teach the Quran? And obviously he couldn't enter. He waited in the afternoon. There was a school excursion, so the bus had to come in, and he drove straight in after the bus. And he was loose inside the school with a gun. And Australia history, it's not like it's unfortunate in America that's happening a lot. We've never had that before. It's like we actually never had that before. So everyone, that happened on Tuesday, it was a big thing. And he's local, and he got caught.
So Australia did the. Now the shooter was. You said that was Islamophobe. Was he a Jew?
We don't know yet. But you know why? Because it's not on the news yet. I don't know why they don't want to put it on the news yet. The whole school was under lockdown. None of the parents could enter.
Easy, it's Islamophobia. That's why it's not on the news.
Oh, I'm waiting. On Monday, I'm calling the news myself. He was actually Australian, Levy. He was a whitewashed Australian. He got caught, so you can't say he's one of our own or, you know. He's a whitewashed Australian redneck that went into a school that wanted to kill kids.
So you say this is happening right now?
It happened on
Leslie, Layla, you said it's happening right now?
Tuesday.
Oh, Tuesday it happened.
Yeah.
So they got him.
Oh, yeah.
So they got him.
Yeah.
No, nobody got hurt then.
No, thank God.
Yeah, right? Bunch of maniacs out there, man. They're all out there. Oh, that's what you call a sore loser, man. These people, man.
That's
like
terrorism.
Rabbi Zion.
That's actually terrorism.
Yeah, they're sore losers, man. They can't win on the battlefield, so they go out and try to attack, civilian people, kids, women, things like that.
I just looked at your picture, Zero. I like it.
That was the closest I can get in what I created to the girl that they say the girl Virginia Guffey. You know what I mean? The one that they say that she supposedly committed suicide in April, which is bullshit. She was the most vocal one, the one that she's the one that Epstein took from Trump's Mar-a-Lago spa, and then took her, and then right away him and his girlfriend started raping her. You know what I'm talking about? The girl Virginia? No. You don't know the whole story, right? But Epstein? But anyway, it kind of looks a little bit like her. That's why I did it. I made it kind of look like her. Because that's all she wanted, man. And then all of a sudden, oh, she committed suicide. Bullshit.
So you are doing this with AI, Zero?
Yeah.
This is power. This is what can help Palestinian win. These stories that these ideas people are doing or settlers are doing to Palestinian using AI to make it graphic and then push it up American consciousness. That will really be playing your cards right. I mean, as an idea, I don't know, it's up to you. Like, if you can advertise, like, each person has a little talent. Like, somebody provide the story, somebody bring the AI capability. Like, I know some computers, but somebody which can organize these strengths together. And you can make videos and just keep pushing it into YouTube and advertise for it. I think that is what will win eventually this war. Who is on the right side of history. Anyway, I need to go. Take care, guys.
Oh, by the way, also that girl Virginia Guffrey, she's the one that what is King Charles's brother Andrew had to pay the millions of dollars to. That's the same girl that he had to pay the millions of dollars to her.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, for the Epstein thing. Yeah.
God, these sick fucks, man.
Yeah. Yep.
Also, a little bit of an update. Amir, I was not expecting this from Starmer so quickly, but he's right now speaking out against Israel's invasion of Poland. I don't think Amir is there.
I think I hear in the background. I know, man. For him, it's only like 1:30 or something over there, but
yeah.
People on the East Coast, it's like 4 something. You're in the States, right, Sam? Right?
Yeah. I'm in
I'm over here. Texas. Okay, so you're at like what 2:30 or something.
It's 3:30 for me. It must be like
3:30.
5:30 for you, right?
No, I'm in Asia right now. I'm at 4:30 in the afternoon.
4:30 though. That's crazy.
Yeah, 4:30 in the afternoon.
Man, every time I get into this room, you guys make me miss Singapore so much.
Yeah, we were just talking to this young man, Andrew. I don't know if you ever talked to him. You were in the room with him, right? When he was just here? About an hour ago?
No. I was in a different room.
Nice young guy, man. His wife is suffering from cancer, and they're in Prague. He's from California. They went to England, and then they moved to Czechoslovakia. But he was asking, what is it like over here? Because he has a job offer for Singapore. And I was like, take it, man, take it. Singapore is a nice place to live.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like Thailand or Philippines or Cambodia or whatever else. If I went 2 countries to go to, it would be either Malaysia or Singapore. That's about it.
No, 100%. I'm still trying to decide the country I want to go to settle down for the rest of my life, but dude, one thing's for sure, America ain't it for a calm, I would say older life. Yeah.
I mean, if I wanted to go to Europe, a lot of Americans are going to Malta. Malta. I saw that this couple that does videos about it just yesterday. And they're like, welcome to, I think, Gozo I think it's called. And let me show you how we can live here on $3,000 or whatever it was, a month or whatever. It was real low. And, it was beautiful looking. And Portugal's another place people go to. They like it. Spain's another place people are going to a lot. A lot of retirees, man, when they get out of the, as soon as they hit retirement age, they leave, man. They leave. This big expat community, that all over the place, you run into them all the time.
Yeah. I cannot wait until I get the experience to become an expat. The moment I do, I am gone.
What do you do for a living? Do you do anything where you could become a nomad?
I'm cybersecurity.
A digital nomad? Oh yes, cybersecurity. See, you could be a digital nomad then, right?
Yeah, 100%. But the problem is right now, I don't have I just barely got out of college. It's only been like 3 years, right? So it's gonna take me, I think, like another 3, maybe 4 years to get into anything expat, cybersecurity wise. I
So-
think, yeah. Go ahead.
So you weren't on your job during COVID, right? Yet.
Yeah, no,
You were
I
still
was
in
in
college.
college. Yeah.
Yeah. I was gonna ask you how are you working from home, or can you work from home? Because if you can, people need to sit down with their boss and say, boss, you're spending X amount of dollars on me here. If I become a digital nomad, say in Bali, if you give me like just $2,000, $3,000 a month for living expenses, it will save you X. I mean, for 2, 3,000 in living expenses, you can live like a king. That's on top of your salary. I mean, tell your boss, like, I can save you a bunch of money. You send me to Bali. I'll work out of Bali.
See, my position is really unique in the sense that, like, how do I put it? I'll put it like this. So my company does work with Israel. Okay, so right now it's a lot of the workforce that I was working with for the past like 6 months, especially that in Israel, have been laid off, right? So, especially like with my bosses and everything, they're recalibrating to figure out like what they want to do, everything like that. They're just keeping work from home for at least people in my team because, you know, uh, they said we deserved it. As for expat, one of the reasons why they chose me was because of my U.S. citizen designation, and they got kickbacks for it. So they don't want to let that go. I tried having a conversation, especially with my bosses. They're completely fine, but the company themselves don't want to sponsor an expat in my position. They said that I need more experience.
The CFO, Chief Financial Officer, the one who makes the money decision.
Yeah, I think so. I think it was the CFO that said that, but they were very specific on my experience.
Well, you're very young, man, so
Yeah.
you'll get it. When you get a little more experience, you can start making demands.
100%.
Right now, your car in the parking lot is like way back there.
Yeah. No, but I can't wait to also jump soon from this company as well. But yeah, at least I got a nice chuckle out of the fact that they laid off a bunch of Israelis.
Yeah, it's happening over there, man. A lot of the tech guys are like just leaving the country. They're like, forget it, I got to go somewhere else. Because a lot of companies like Samsung and Intel, right? I don't know which company. I don't want to get in dox you or anything. I get into the name of the company.
I won't say my company specifically because right now it's pissed off the Israeli government several times.
Exactly. Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
But
a lot of these companies over there, a lot of foreign people are like closing it down because financially. I mean, you can love the country, but if people are bombing your building and destroying your building, and you can't get work going over there, and the infrastructure is being messed up. Get out.
It's not even
You're an
that.
investor, get out.
It's not even that. Apparently, so one of the things is like, so they laid off the Israeli people specifically because they cited 3 things. One, they weren't doing the work, right? So they were just hemorrhaging money. 2, every time they they were trying to like get something done or whatever, the government will randomly ask for like something of a loyalty thing. And 3, and this is where I was involved. We had to give an exchange of information, but the problem is that every time, so this is very specific for both Turkey and Israel. both of those countries are pretty much assholes to deal with when it comes to what information you're allowed to, you're allowed to give. And when we say like, hey, we can't give certain information because they don't pertain to your country or your citizens, Israel and Turkey are very specific in saying, no, we don't care. We want to take control of all of your information. So that was kind of like the straw that broke the camel's back. And they were like, because of all three events, we're just laying off the entire Israeli team.
Yeah, everybody does that. You know, they want all the intellectual property.
Yeah. So good on the company for it, but yeah, it's still a pain in the ass to deal with. What's up, Kevin?
Yo, anybody believe in here it should be a two-state solution?
Yeah, I believe majority of them believes it's a two-state solution.
Should have been like that years ago.
Oh, 100%.
Oh, matter of fact, 100 years since 1917.
It's not even 1917.
No, but why? You say 1917, why? In 1917, it was one place. And everybody was living together, but then you have the... Yeah, no. But 1917, those people were at home in Europe. So why would it be a two-state with people who live in another land? It's like right now I say, no, let me just finish this. Okay, let me just say I have my country here. And I call somebody in Japan and say, hey, you Japanese, come over here and we'll have two states. Why am I going to do that?
You have to just deal with the inevitable, right? We all know Britain is a cause of a lot of shit that's going on around the world. Okay? India split into three countries because of who? Britain. The Middle East carve up with the French. Okay? They're the cause of that. After a while, you just have to see the writing on the wall. You can't stop it. So just agree. They should have just agreed to it, but they didn't want to. So now we're in this mess, right? I don't believe the Zionist Jews should have came over there and take the land. You know what I'm saying? With the help of a superior country. You know what I'm saying? And then the British just left and said, oh, they can't deal with it. So they just left it up to the UN. Before it was the League of Nations. You know what I'm saying? So now you get a state that becomes a state. I mean, you get a nation that becomes a state in 48. Then you get the 6-Day War in 67. Now you still got this mess. Now you got radicalists running around, killing people in their settlements, taking land, and it's like nobody is just doing nothing about it. The UN is saying, oh, it's illegal, but you guys can't do nothing about it either. So now what?
No, I'm just saying, I can see people arguing for something now, but it's like in 1917, they weren't there. So why, I'm just saying, like, why would you call somebody up and say, hey?
A few of them were there. They were just living in
peace.
Yeah, they were living in peace. Yeah, but you had the problem is...
So why did you need a two-state? You didn't need two states back then.
All right, the problem is you have an issue when you have a superior country comes into the region, carves up the land saying, oh, okay, look, right? Jews never had control of that land since I could, date back. I mean, the Egyptians had control of it. Who came next? Roman. And who came next? The Caliphates. They never had control of that land, ever. From my knowledge, they never did. Now they think that, we got the opportunity with a backing of a strong country, which is the U.S., that gives them $3.3 billion per year, plus more. After a while, you just gotta have to give in, like every other freaking country did.
Oh, what do you mean give in? What does that mean?
India, they gave in. India gave in.
To whom?
To the Brit. To the Brit. Oh my gosh.
The British are there now?
No, they left. No, they left, but they
so they didn't give in.
They did give in because their country got split into three. That's giving in.
Well, it got split. Yeah, but they didn't give in because the British are not in either one of the three.
How is not giving in if the country split into three? It used to be all India. Then it was what, East Pakistan, West Pakistan, and India. Then it changed to Bangladesh, India, and Pakistan. All because a couple of Caucasian people don't understand the region. They don't understand the ethnic background. They don't understand the religion. They try to force Christianity onto a bunch of Hindus, which they have one of the oldest religion known to man. They come over there, fuck shit up. Then you have Mahatma Gandhi around that time telling them, yo, you need to leave. You're causing too much chaos. They didn't leave until after World War II.
1948.
Exactly. So, that's giving in. You allow somebody to infiltrate your country, tell you guys how you should live. You fought. You lost. And then after a while, you just gave in and said, you know what? And then now you got other people that's there. They believe, oh, we should have our own country. We're Muslim. We're not Hindus. And then you get this mess. Now you got two countries that they don't even agree with each other. And actually, you guys are the same people, just with different religions. So to me, that's giving in. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know. Look at the French. Vietnam kicked them out. Algeria kicked them out. Niger just kicked them out last month.
Right. So, and then you have a situation ongoing right now between Cambodia and Thailand, arguing over border dispute. All that, it's European carve-up, creating a line, and then they leave the area in disarray, and then have the locals fight over for what?
Yeah, but again, I'm just saying that when you said 1917, that's where I was like, what? Because it's like I said, if they're not there, you can't have a two-state solution with someone who's not there.
Well, it wasn't a two-state solution at that time. It wasn't thought of.
But you can't even have the idea of one because they're not there. They just don't exist.
Well, I don't think
until they come over.
No, you can't say they wasn't there. They were there, some of them, but it was just predominantly Islam in that region.
Yeah, but they didn't want a nation. They just wanted to live there. They didn't want a nation. There was a Zionist who came up with this idea in Europe.
Yeah, we know that. They was from England.
So the Zionists started this idea of having a state and building a state. And
actually, it started with a dream from a journalist, a Jewish journalist. His name is Herzl or something like that. Started from him. And they had three choices of which land they wanted to see where they could go. It's Palestine, Argentina, and I think it was a country in Africa.
Like Uganda or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Crazy place over there.
Yeah, so he had a dream, and the only place he ever been to was Palestine. One time in his whole life, from what I read. So he had a dream, and you gotta remember, Jews across Europe were being ostracized. They're being kicked out everywhere they go.
That's their own problem. That's
Yeah, it is their problem. It is their
problem. That's not a Palestine problem. That's your own problem. If you're being kicked out over there and they mistreat you over there, then you got to deal with it over there. That's not the answer, man. That's like Trump today, man. He's like, he wants Nigeria.
Let's just say this.
Okay.
If the British is either two things. The British and French don't come into the area, seize control of the area from the Ottoman Empire, who caused mass genocide on a Christian Armenian people, right? So if they don't take over, you're still underneath somebody. They don't have to deal with that empire. That empire no longer exists. Now it's modern day Turkey. So what choice do you have? You still would have been under control over, somebody would have been under control over you.
Bro, I'm back a little bit. I think the British actually decided not to give them a state. You should go read up the Peel Commission report and the White Papers 1939. You see what I'm saying? They decided not to give them a state. The state was created by terrorizing the countries,
They even approached Hitler in 1940 to 41. You see what I'm saying? To get help from the Nazi, to get rid of the British mandate leader and whatnot, because they were getting in their way to, to creating their Jewish state. And that's why they did a whole bunch of attacks in 45, 46, and in 47. You see what I'm saying? And even that partition plan that they came up with by the UN, that was, Harry S. Truman was a U.S. president. He was terrorized. He received letter bombs in the mail. His daughter wrote it in her book, and received the 1 million postcards to terrorize the F out of the president of America, and that's how he was part of the UN partition plan. And the Arabs, they argued it was unfair from the jump because they got a smaller piece of a pie, and because they were majority in population. But the Jews, right, they were in minority. They got a bigger piece of a pie. You see what I'm saying? And the next day, what you see inside in 1947, they started ethnically cleansing Palestinians from one village to another, another to another.
Yeah, the
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, the Nakba, it turned into a full-blown war in 1948. You see what I'm saying? But if you look at the Zionists, they always bring up this point that, oh, no, it was a war, they fought, and we won the war. Even the war wasn't even freaking equal, because the war, they had less than 40,000 soldiers on one side, which was the Arabs, and some of the Arabs didn't even have proper uniforms. They didn't even have the proper equipment to fight the stupid war. And all these other Zionists, they actually were trained. They worked for a whole bunch of other, fighting, whatnot. They had the weapons and whatnot. They had access to a whole bunch of shit.
The French and British just.
You see what I'm saying?
The French and British just messed that area up. The French Syria.
And guess what? After they won the so-called war, the UN mediator comes around. His name was Bernadotte in 1948. He comes around and he wanted to, mediate the situation between the Arabs and the Jews, right? He writes a whole bunch of reports. He's trying to communicate with both of the parties. He was on his way back to his office. He gets assassinated by who? Jewish militia again. And this is how IDF was formed, from Jewish militias.
Right. But
so
you think if Nasser would have still been alive, you think he'd have, galvanized all the Arabs in that area?
Yeah, but I think it has nothing to do with being Arab or whatever. The Arabs, they were able to coexist with them. They did not want these people mass migrating into that land. They didn't have a problem with the smaller piece of a pie, small numbers of people coming into the land. They had a problem with the mass migration. You see what I'm saying?
Nobody really knows who owns that land. Nobody. This come on, man. This conflict been going on since way beyond me. Way beyond everybody in this room. Nobody from that era is even alive today. And this shit's still going on. And this shit will continue to keep going on. Beyond us. Now you bombing Iran. You know what I'm saying? You're doing all this actionless. You're bringing America into this freaking mess we shouldn't even be a part of. You got idiots in Congress who don't know anything, like Ted Cruz. He's out there quoting the Bible saying that, oh, we should protect Israel. He don't even know what the fucking shit means. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I don't know, man. I see why they hate America. Disgusting, man. It's very disgusting how you could just starve out people for 3 months and think that shit is okay. That's disgusting. If these people so believe in God, then God will punish them. If they so believe in God, because you don't do that shit to people. If you want to fight a militia, Hamas or Houthis or Hezbollah,
starve our population, and then lie and say, oh, well, it's Hamas that's stealing the food. Okay, so Hamas is stopping aid from sea, air, and land? That's crazy.
The thing is, when you say for 4 months, that's crazy. It should have been never that long.
Yeah, it was
And
3
I'm
months.
surprised we just sitting back and watching like it's normal every other day.
Because America aids this foolishness and has been aiding this foolishness since 67. The only president that didn't want to deal with this problem was JFK. Oh, miraculously, he gets shot in the fucking head. Like, you know what I'm saying? Every other president after him, they enable this shit. Talking about we got close allies over there. What? What is over there that you want? Oil? You do business with Saudi Arabia. So, like, what's the problem? You topple a government.
Making resorts out of there, man.
You topple a government. You want a regime to like you because you want to put a puppet government to agree with everything you say. And once they say no one time, they terrorists. They do that shit to every country. That's how they got Patrice Lumumba out of presidency in Republic of Congo.
Now, for serious though, where y'all see the world going headed in the next 10 years?
Israel is going to forever be in war. And sooner or later, their aid is going to stop. Countries are going to get fed up. You have a few that's getting fed up right now. They're going to get fed up, and then you guys, they're going to be isolated, and you're not going to get any help, and then you're going to be crying. That's why mainstream media cannot criticize them, because now they call you anti-Semitic. We can't criticize you for. How are we anti-Semitic?
I think that's changing.
No, it's not changing yet, because people are going outside of mainstream media.
It's starting to change.
Until CNN, BBC News, Fox,
I don't think nobody listens to that no more.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's still a lot of people that listen.
There's a bunch of old heads that's already doing that.
Yeah, did you hear what Marjorie Taylor Greene was said about that? He said that Fox, you know, who's lying to the what do you call the boomers, you know, Republicans, and CNN, who's lying to the boomer, you know, Democrats. You know, she knows, man. Marjorie Taylor Greene, she knows.
Yeah, but is she lying?
They're lying. Nobody caught up on that.
She only likes it when they talk good about her. You know, that's what they like. As soon as they criticize you, they full of shit. Oh, they this, they that. Because they've been criticizing them, both. You know what I'm saying? So now she's coming back after them. But she's not wrong with what she said. You cannot starve out a mass majority of innocent people that has nothing to do with what Hamas is doing. You can't do that shit, man. Don't give a fuck who you are. And then they want to throw out, oh, the Holocaust. We've been mass genocide in Poland, Auschwitz, and Warsaw. Okay? Nobody's complaining. You don't hear the Armenian people complaining when the Ottoman Empire did it to them. They don't complain, and that's one of the oldest Christian countries in the world. Nobody's complaining. They just go on with their lives, and that's it. Majority of the Israeli prime ministers, the former ones, they're not even from there. Their background is Ukrainian. One, their first prime minister, Polish. Like, what are we doing here? Even Netanyahu, he's Ukrainian background.
Milikowski. He's from Poland. Mr. Milikowski. That's his real name.
That's his real name? He's Polish? I thought he was from a
Yeah.
Ukrainian background.
No, Milikowski.
You know, the funny thing is how all these people, all of them, they're atheists.
No, I'm not gonna say
God wrath is about to hit them. That's right. Are they doing that in the Holy Land? They're playing with fire. I don't think know that.
I put it like this, right? Israel is too late. They too late. They starting to do this in modern time, which is like by brute force and colonization of a land. They're too late. They should have been around in the 1800s. That was the time for people to do that. Because that's what a lot of countries were doing. Especially European countries. Too late.
So, do you think that what do you think about America and Epstein files, and we have the Trump in bed with Zionist entity? Did you vote for Trump, by the way?
No. But I'll tell you like this, though. Whatever's in that Epstein file that he's so a little bit scared of, I'm pretty sure them Zionists probably helped him out. Listen, because remember, when he saw those videos of those Palestinian children, I mean, you could see they freaking skeleton. And he's like, come on, man, you can't fake that, man. These kids are being starved. And he says that, and then all of a sudden, within a couple of days later, you tweet, well, hand over the hostages, and then the war will stop. Yeah, okay. Like, obviously, like, they kind of stopped that shit. So now, and then he comes out and say, oh, that file will never get out.
But it's not about the hostages, right?
I don't think so either.
Can you imagine if Hamas had the access to the file? And can you imagine what they can do with Trump? That would have been good, no? The Hamas could control the outcome of this war if they had the access to this file. And I think that's what it is. But is it one party that has access to it, or is it multiple parties, like throughout the world? Have they hacked into the system?
Probably the Jews is the only one who got it, the Zionists. Remember, Epstein used to go back and forth.
They got no face, man. They probably give it to all the other people. The shit goes away.
But this situation is beyond Epstein, man. I just feel like if we cut, I'm not saying completely stop all aid, right? But if, you slash that shit down, or you force them, ceasefire, or we're stopping aid immediately, and you truly a word, and you stop that shit coming in for months, that's gonna cripple their economy. I mean, they got crippled a little bit. Look what the Yemenis did. Started bombing some of their ships, and they felt it.
I mean, Iran, look at Iran with the 12-day war. If it would have lasted for 10 more days, I think it would have been flattened. The whole Tel Aviv and this state called Israel.
Israel doesn't want to tell America that they have nuclear arms. You don't think that's fucking weird? Every other country is listed that have nuclear arms, even North Korea.
America knows they got it now.
Yeah, but you're supposed to tell. You're supposed to say something.
They know, but you're trying to blind their eye to them.
Every other country is on the list. How many countries have nuclear arms? Okay, so we have Pakistan, we have India, we have North Korea, we have China, we have England, Russia, America. Israel's the only one that's lying. I feel like Iran should get nuclear arms. arms.
Trust me, they
Now,
do.
for them to be using it,
They low key do
that's
got
different.
it.
Huh?
Trust me, they low key do got it. I believe that.
I'm pretty sure they got it, but if listen, countries that get nuclear power, nobody fucks with them. You don't see nobody invading North Korea. Nobody wants to take that chance.
No, that's not the way. That's why they probably know.
No, I'm just saying, if everybody in here had their own country, right? And only a few of us get nuclear weapons, right? And then somebody in here just decide, I want nuclear weapons too, because I don't want you big powerhouse super countries coming in here, invading me whenever you feel like it. So if I get nuclear power and nuclear weapons, you're gonna think twice. Since the 50s, has anybody invaded North Korea since the 50s?
Anybody.
Exactly.
But you know, do you see better in their life?
Say that again?
They stuck in the same way.
Yeah, they could be stuck in the same way, but nobody wants to invade North Korea because they have nuclear power. You don't hear no countries. They want to topple the government, but they don't even know how to do it. They don't know what to do. You go ahead and try and see. There's going to be a nuclear freaking fight. He pushing that button, so nobody wants to take that chance.
I don't even got a big tongue.
Yeah, he's cool. He's like, yeah, I'm crazy. I'm crazy, I'm crazy. You let him know. I don't know what to tell you, man. I just know I'm crazy. I'm crazy.
Nobody wants
to
take that chance.
You better be ready to die when you come on this side.
I got the gun. I got the gun. You see the guy in the bar. I got the gun.
Now,
oh shit.
Now, I don't think he's foolish enough to use his nuclear power against somebody else because he knows the repercussions behind it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I just don't want none of you idiots coming in here invading when you feel like it. And it's a scare tactic. Like, yo, I feel like you're going to topple my government. You're going to try to get me out of there. You're going to try to get somebody you like. And then change the whole shit. And maybe try to unite South and North Korea together again. No, this is not going to happen. So come in if you try that.
Believe in a world where Russia and this other niggas are bleeding, China, they will probably unite.
You hear all of them in Congress. They talk. You hear them when you listen to them. I was watching Ted Cruz with Tucker Carlson. He's basically saying, I don't wanna go into war with Russia. Yeah, we know why. We know why.
Sam, you read about that. I think the EU, if the EU, European Union, puts a freeze on Israel, Daniel, what do you think that would do?
It will cripple them slightly, but America is still sending $3.3 billion.
No, so
yeah, but on the 7th of October, we have sent about 66 billion. Actually, it wasn't 66; it was more than 100.
Yeah, so just to speak more about the EU trade freeze, right?
It looks like a dump.
Just to speak more about the EU trade freeze. So basically, the idea that has been pitched is, they want to make it basically impossible for Israel to grow their economy due to this entire war, and make an extremely strict control, basically forcing Israel to bend the knee. And with that being the case, if Israel takes any more actions that do not align with human rights values, then further sanctions will be put on Israel, further destroying its economy. So they're basically just putting a leash on Israel and tightening it more and more if it doesn't do what they say, which is really funny, to say the least. Now, there's another problem with this whole EU trade thing, which a couple of analysts have been talking about. Israel is now trying to develop in-house what do you call those? They're trying to make stuff in house. I don't know what exactly they're trying to scale up in house, other than missiles. But they're trying to cut off their reliance with the EU, and they're trying to open up trade with other places that are not the EU at this point to combat this. So yeah, these sanctions are going to be devastating to Israel if they get put in place very soon.
But isn't it a race? I think that's why he wants to take over the West. But that's why they want to take over the West Bank and Gaza.
Oh, 100% a race thing, yeah.
Yeah, it's a race thing because, like, you have multiple countries now going to the UN and said they're going to recognize Palestine as a state.
Yeah.
And once that happens, it's over now.
Yeah, so they're trying to do a 1-2 hit, right? So if they put the, what do you say? If they put the sanctions on Israel and then immediately recognize the Palestinian state after they put the sanctions, basically will cripple Israel enough to where they can't even fight the Palestinian state. And then further on, it will allow the Palestinian state to have the time to thrive and prosper, rebuilding itself. That's the argument laid out as of right now.
Daniel, what do you think about that? Sanctions on Israel. You think Israel will stop? No? I don't think they'll stop. Now, if they do put sanctions, right? If they put permanent sanctions on Israel, what do you think about that? I think Israel will have to suffer.
The EU is anti-Semitic.
There's a lot of countries and they're part of the European Union. So that's going to be crazy for Israel. And Germany, one of the guys came from Germany. They said they were going to recognize Palestine as a state as well.
Oh, Germany said that?
Yeah, one of the guys from Germany said it. It was posted in Times of Israel.
So they next meeting is in September, right?
So one of the ministers started calling them Nazi.
It was about time.
You see what I'm talking about? The only country in the world you cannot criticize. You're anti-Semitic. You're a Holocaust enabler.
Denier.
Oh yeah, denier. Yep. Enabler, denier, whatever. You know what I'm saying? So
if the Germans call me a Nazi, what do you mean?
So it was a Nazi regime that did that to you, not the actual German people.
So hold on, I want to just say this was a quote that just came out. This is a quote from someone named Rivera, right, who actually has authority over this. She said, recognition is a good step forward, but it is not enough to build peace, stability, and respect. This is why we are advocating for the EU to completely put an entire freeze with any engagement to Israel, allowing the Palestinian state to be built while preventing prolonged suffering. Senior EU officials speaking with Reuters have described the Gaza humanitarian situation extremely severe, despite some progress, including increased fuel deliveries, reopened the routes with more aid trucks entering the strip. We cannot allow this to happen again. In fact, we must make sure this never happens again. Yeah, they're gearing up to make sure that whatever comes up in the case of Palestinian state, Israel cannot fight back in any way, shape, or form. I think they're also looking to, affect the Israeli military.
The question is, why did it have to come to this? Or this could have been addressed in '67.
Because of Israel's unique ties with America.
No, I have a feeling still.
Yeah, but the Gaza Strip was bigger than this, okay? It was looking like an L shape from the maps of the old days. You know.
So
And then once after the 6 Day War, they took more land.
yeah, so I'll just explain this, right? Israel's history with America, especially after Israel betrayed the USSR to be with America, is what kind of really started off and kicked off, especially with the involvement of Robert Maxwell, right? May he be cursed in his grave, and may God put him into the deepest pits of hell. So he essentially made it to where that the lobbying groups were putting money into the hands of the politicians that would support Israel, so on and so forth. The understanding being that as long as there is a understanding of foreign policy that benefits Israel, right, then they will continue to get funding. This is an idea that Robert Maxwell called his, political child, right? And because of this, and politicians wanting to win and reseat themselves, despite whatever party we're talking about, this is how Israel has kind of blossomed under the American government skies. Now, with this being said, however, that does not mean that it was always going to be immune to pushback. In fact, a lot of the things AIPAC does is it manages the view of Israel in the eyes of the Americans, while other lobbying groups in other countries does the exact same thing. They can't always protect all the news that comes out, and I think what's basically happened is that there has been a insane tsunami of information of what the hell Israel has been doing, to the point where people are able to see it, and these guys can't make them go away fast enough. There's not enough bullshit they can spew online to flip the narrative the other way. And mind you, everyone before Trump has basically told Netanyahu, you need to calm your jets, you need to cool off, you need to walk back some things you've done, so we can continue to do this systematically in a proper manner, because they wanted to do it slowly. Trump, being the idiot that he is, sped it up, and now everyone can see it for what it is. So they're going to lose everything just because they sped it up out of nowhere, and that's how we came to this.
So I do want to respond. Sam, by the way, U.S. was the first country to recognize, I'm talking to the Sam down in the audience, the Zionist Sam. U.S. was the first country to recognize the Jewish state. You got to get your facts straight, instead of bullshitting. Since, and even the UN partition plan, the U.S. was part of it. Amos is here. He's actually a Nazi. Yeah, let's talk to the Nazi. What's up with you, Amos? How you doing? Good morning. Are you okay today, Amos? Is going to be shouting match again? You never answer any questions. I ask you a whole bunch of questions. You never answer a single question. You always ask, who pays me? Why I get paid? Am I pooping? I poop here. I shit here on this fucking app.
So if you don't answer me, why should I answer you?
You never answer. I do answer you. I gave you a whole bunch of answers.
You never answer me. Who pay you to sit here all day?
I gave you the answer. You're just a Nazi. What do you want me to do?
That's the answer?
Yeah, I gave you the answer. Who paid me? Nobody paid me.
So you waste all your day to quarrel with people here, to block people,
That's it.
to shout on people.
That's
your time in life?
You're wasting my time. You don't answer any questions.
I'm wasting your time. I don't answer to any dummy person.
You never answer any questions. You never answer any questions.
You expect me to answer what you want me to answer.
Yes, I ask you yes or no question, but you never answer any fucking questions.
There is no yes or no. It's
a yes or no question. It's a yes or no question.
That's what you want. It's not what I win.
Okay, I'm gonna try again. Is Israel starving kids in Gaza?
No question, don't ask. If it is yes, no, and I cannot respond.
Is Israel?
You give me the exam only to say yes or no. That's the only That's
the only thing, yeah.
Not
Yes, I
allowed
don't want your stupid speech.
you don't want me to speak. You want
No, you can speak. You can speak, but you have to say yes or no. And then explain.
Lies and lies.
You can explain. Stop acting like a fucking Nazi. Actually, worse than a fucking Nazi.
I'm a Nazi.
You're worse than a Nazi.
I am a Nazi.
You're worse than a Nazi.
I am a Nazi.
Worse than a Nazi.
Worse than a Nazi? What
Yeah.
do if I'm worse than a Nazi?
Yeah. You are worse than a Nazi.
What about you? Did you look in the mirror this morning? Did you look in the
You look in the mirror yourself, a Nazi? You look in the mirror yourself? You kill people? You want to kill 20,000 babies to save your fucking 20 hostages? I don't know what you're on about, man.
Let's say that you represent the Palestinian, even that you sit in a house, in an office, in the stage, with air condition, with coffee, leg on leg, you sit and speak, you're not in Gaza, you don't have any connection with them, but you think you are intelligent, yes? You think yourself.
I know I'm intelligent.
You're so,
Yeah.
you're more dummy,
It's a yes or no question again. Is Israel starving children?
There is no yes or no question.
Is Israel starving children?
You know the title in your picture. You know this tree under the flag. What is it showing this tree?
What is it showing? What kind of tree is it? Tell me.
I think you don't know. I know what is this tree.
No, I know what is this tree.
What is this tree?
Tell me, what tree is this?
I'll tell you after you tell me.
It's an olive tree. Olive tree.
This is an olive tree. It looks like Jolani's tree.
Yeah, it's not Jelani, it's olive tree that you steal. Your people, they steal even the fucking olive tree from the West Bank. The thief, the settlers are a bunch of fucking thieves. They don't even leave the olive tree. They literally take it out of the root. And I actually try to look into it. And guess what they use? They bring in the equipment to fucking take it off the root. How the fuck would you take this tree out? You know, like if they're fucking thieves. And they're allergic to olive trees, by the way.
You stupid dummy, if you represent...
You are a fucking dummy. You are a fucking dummy.
Hamas or Hezbollah or Houthim, I don't know what to call them.
You're Kahanis, you know, you're the Kahanis.
What do you represent? But let's say that you represent them. They choose those Palestinian leaders, by the way. It's not the Palestinians, it's the stupid leaders. They choose in a war. In a war, violently, you know, I'm stronger than you. You can say lies and lies in this room, but in the real life, I'm stronger than you with my old plate, with my tanks. Even there is, you know, what is Amos...
With your tanks, with your American tanks, American money, American begging America.
Do you know what is Amos in the
My tax dollar, American tax dollar.
What is Amos in
fucking
the
dummy.
I ask you a simple question. Let's see if you know what is Amos 1 in the sky. In the sky, not in the ground, on the sky. What is Amos 1?
Amos wants to kill 20,000 babies to 20 hostages.
One in submarine in the sky. What you call the American when they say to send to the moon? What do you call this machine?
The rocket?
Not a rocket, a machine. You know, people.
Satellite.
Satellite.
You want to sit inside a satellite?
So there is a famous satellite from Israel, the first satellite of Israel, that's name is Amos 1. Let me teach you a little bit about Israel. This Amos 1 can see everywhere where you go. You can't run away from Amos 1. He controls you. So there is Amos 1 in the sky who control you, control every Palestinian leader everywhere he go. The people who sit in the ground can translate it.
So it's okay to spy on people.
Exactly. So
it's okay to spy on people.
The Jewish people are more clever than the Muslim, you know.
You're not different than a fucking Nazi. That's a problem. You're just a Nazi. You know Amos? You know Amos is...
Let's say
Zion is Nazi.
Palestinian, but let's
You
say
Zionist Nazi.
you, since you born, what your mother teach you when you were a little bit?
What did your mother teach you?
What she teach you is
What did she teach you? To kill Palestinians? How to fucking rape Palestinian kids?
And how to kill. What is ISIS did? What is
ISIS is literally funded by fucking Israel.
in the 7th of October.
7th of October. What happened before the 7th of October? Did you kill people? Did you kill innocent children?
5 years, they didn't learn nothing.
75 years.
So what happened in the 7th of October?
What happened on 7th of October? Hannibal Directive happened. Hannibal Directive happened.
20,000 children.
Yeah. The testimony from IDF. IDF was told not to show up at the border. You forgot about the testimony, huh? IDF testimony says that they were told not to cancel the, they were told not to show up at the checkpoints. You forgot about that, huh? Fucking idiot. I played the testimony. I played the clip for you the other day.
What? No, don't play any clips.
I did play the clip yesterday for you.
I know them. I don't need
You idiot. You are a Nazi fucking idiot.
Every clip you put, like two old people talking, joking, we keep Palestinian when we were young.
I put the clip, hold on, I played the clip about the idea. It was in Hebrew.
Then you clip a soldier, and I tell you that my nephew was together with this soldier in the same place.
How do you know? Yeah, maybe he's arrived. Maybe he's arrived. No, you weren't there on 7th of October.
Everything you think you know, I know better than you.
You were not there on 7th of October. Stop.
As I told you.
You were hiding in your kibbutz.
You're so dummy. You're so stupid.
Were you driving a taxi on 7th of October?
I'm the 7th of October was Saturday. Nobody's working on Saturday.
Okay, so you were sitting home. You were sitting home.
You're so dummy. You're so dummy.
You weren't going at the rape party and dancing with the girls?
The morning, Tibbs and I give evidence. Evidence that you don't know nothing about. You didn't check the evidence.
I did check it. I checked it. Hannibal Directive.
Nothing.
Hannibal Directive.
So dummy, so stupid.
You are a dummy, stupid fucktard.
Lies and lies from the morning till night, sitting in clubhouse, saying lies. And all the people are Hamasniks say yes. It's like Bibi Netanyahu sitting in the coalition, and all his ministers, yes, let me see what Bibi Netanyahu, like, obey to the king. That's his rule. You obey to the king. Everything is similar between you to Bibi Netanyahu. A lot of things very, very similar. I can call you Bibi Netanyahu. It will be the same.
I call you a Nazi. You're a Nazi.
Yeah, you call me from the beginning.
You're Hitler. You're a Hitler.
You think you're better than Chucky? Chucky called
you
me.
You think you're better than a Hitler? You're worse than a Hitler. You're worse than a Hitler. You were worse than a Hitler.
Who is better, you and Chucky?
I talk with facts.
Who hates me more, you or Chucky?
Chucky is mentally retarded truck driver. I'm not a truck driver. I don't smoke. He's a smoker. He's a crackhead.
Comparing between you and
Chucky is a crackhead. He's a piece of shit crackhead.
You are all dictators.
Chucky is a piece of shit crackhead.
And if somebody don't agree with you, is Hitler and Nazi and
I have the data. I played the clip the other day. You deny the fucking clip. You deny everything. I sent you a bunch of articles in the back channel.
Now we just remove him. Very easy.
I send you Times of Israel. I send you Jerusalem Post. You deny everything.
You are a liar. You
don't even look at Haaretz. You all you care about, you listen to your stupid, disgusting radio that barely speaks about anything.
You know what is Haaretz? You know what is a newspaper Haaretz?
Yeah. You know when it was established? What year was established? Go tell me. Tell me what year was established in.
I just want you to know what is a Haaretz in Israel. Do you know? Yes or no?
What the year was established?
You don't know the Eton
What the year was established? What the year?
The leftists of the leftists, more leftists than me.
Yes, what the year was established?
So when you understand the head of those people who write in Haaretz, then you know who are the people and what subjects they are writing about.
What the year? What the year was established?
You know nothing, not about Israel.
What the year? What the year?
And you think you come to teach Amos. You think, Amir will teach Amos.
You're dummy.
Everything you come with me in any subject, I know better than you about subject you bring. Iton Haaretz, two old people who are talking, a soldier with you have a lot of you like to take a lot of gossip. And from this gossip, you make the truth and the only truth. And you don't know that your food is gossip. It's nothing. It's nothing in Israel.
Israel is full of criminals.
You find 80 years old, maybe 90 years old, two old people who speak what they did in 48, in 56. So there were at that time the same Muslims did a lot of much more awful things.
No, they did not. No, they did not. Muslim protected the Jews. Muslim protected the Jews. Muslim protected the Jews.
You're so dummy.
Muslim protected the Jews.
And then you take a soldier, a simple soldier, I don't know who he is, he say about the chaos what happened in the 7th of October. You tell Amos, and I tell you my nephew is an officer in the 7th of October on the board. One of the first soldiers who got killed. So you come to tell me, Amos, about what this soldier know or didn't know.
You were not there.
I don't need to be
Okay. What happened? What happened on 7th of October?
They lie. Listen.
They lie all the time.
No, listen. Learn to listen, you dummy, dictator. Learn to listen. I have all the records that my nephew give orders. I have it alive. I just don't know how to put it here, but I have it.
Where is it? Give it.
I don't know. I can give you
the evidence, man. We can't just take you and believe
I can give you evidence, Amir. I can give you.
So this was from who? Your nephew died, right, on 7th of October.
Yes, I'm famous.
So how did you get the clips? How did you get the clips?
I have his records. Well, orders.
Who gave you his record?
The army gave me this record. Doesn't matter.
You don't think army lies? You don't think IDF lies?
How can they lie about the records when?
Oh my God! They fucking lie all the time.
They go to the master and tell her our soldier died in the war. They must tell her the truth. They give a record of her soldier speaking, and they even say how good he was. And
IDF never lies. IDF never lies, Amos.
That's what I'm saying. Why are you asking too many how? They always lie. We know that.
IDF never lies, Amos. IDF is infallible, right? They're honest, pious people that never lie.
Listen, Amir, you are.
How could they lie?
You are a wash brain. You have your opinion, and nobody can change your opinion. And I'm not so sure that nobody pay you for this opinion to sit here. I'm not so sure. Something is stinking in Amos's nose. Stinking. Why a person clever like Amir? I find myself looking after him. The first thing I come to Clubhouse, I find myself looking, where is Amir? It's the first thing I do when I come to Clubhouse. Let's be honest. So you're not stupid. So you're not stupid. And I ask myself,
I'm not stupid.
So I ask myself, what a not stupid like Amir doing here from the morning till the night? I ask myself questions, but I don't believe your answers, I don't believe everything. I'm not so dumb, Amir. Kevin, you see Sumut come, talk, he's five, and then he go. They come, Fias, and then he go. You stay, sit here. You and AC, yeah? So let me understand, what are you doing here from morning till night? To pay you money for that. And before you give me a truth answer, I know if you are lying or not. Believe me, I'm enough experience in life to understand when you are lying or not.
I just told you I don't get paid almost. It's free. I do it for free. Because I care about the kids in Gaza. I care about the innocent people getting killed, the genocide. You know, that's why. I came from Twitter. You know Twitter?
But you don't care about the kids of Be'eri, and you don't care about the kids of Halon, and you don't care about the kids of Niri.
Almost. What kids? What kids? The combatant? The one with the gun? The one with the gun?
We don't care about the kids who go to dance in
How many? So dancing, they didn't have the gun?
Yeah.
They never walked over to their cars to grab the gun.
Yeah. You just care about the
No, Amos, listen to the question. Listen to the question. They ran over to their cars to grab their weapon. Yes or no?
Yes or no? Yes.
Yes. The answer is yes. They ran over to their cars to grab their weapon. Do you know they?
To answer you yes or no, I even don't listen to your question, so you can ask.
Okay, my question to you. At the rape party.
Daniel and Hannah, look at the chat. Daniel and Hannah listening to you.
My question to you: at the rape party, right, where they're smoking, doing a whole bunch of drugs, right? Whole bunch of drugs. They're doing, all types of drugs. And, when this attack happened, right, the 7th of October, they did not go to their cars to grab their weapon because a lot of them have served in the IDF and they have weapons. They have open carry law. For the people that are reservists, that have served in the military, did they walk over to their cars? Yes, no. To grab their weapon. That's my question. And the answer is yes, they did. They did go to their fucking car to grab their weapon. And the next thing, the Hello directive was applied. We have testimony from the IDF. He got in touch with the on a WhatsApp group from the people that are on the ground.
I wonder, Amir, how much you care about those children that you say that they go to the cars to bring their guns and blah, 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 blah. And all these lies and lies and lies you're talking.
Yes.
But I wonder if you care the same about those children of the Palestinian. If you care all the children or only one side children?
No. This is the problem. If you have served in the military and you have a weapon, you're a combatant. This is what you don't get. Majority of the people, the Israeli Jews, they have served in the military.
You tell me how many children under 18 were in the party of nobody,
How many were there?
How many children that
at the party? Hold on.
Babies with their mother were in the party,
Almost at the rape party, this was with the drugs and whatever. The kids were not allowed. You know this, right? It was a drug party with the drugs. One day prior to...
Let's say that it was a party. Oh my God. Let's say, what is it of your business?
Why would the kids be allowed at the drug party? Why would the kids be allowed? It's literally young people dancing at the fucking party.
So what? What is it of your business?
So it wasn't the kids. It was combatant. They had fucking weapons.
So you want to explain that those kids were drugs? They were smoking drugs. And
they were doing drugs.
So it's allowed to kill them, to rape them, to murder them, to cut them.
No rape. Okay, what is it? Can you give me the name of the victim? Can you give me the name of the victim? Who got raped? Give me the name of the victim. Yeah, give me the name of the victim. Who got raped?
It's written over there.
No, I need to know. Can you please give me the name so I can look into it? Because I don't know who got raped. Can you please give me the name?
The stories, after they killed them, how they cut their breasts and how they cut their head and how what they did to the body after they Nazi, yes. I'm a Nazi.
Can you give me the name of the person that got raped on 7th of October?
I don't know the names.
You don't know the fucking name, then why are you making a claim?
Well, there is a movie out they took from the body of the Nukhba.
Give me the name of the person that got raped.
There are movies of all what I said. This movie, where did they make this movie? From the body of
Can you give me the name of the person that got raped?
The camera themselves about
Okay, can you give me the name? Fucking no name.
You just making shit up. I don't know the names. Why should I say names?
Oh, okay, then you don't know the name, then shut your fucking mouth. You don't know the fucking name.
How many get kids? 1,500? How do I
No. Hold on. It was almost, it was 1395 first, and then they went down to the figure 1195. You know those 200 are Palestinian civilians. All right, your people killed the Palestinians with the Hannibal Directive. The bodies were so burnt really badly they couldn't even tell which were Palestinians versus the Israelis. And out of the 1195, 500 of them were fucking IDF soldiers. 695 were civilian. Hold on.
So who caused to this chaos? Who caused it?
Who caused it? What do you mean who caused it?
Who caused it?
Your people did. Netanyahu did. Netanyahu told them not to show up at work on 7th of October. Did you hear the testimony? Do you want me to play it again?
I heard the soldier about, he didn't say that they get orders. He just said that he wanted information. The only record you had the soldier was questions, that's all. And he didn't get any answer, by the way. I heard what the soldier said, and I heard about what this testimony about one soldier. At least I can identify another soldier I know. Yes?
Can you give me the name of the person that got raped on 7th of October?
Well, I say, why you have only one soldier? You know how many in a dude in a pluga? You know how many soldiers? We're all. Only one soldier you give me, that's all. Believe me, if there was...
What's up, Maximilian?
Together with the Magaz.
Who is this schmuck? Is he an Israeli?
This guy is Israeli. He's a kibbutznik. He lives inside Israel.
Israeli, that partially makes him okay with his ignorance, but I really want to ask this guy. I don't know you, Enos, right? But I am Jewish.
Did you say Enos?
I think. Pardon? Enos.
I thought he said Enos.
Maximilian, this is your picture? Maximilian.
Pardon?
This is your picture on the title? Is it you?
Yeah, you don't even have a picture, and if you want to make fun of my looks, I have a joke for you. Do you want to talk serious? Do you want to talk serious? Do you want to talk serious?
You know what I'm going to say, yes? Okay.
Yeah, that's because, and I have a good response for you. Would you like to hear it, Enos?
Yeah.
You want to hear it, Enos?
Yes.
Okay, here it is. You know what a trans person speaks in Israel? Hebrew. You schmuck. You know, you put the Nazi in Ashkenazi. And I think you don't even like to have serious discussions. The thing that really bugs me, besides you just insulting my looks, and I have long hair, and I'm more masculine than you. I'm 77 years old. You probably don't even have hair. You don't even have hair on your head. Listen, Enos. Do you want to have a real discussion, or do you just want me to tell you what an asshole you are? Do you want to have a real discussion, or you want me to tell you what an asshole you are? Do you want to? Wait a minute. Can you say something? Can you say something intelligent? Can we have a back and forth that's semi-intelligent? Thank you. Now I want to make a statement.
One condition: we have the same time to talk.
Yes. Okay. We can even have. If you like Amir, seems like a very reasonable fellow. How about he keeps 1 minute or something? You say what you want to say, and I'll say what I want to say. What do you think about that?
As long as you let me say what I want to say.
Just speak. I don't have to time you guys. Amos, let him speak for 1 minute and then you respond back, okay? So go on Maximilian and then when you're done, just let Amos is gonna respond.
I actually like you to actually time it. I like this official, not just guessing, okay?
Okay, all right.
No, really, Amir, I mean it.
Cool, let's do it.
Okay, I'm gonna start with my statement is that Amos, as an American Jew, I feel that you have a view of the world which is making it more dangerous for Israel, that makes it more dangerous for me as a Jew, and is having a 180-degree opposite effect on myself, especially as a non-Israeli Jew. What you guys do there and how you look at it, I might think it's full of it, but I'm not feeling. I put America first. I do not think that Israel comes first before the United States as an American. We're going to have differences. I can understand you want to do what you want to do, so to speak, in Israel, but I also feel like it's kind of well, I guess I'll say it. It's very ignorant. It's hard for me to imagine that the Israelis think that you guys did not know what was going on at the border before this attack. It's been said, and I believe it, that even a cockroach can move on that border. And Israel goes in and kills people inside of Iran, far away, inside of their government, and then they don't know they're going to be attacked. So I think that's obvious that the Likud and the greater Israel, which I find abhorrent and terrible personally, is in control and pushing their agenda. And I also believe that the Netanyahu, and you'll probably call this a conspiracy theory, but nevertheless, I believe they've got...
Time.
Okay, go ahead. Well, thank you.
All right, Amos, you got a minute. Go on, Amos.
Bring people I don't know. That they like to speak and speak. So lonely in the house, there is no wife, no children to listen to him. So they come to Clubhouse, speak and speak and speak. So many nonsense. I'm Jewish, American. Don't know what they want to say, what they want to ask. This is a Jewish American. What is his connection? Israeli and Palestinian conflict. Who is he coming from? He said by himself that I'm going to joke about this looking. So it's okay. He has a problem of outsider looking, but it's a problem that he don't have the tact to know how many rubbish in so short time he's speaking.
Are you done, Amos? That was your response? That's it?
What should I respond for?
You're just a dumbass, man. Seriously, you can't even respond to what Max has said. Oh my God.
Amos, Uranus. I think that you, personally, I believe Jews have and I've read it, we have a higher IQ than most Americans, and this might sound insulting, or we're not supposed to say that, and, however, I think you single-handedly, you by yourself, Amos, have lowered the Jewish IQ, because you're not even making sense. For me, for the United States, it's like as if I had a best friend. If Amos was my best friend, and we would go out, and we'd go to restaurants, and you would start fights. You would start insulting people in the restaurant because you didn't like the way they looked, or they made fun of your beard or whatever you got going, right? So if I got, every night I went out with you, Amos, and you got in a fight, and I got beat up because I was trying to protect you, that's what I would get rid of you. I wouldn't be your friend anymore. And that's what I think. I'm making an analogy in case that's a little above your head, Amos, is the fact that the United States is being pushed into an agenda that is not good for it. You guys want to have your own war? I don't care in a sense. I just wouldn't give you a nickel more. You're on welfare. You're on welfare.
You take time?
Okay. You want to speak? Yeah, are you gonna respond, bro? You don't respond.
I just say when is my time.
Okay, speak.
And I want to take time and stop it. Listen, the little I heard from you, Maximilian, let me ask you a direct question. Try to be as honest as possible. How much money you have in your bank account? How many millions? How many millions you give to Israel to build hospitals? Be honest, Maximilian. How many money you give to Israel?
Does that mean, did you want to keep
We
talking?
give $3.6 billion every year, almost 3%.
How much money you give to Israel?
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure we're following a rule here, Amos, because you could talk another minute. I can answer you now if you would like.
Yeah, but try to be honest and direct.
Please, come on, put it down.
2 million I give to a hospital in Beer Sheva, in the Soroka. I built a room for emergency something. That's the truth. Who are you?
Well, first of all, I don't understand the logic of it. The fact that you want to do something within your country for people that it sounds like you want to do good for certain people, I find that commendable. I'm not going to complain about that. But you know, there's a lot of countries. There's the Kurds. I can name 20
ask you a simple question. How much money you have and how much money you
not a
get
shekel, not a nickel, not a dime. Can you hear that? Anus.
So I didn't give it 1 shekel. That's all. That's a direct, not a philosophic question of 1 hour. Say, Amos, you're wrong. I have no money. I'm a bus driver in the United States. I didn't give any shekel to the Israelis. Say, can you say it loudly and clearly that you didn't give any shekel to Israel?
Hey, Amir, would you do the 1 minute with this guy, because he's clearly a schmuck. He can't follow rules even. I think he has Alzheimer's a little bit, and maybe we shouldn't pick on him.
I don't know, man. This guy, I've been trying to get an answer.
Well, you're like a martyr. You're like the Mother Teresa of Palestinians.
I've been trying to get an answer out of him.
I don't even understand what you get out of talking to individuals like this, because you can't even make a coherent thought.
And I tell you now.
He's trying to come up on now. Just like muted. Come on.
Let me 1 minute. I don't need more than that.
Okay, go on, Amos. Go on.
With my experience, all those rich Americans who give Israel money, they think they have the right to be rightist and gunist and try to curse me. And then I say, who are you? Who are you, Maximilian? That you come with a strong opinion for America, against America. What you connected to the conflict? Keep your mouth shut a little bit. Even that you're 77, usually I'm looking to all people as a clever one. Not you, Maximilian, you dummy.
Okay, are you done? Okay, go on, Maximilian.
Well, first of all, I've given zero to Israel. Let's put it that way. I'd rather give money to a homeless cause in the United States than any money to Israel, first of all. And first of all, it doesn't make sense to me what you say. First you tell me I'm a millionaire, then you tell me I have no money. I'd like you to make your own decision about that. And I'd like to see the top of your head to see if you have any hair. But aside from that, your lack of testosterone and your you just don't have good logic. You know, I understand you're emotional, but it feels like I'm talking to an hysterical woman or a teenager that's not making any sense, that just wants to insult me. You know, I understand you have a difficult situation, right? But take care of it yourself. I'm done.
Be careful. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. Israel without America, they ain't nothing.
Pardon?
No, he's He's talking about Israel. Israel without America, they ain't nothing. We
that's what I
make it worse
said.
for them.
Well, that's what I mean. I think we should just let them quit pushing us around, and there's plenty of other places we can put our money. And people that want to put us in a war, countries that want to put us, they're doing things directly against what I think
We're going against the whole world for them.
Yeah, I agree.
And that's how they're treating us, like they're saying, oh, we ain't doing shit.
Right, but if you got a knucklehead like this, I understand it's a little bit. I enjoy being able to vent my emotions about a knucklehead like this, right? But there are very intelligent people like Netanyahu's no dummy, but he's. But I wouldn't trust him with a 10-foot pole, right? So this guy's just an unfortunate person that's emotionally like a little teenager.
This is a problem with this guy, right? Apparently, Amos, this is what happens with the Jewish people that don't support Israel.
Yeah, then you consider
the self-hating Jews. They wrote it in the chat for you, Max. So these people, Daniel is an atheist. I don't even know how he's a Jewish person. You have the other people like Sam. He's another idiot, right? Doesn't have any fucking knowledge.
I want to know who is he? Who is the man I'm speaking with? And I want to know who is Maximilian.
You don't answer any questions. Why do you lie all the time?
I want to know what is profession, what is in a pension now, what is he doing in his pension, if he is married, if he has grandchildren, he has something else to do instead of sitting in clubhouse and argument about things he don't understand nothing about. I wonder what is a 77 years old American, Jewish American, it doesn't matter, he could be Christian or Buddhist or whatever. What is of this business? What's going on in Israel? Why not between Russia and Ukraine? Why not in
I'm against that also, by the way. But
Sudan? What do you want to do? Because you're Jewish, you give yourself something to attack Israel, maybe. Well, who are you? Well, tell me something about yourself. Married, children, grandchildren. What you can
I've been married for 35 years. I've had
75 years old?
Yeah, 77. I got married when I was 42. So, Anus, I don't even understand your line of thought. It's like basically you're saying somebody has a different opinion of you and your country, and the majority of the people in your country might be in favor of that, but at least 10% of the people in Israel probably think like I do, I imagine. And you probably think they're stupid, right? Would I agree with that?
You only imagine.
Oh, okay. There's like 10
cursing
people
you in the chat. At least 3 people are cursing you in the chat. So, who are you? You don't read the chat. I read the chat sometimes. What
I could read it, but I don't care about the chat.
They know you better than me. I see you the first time. I see you the first time. I don't know you, but I see how people cursing you.
Well, you make a lot of statements. Well, what other people think is irrelevant right now, too, Enos. I mean, I don't ask you. I have no idea what your sex life has been over through your life. How many people have reviled you and don't like you in business? Whether you've done any real business in your life, whether you've worked as an electrician, whether you've been a plumber, whether you're a geophysicist, I don't know. I'm just talking about.
I'm a bus driver.
Well, my gosh. Why are you on such a high horse? Why are you talking as if that's some kind of special position that gives you a right to talk, and you're talking about, well, what am I? Am I whatever? I don't know.
I tell you what.
You're implying I'm a homosexual.
I tell you what. I live in Israel. I live in this country.
I live in the United States.
The day I born. Since the day I born, I live the conflict.
I agree.
You're Jewish in America. What you connected? Maybe you have some relatives. So what? You live in America. Stay in America. What's up your business? Don't
Well, in America, if you think,
go
listen,
to Donald
let me,
Trump. Go
hey,
to
Amos,
Biden.
Amos,
Go to Obama.
Amos. Shit. You won't even let me talk. You ask questions, but you won't let me respond. Can I respond? Okay. I agree with your argument. I should have nothing to do with Israel, and Israel should have nothing to do with us, in the sense of us giving you all that money, right? If you agree that it doesn't make sense for me to give an opinion about Israel, then you should think that Israel should have no opinion or not need the help of the United States. Why do you care about the United States? Why do you care that you want us to help you? Because you're not strong enough as a country without blackmailing the United States into doing stuff they do not want to do. That's my opinion. That's not in our self-interest. I understand you as an Israeli wanting what you want to do. I don't care about that, or well, it makes sense to me, right? But it's out of proportion the fact that the Congress and is all bought off by and influenced by, it's clever, it works, but it just sort of creates more of the stereotypes of Jews. I think it's working against you, and I think why do you think it's just the poor little Jews, and that's why the whole world that used to be kind of supportive of the Jewish nation?
What's the point?
Pardon?
What's the point in the end of the sentence? We must finish sometime.
Yeah, you're complaining. Do you want to go back to the 1 minute?
Yeah.
Maximilian, to add to your point, Amos, do you know that Maximilian, he's a Jew, okay? Thanks to Netanyahu. Hold on, I'm not done. Hold on. Thanks to your criminal Zionist entity, anytime you kill a baby or mother or father, do you know what's happening throughout the world? They're starting to hate the Jews because they're looking at that the Jews are killing the babies, killing everybody. Unlike yourself, this is what's happening. Okay. So, hang on. Jerusalem is a holy place for all the Jews. You see what I'm saying? And you don't own Israel. Okay? So calm your tits down. If Maximilian tomorrow, if he wants to do Aliyah and get a citizenship, he has as much right as you do. Okay?
Okay, mute yourself. Now you, Maximilian, I give you 2 minutes a speech about the Americans. You know, American represented by Biden, by Donald Trump, by Obama. You're controlling Israel. You could do a great thing if you control Israel by your money. But don't think that everything what you do is the right thing. And don't think that Bibi represent the Israelis. The Donald Trump, oh wow, if they don't do it, the sky will open and eat all the Nukhbot, all the Hamas, oh yo. Not Bibi, not Donald Trump, no Biden. They cannot tell the Hamas underground, the channel, 40, 50 meters underground what to do. They are terrorists. We kill all their leaders. Until today, they keep 20 alive, 50 hostages, 20 alive, nobody knows which conditions. They, from their favorites, want to show a movie of the hostages, what they are doing to them, how they starving them, those animals under the ground. So they bring outside the movie to make us fighting each other against the other. But you as an American, with a lot of people say, now Donald Trump will tell Bibi, Donald Trump, the airplane of the Israelis were going to attack Iran. Donald Trump said, Bibi, take your airplanes back with all your bombs and don't bomb Iran. So Bibi tell the airplanes to come back. 50 airplanes were on the way to Iran and they turned around without attacking Iran. So if Donald Trump would say, Bibi, take all your IDF outside in Gaza and come to agreement with the Palestinians and push more Bibi than the Palestinian because he cannot control the Palestinians. He can control Bibi Netanyahu. And I don't know who are all those Jewish American advisors he had around him. But he make a big mistake. He make a big mistake that he let Bibi do what he wants. But now he sees the results. The results of what he give a free hand to Bibi. Bibi want to go out tomorrow and take all Gaza. Who give educated to these 2 million? Who give them medicine? Who give them food? Who give all those people? No, this we don't do. So this clever person do exactly what he want. He give Ben-Gvir and Smotrich to give us coalition.
Hang on. The mic was on. Almost let him finish. Go on now.
Not the dummy woman. So if Donald Trump was clever and he had a good advisor, will tell him to start push a little bit more Bibi than the Palestinian, which he had no control on, maybe, I'm not so sure, because we lost, from my perspective, we lost this war. If we cannot release 50 hostages in Gaza, we lost the war. We have to go on our knees and beg to the terrorists, to the Nukhbot, please release our hostages and give them whatever they want and take the IDF outside of Gaza. First, the first, all the time since I know myself, if Israel have an hostage in Russia, in Iran, in Entebbe, Israel will do everything to release first the hostages after 2 years. You saw how the terrorists joking on us, what they're doing to our hostages. They did a Holocaust number 2 in Israel, inside the Nova, inside the Kibbutzim.
There was no Holocaust
Running, raping, murdering.
Stop it. There was no Holocaust number 2.
Amos, I want to respond to your one point. You made a claim that Trump told them to come back. They were on a fighter jet. Do you know what they did with the bombs? They threw them on Gazans. I think you forgot about that. You need to look into it. When they were coming back, they started throwing the leftover bombs.
When you start your lies and lies, you start with your lies.
That's a fact.
I don't know where you bring all these lies from.
That's a fact.
They put all the bombs they go to Iran, they put on Gaza. Gaza is a little city.
They did.
The lies and lies and lies again and again and again. Amir, I'm not the one who lies.
Are you finished?
Wednesday.
Are you finished speaking?
Everything what connected with you, I'm not finished now.
Are you finished speaking?
With you, yes.
Okay, well, I don't give a fuck if it's with me. You're on a panel with people in the public, so I'm gonna speak now. So shush. I mean, for you to say Holocaust number 2, are you serious? Because I think the Germans killed 6 million of you.
Take care, Max.
6 million of you. I mean, that's ridiculous that you are just grandstanding and exaggerating. And if Hamas is such a terrorist group, why did
Maximum, bye.
Why did I said shut up? Why did Bibi Netanyahu hand them money since 2014 through Qatar? When he didn't have to directly hand Hamas money. He could have worked through a third party like the UN, or they have so much data, so much face recognition, has a whole record of every family living in the Gaza Strip. They could have gave that money to the civilians instead of handing it to Hamas. So you're the ones that are working with terrorists. If they're such terrorists, why are you working with them? There's other ways of giving that money to the Gazan civilians in the Gaza Strip through United Nations, a third party, or you could have just gave a budget or an allowance to every family member in Gaza. You guys got so much information on them. You know every family that lives there. So this whole thing of Hamas was the acting government in the Gaza Strip, that's weird. That's weird, because you just gave money to a fucking terrorist group. That's why when Amir says it's a self-inflicted October 7th, it is. And just you saying, Holocaust number 2. Bro, shut the fuck up. You're projecting what happened in Nazi Germany, which was a horrible thing that happened to the Jews, to the Gypsies, to people of color, because they killed black Germans too, people with disabilities, to the Arabs. Listen, the Arabs did not commit the Holocaust. You guys been projecting what happened to you guys since 1945 on 48 on the Arabs. Get over it already.
47,
that anger. 47, sorry. Direct that answer or direct that anger to who did it. To the Germans. Fuck, man.
Your people are doing Holocaust to the Palestinians.
I agree.
You don't know that, huh? More than 60,000 people dead.
And and it's like you learned from the Germans. You obviously learned something from the Germans. Or living in Europe for so long, you guys learned how to be colonizers. If you say this is your holy land, this is your land that you guys lost 3,000 years ago, y'all left and became monsters when y'all came back. Really sick and tired of you guys being the victim anymore. You're not the victim. Y'all were able to use that Holocaust card a long time ago. But it's not anymore. It's the 21st century. Can't do it. You guys are the enemy. You guys have become Nazis. And as you guys don't see it. You don't see it. But the world sees it. The world sees it. And then you guys gonna hide behind everyone being anti-Semitic, everybody being anti-Semitic. The whole world can't be anti-Semitic. At this point, you're the fucking problem.
You wanna respond, Amma?
I have to respond to every lies and every crazy woman.
No, that's not a crazy woman. Don't be misogynist. Don't be misogynist. Don't be misogynist. You just had a whole fucking monologue with fucking lies. Talking about Holocaust number 2. What? Compared to what? Compared to what? You're gonna compare October 7th to what happened to you guys in Nazi Germany? Are you fucking kidding me, bro?
Tell me something, Wednesday. Where are you right now?
Are you fucking not? Are you fucking kidding me, bro?
Where are you right now?
Why the fuck you care, bro?
I ask you, where are you now? What is the secret? I come to
Why do you care?
I wonder.
Why don't you wonder anything about me, sir? Sir, of all people to wonder about, don't wonder about me. Be a married man and wonder about your wife. Such an odd question to ask a single woman when you're a married man.
Did you open a room?
Such an odd question to ask. Such an odd question. Such an odd question. I was trolling you. Get over it. Get over it. Oh my God. It was a troll. Oh my God. This is why you can't. Amir, this is why you can't give old people some kind of you can't troll them this way. Because I'm gonna forever hold this down.
Can you explain the room? What did you meant?
Oh my God, you're like a dog that's been abandoned for years.
Can you say, well,
anybody shows any affection to you? Oh my God.
When I open a room,
I was trolling you. You threw me down to the audience. So I wanted to fucking troll you. Get over it.
Yes, get over this.
God, jeez.
Dummy, you're so uneducated.
I'm a dummy.
So stupid.
You're the dummy. But I am glad that you admit it. You admit that you guys lost. Almost 2 years. 2 years you still haven't gotten a mouse.
It depends who am I talking with, you know.
The only reason your economy is doing okay right now is because it's an active war. And the United States keeps on giving you money. And the United States keeps on giving you money. And the United States keeps on giving you money.
When you look from outside.
When the United States giving you money. But I think Trump tried to do some stupid shit. When it comes to FEMA, I think that you can't out-talk me, I'm a woman. I'm a woman, you can't out-talk me, I'm a woman. I can talk for days. I don't care when you look for outside. I don't care. I don't care.
You come in just to lie, to say rubbish.
It's not a lie, it's not rubbish.
When I say
brainwash.
When I say
you are brainwashed. You are brainwashed. You are brainwashed. You're brainwashed. You brainwashed to think that the Israelis are brainwashed to think you guys are better than everybody in the world. I asked you the question, and you couldn't answer me this question last time. I said, as an atheist, how do you feel that other religious Jews feel that they're superior to everyone else, and everyone is a goy, and you couldn't answer me that? See, I'm glad that you're quiet now. Thank you. Appreciate it.
How is it so hard to get an answer out of you? I give you one thing, no, lie. Open your mind. Look into the facts and data. I don't know, man.
You don't know what the time now.
I don't know what the time is. The coexistence?
You don't know what the time now in Israel.
You get up on coexistence?
No, in the afternoon. It's a sleeping time now. So I'm not going to waste my time on Wednesday on you. I'm going to sleep now.
Okay. Good night.
I want to make commercials in my room before I sleep. Then 12 o'clock, coexistence. Come Daniel, come AC. Why AC is not on the stage? Why? What she's doing there?
I think she is in the glitch. Ace, try unmute and come on up.
You know, I was really upset. Amir, I was really upset to hear that Daniel was trying to put his phone.
I had you back and I picked you tonight.
Let's go to sleep, old man.
Go to sleep, almost go to sleep.
Go to sleep, old man.
Explain the room, I give you a more.
Go to sleep, old man.
I'm talking to Lass now and tell her to come to my room.
Nobody cares. Shh. Good night.
Wednesday was so dumb.
Who is
last, Amos? Who was last?
Last, I gave her a moderator in my room, and she finished the room.
But I don't know, is this the same last?
She finished the room? What do you mean she boomed the room?
She closed it. Suddenly I find myself without a moderator, down on the stairs, not in my room.
I would have boomed the room.
Amos, is this the same last or is it different last?
I think it's the same.
Are you sure this is a different last?
I think it's the same because I had her back now. I was so angry.
Yeah, but this last is I think maybe it's a guy.
She wanted.
Oh, it's the same? Why didn't you tell me? I have to block this bitch. Get lost. I didn't know it was the same one. Get lost, get out of my room. I didn't know. Because she accused me of fucking whole bunch of words in the back channel. She called me a whole bunch of names. Get lost.
You already.
Yeah. Out of my room. Get lost. Yeah. Block. Yeah. Because I don't want that bitch coming in. She attacked everybody in my room. She attacked me on the back channel that I follow her. I come to the room. I am a creep. I try to flirt with her. Fucking bitch. I said provide proof. She doesn't have any proof. Fucking bitch. Cunt.
I've never heard
No. She literally called me a pedophile and a whole bunch of shit on the back channel. I said, fuck you.
So what?
Yeah. You can't do that when you don't have any evidence. I asked her for the evidence, no evidence.
You know how many Israelis call me pedophile? So what?
I don't care. I'm not Amos. I'm not a low life like yourself.
Fuck that bitch.
That was last, right?
Yeah. She's trying to do the same thing to me, bro. And she's trying to.
I think she opened a room on your day. She called you pedophile or something, right?
She sent me a message and it was like a paragraph. It was mad, God trying to abuse me. And I was like, join the queue, honey. I've got a lot of admirers on this app. You know what I mean? This is the first. And then she tried to screenshot it. And I was like, read the whole thing, bro. Send the whole thing. You know what I mean? There's nothing. She tries, man. And she's done that before with someone else in one of my UK rooms. She tried to she's like, what are you doing, man? At this point, it's too obvious, darling. You know?
I know. I kicked her out, man. I thought it was a he. This was a new one, I thought.
But you know, Amos, you see a woman in the room, you get the little woozy in the room, you give her the moderator. When Amos in the room, you know? Amos, you give the ladies the
Wait, isn't last pro Palido? Isn't she Fatima's friend? Is that the last?
Yeah. She likes to start drama with everybody.
Yeah, she's weird. She's weird.
She's accusing me on the back channel, a whole bunch of shit. I'm like, what?
Yeah, she was saying weird stuff.
She made a claim that I go into incognito mode and I'm a creep. I go into her room, I watch her and do this. I'm like, what? Come on. I said, provide evidence. I said, provide evidence that I came to your room. And then she called me a predator. She called me a pedo. A whole bunch of fucking words.
I think she's paranoid because of this incognito mode.
No. She called me a whole bunch of other words as well. I said, okay, provide evidence. You're making a claim, provide evidence. Why coming? And I told her, if you have a problem, stop following me around. Stop coming to my rooms. You're not allowed in my rooms. I blocked her. She actually blocked me first, and then I blocked her. And again, she started coming in here. I'm like, what? You don't do that. It's a permanent block from this room. Yes, Andrew.
Why does he sound like not so close?
What did you say, Andrew?
We can barely hear you, bro.
We can barely hear you, Andrew.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, a little bit better, yes.
Alright.
Could you just double check something for me? Bibi has taken full control of Gaza in the
Netanyahu doing what?
Taking full control, military control.
Yeah, it's approved in the Knesset. This room was opened based on that. I actually posted a Times of Israel article yesterday. They were saying on Thursday it's going to be approved. It was yesterday, and today, yesterday, yesterday time, California time, they approved it. So they are going to go in there. So 75% is already under occupation, and they're gonna come in and take over another 25%. And Trump was asked, "Are you okay with the occupation?" He said, "I'll leave it to the Israelis." And the humanitarian aid, Trump is worried about those mothers that are that have to give breast milk to kids, babies, or whatever. And what else was it? Yeah. What's up, Free?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Brother, Germany just announced that they're placing an arms embargo on Israel.
Seriously?
Yeah, I don't know if you guys heard that.
Germany.
It just came.
You know when Germany turn around? Oh my god.
Yeah, they said we're not gonna approve any weapons to be sent out to.
Because those guys are big cucks, those are the real cucks.
Isn't Daniel from Germany? Isn't Daniel in Germany?
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Daniel, stop trying to control Edward, okay? I know you're fascinated with him, and I don't understand how you try to dictate how someone needs to speak and police tone someone. That's so fucking weird, bro. Aren't you married? Stop police toning people.
He was telling. I heard Daniel. You were trying to tell him to critique Palestinians and Palestine and Hamas in this room. I mean, have you ever done it yourself? Have you ever criticized and condemned the idea?
Never.
Right? And then you come in here, you want us to fucking condemn everything. Yeah, fuck you and fuck your condemnation. We don't give two fucks.
I want to add this. Edward is a straight man.
Yeah.
Okay? He's a straight man. What do you do about him? He's a straight man.
Leave that man alone. Leave that man alone.
No, bro. You're a married man. Stop it.
Shit. Crazy, man. He's stalking, man. That Daniel, he's stalking, bro. He's stalking. I'm watching you, Daniel, man. I see the way you talk to men, bro. I see the way you talk to those men, bro.
Yesterday was calling him. You see? You lucky I didn't catch you calling him bitch and all this. The hell you calling him a bitch for? Like you acting like you're like a ex-girlfriend or something. A crazy ex-girlfriend.
I'm really disappointed over there, man. What the hell? Crazy, man.
Poor Edward got fatal attraction.
Also, Trump yelled at Netanyahu. He told Zelensky.
Say it again. I'm sorry.
Trump yelled at Netanyahu.
He's always yelling at Netanyahu because Netanyahu thinks he doesn't have to listen to Trump, even though he's getting money from the United States. And I think he's getting Trump. Trump is a narcissist, bro. You can't. With people like that, you always gotta be on their good side.
Free, how do you know that that's the same blast? Is that the same blast?
To be honest with you, that's a very good question. I know just from the way she talks on the chat.
Hey, bro, you said it with confidence, bro.
Did she write anything?
Yeah, she engages on the chat regularly.
Did she engage in this chat? Do you see the messages?
Yeah, here? Yeah, she did. You have to scroll a little bit up.
Literally fucking called me a whole bunch of words in my back channel. I'm like, fuck you, block me.
I don't know
about the evidence.
Usually in the chat, she's like all in about pro-Pakistan. She's always against the Zionists, but I don't know about the spec channels.
Accusing me that I go into her room, I creep up on her, I try to flirt with her. When the fuck did I flirt with this bitch?
I swear she said that to me as well in the back channel. She's like, you always try to flirt with me. I didn't even know what she sounds like, who she was. I was like, bro, I didn't even know who you are, bro. Like, I didn't even recognize her. Talking about flirting with her. The hell? What's wrong with this woman? I told her, yeah, she's just weird, bro. She just like, you know, some women, they just want, drama, So, that's just what it is.
Well, she has to be weird. She hangs around Fatima.
As in you day trade?
Whoa, what?
I heard you in the room talking about investing and trading investing.
Nah, I do swing trading, bro.
You?
Yeah.
You heard about Soundhound?
Yeah.
What do you think about it?
Yeah, it's got potential. I do more CrowdStrike. I do a lot of Nvidia CrowdStrike, AI stocks,
This is an AI stock, isn't it?
I think so, yeah. I don't know much about it, to be honest. I heard it's good. I heard it's growing, but I don't know.
I went in on it premium.
Yeah. Yeah, no, this last 3 months has been crazy, bro. My portfolio is insane.
In a good way, or?
Daniel wrote that it needs to be re-educated. It can't happen. Now Palestinians are bringing in an industry that doesn't exploit benefit. I think the Zionist Jews, they need to be re-educated. The reason why, you can't have the clips from the yeshivas that are inside Israel. They teach their kids Jewish supremacy. I have a testimony from Emrose. Daniel, you remember you met Emrose? Yeah? She was born and raised inside Israel, and she's anti-Zionist. She said the same thing, Jewish supremacy. And I came across some videos, I was in a shock. They're literally talking about, getting rid of the Arabs, or if you blow up Masjid al-Aqsa, what would happen, and a whole bunch of other crazy shit. So this is the type of mentality you have inside Israel. And this is what they this is what they teach inside some of the yeshivas inside Israel. And it's very disturbing, I would suggest you to try to, what is it called? I think they need to be educated really good, right? I think the new yeshivas will probably have to open up, once, the Palestinians have their own state. And if they get the two-state, definitely, most definitely, stay on the fucking Jewish side of the, whatever land it's called. And let them live their own thing, and stop freaking occupying it every other day, or every day coming in and trying to, kill kids, or, when you're occupying the land, destroying rocks at your fucking truck. This is the type of, they do this all the time. Right now, there's a Mahmoud Ibrahim, the kid, he's actually inside Israeli prison without due process. They're making a claim that he threw a rock at the fucking IDF truck. His brother, Palestinian American, that owned the ice cream shop in Tampa, Florida, he got killed, murdered by the settlers in the West Bank, and they let the settlers out. They took the settlers in for a day, they let them out. Like, what kind of a fucking apartheid system is this?
This is what they support,
Garbage, shitty. There are no laws for the Palestinians, and
they support
no protection for the Palestinians in the West Bank. It's only about fucking Israeli settlers and Israel, and that's it. You should look into it. That kid, he was an 18-year-old kid, right? Tampa, Florida. He's a Palestinian American. He was sitting on his porch with the stupid fucking settlers, these criminal, Zionist fucking settlers. They came in his property. They started first trying to steal the tree. And then they started setting up a caddy, and then he called them out. He said, "Get lost." They started beating the shit out of the kid, and they beat him to death.
And guess what? Even the ambulance wasn't even allowed. There were so many fucking checkpoints, ambulance couldn't even make it over there. And the kid actually died. Such a disgusting, what happens with the Palestinians in the West Bank. You seriously need to educate the settlers. And actually, as a matter of fact, all of you guys are fucking settlers. This is why Amos was saying yesterday that we have to sleep between 2 to 4 or something. We can't go out, it's bad for our skin. It's because you're not from that fucking country. If you were from that country, you'll be able to, go out and do what you need to do. You're from Ukraine, Russia, Poland, and a whole bunch of these fucking countries. But they're never gonna learn. And you have the Arab Jews. You have a problem with that? They're actually Arab Jews, I know you probably titled them Mizrahi Jews. They used to discriminate against Mizrahi Jews as well. Mohsen, you want to come on up? Are you Zionist? Do you support Israel or Palestine? What's up,
half of Israel has turned on the country, let's be honest. They realize they don't think it's a democracy. They don't think it's a democracy. They don't think it's democratic. They don't think any of these things, bro. They hit the streets, Daniel's becoming a minority even in his own country, of Israel.
Bro, he lives in Germany. He ran away like a little bitch. Oh, yeah. He did not want to serve in the military. Mohsen, are you there? Mohsen?
Yeah, I'm here, man. Good morning, guys. Salam alaikum.
Do you support Israel?
No, I man, it's just, my parents are Egyptian, and I was born in New York, and I was raised in Miami. I'm Muslim, and this is a horrible situation to watch. My question is, why are the Arab nations so silent? Why is everybody, not being even vocal and just speaking up? And I
have a counter question to you. Why is the Egyptian government is so buddy-buddy with the Zionist entity? Why did they stop the Tunisian protesters, did not allow them into Egypt? They were going to go to the border and protest. Why is Al-Sisi was involved in blockade during, from 2007 and above, and after that? Why is Al-Sisi has the Rafah border crossings, blocked off? You see what I'm saying? There's a lot of things that relate to Egypt.
Why is his son selling getaway packages to Palestinians? His son was selling entrances into Egypt. Sisi's son.
So they were charging money.
Yeah, that guy's. I don't like that guy, man. I've only been to Egypt once. I want to go there and really see my parents, where they came from and stuff. So I don't know, much about my country as far as what I haven't learned, just in school and doing research. But just watching this, and not hearing any of the no nations, man. Saudi Arabia, everybody has alliances with Israel, which I understand they want to keep the relationship good, but it's horrible for them to just sit here and be silent and not stand up.
So the aid that's coming in, it's coming through Egyptian side. A lot of the countries are actually putting the aid in there, investing money. Now the issue here is the only border that you see is Egyptian border.
Yes.
It's not the other way around, right?
Yeah, man.
Saudi Arabia is trying to do a diplomatic way. They're supporting the ICJ. They condemn it. They want everybody to recognize the Palestinian state. It's just a mouthpiece, right? And then you have the UAE that has diplomatic relations with Israel. They're not going to do anything. While they were starving during the Ramadan, these fuckers were having, their iftar party with the Israelis. A disgusting scumbags.
Bro, I spent a year listening to rooms, specifically on Twitter Spaces, with thousands of people, Salomon's rooms, Yehuda's rooms,
you've been in Solomon and Nazum, okay, cool.
I've learned so much over the past year, and I've been in pro-Palestinian rooms, and I've been in pro-Zionist rooms, because I like hearing, both sides and what they're discussing. And nobody talks about a solution. And as soon as you bring up a solution, the conversation goes into arguments, and it goes into other conversations, but nobody talks solutions. There's really only two: the Palestinians and Israel come up with a two state, or this continues what we're seeing in Israel execute. So, but nobody
The
wants to talk
solution,
solution.
according to the Hamas charter, they agree on 67 borders. Right. This is Hamas's position, and they asked what is it called? Netanyahu wanted them to demilitarize, take the arms off, or whatever, and they said nope until we have a state. Right. So now they, yesterday's news, they're about to occupy the whole Gaza. So they're going to occupy. It was already under occupation, 75% of it. Now there's another 25% that was left. They're going to occupy the whole thing. About 3 days ago, the Knesset, 22 of these psychopaths, genocidal maniacs, they were trying to pass a bill, a resolution or something, to go into Gaza, toward northern Gaza, how they're going to build settlements or whatever. That guy Katz, the defense minister, he came out and he said, I'm going to, and he actually approved it. And I don't know if they already went inside or not. 22 out of fucking 34. This is how genocidal maniac these people are. They're already thinking about building settlements in the, in northern Gaza. So the solution is Hamas charter says 67 borders. Netanyahu denied it twice, once in 2015, once in 2023, right before the 7th of October in front of Security Council, UN Security Council.
Yeah, I read something where Trump has a partnership for like a Riviera hotel resort over there.
Oh no, that was what's the term? That was satire. The creator of the video came out and he said that was satire, and he came out.
I've been in the entertainment industry for almost 15 years, guys. I start on my educational doctorate degree this month. I went to film school. I've worked with hundreds of celebrities over the years, music videos, commercials, and documentaries.
Did you ever have that?
Yes, that's me. My Instagram is disabled right now because of a reality show I shot. That something happened, so I'm getting my Instagram back. But what I wanted to say is the power of media is, I can't tell you guys how much influence media accomplishes, the messages that we put through the media. I worked on The Apprentice with Donald Trump when I was in film school. I have a contract with Live Golf. I'm at Trump's golf course once a year, working the tournament, and I live 10 minutes from his house in West Palm Beach. I ride by his house on my bicycle, and I talk to his Secret Service all the time. There's no kind of, with the exception of people like Solomon, there's no Muslims, the media, we need to push more and put more, the influencers and the power of social media is very important in letting people know and showing. And I think that there has been, I don't know, on 100% scale, 60 to 65 compared to the Zionist media. And it's very hard to control. But I think that we need to do more speaking like this, Clubhouse, Twitter Spaces, social media posts, commercials, and continue to make the kids aware, because the kids have the power, believe it or not, when it comes to this game with the media. I know people that, do millions of views.
Austin, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
I mean, you know the talking points. Why don't you get Suleiman Ahmad on CNN?
Well, Solomon had an amazing speaker yesterday, a journalist. So he's working his way to where he can leverage his influence. You see, I had to learn about that in my industry. You get the influence, but you have to figure out how to leverage the influence in your favor to create longevity and consistency and residuals and all kinds of stuff. So he's figuring out how to leverage the influence right now, and he's doing a really good job. So, and I'm in his rooms, and he's funny. You know, he's a lighthearted person. So I like hearing his spaces. I love the speakers there, and there should be more rooms like that. And Yehuda is a Jewish guy, and I like him too. You know, guys, I grew up with Jewish people here. My parents moved me from Miami.
He lies it through his teeth.
Yes, but I like him, bro, because he has sense and he talks good points. Yes, he favors his people.
Did you not see what he said in the Million Marathon? These are recorded spaces. He believes in killing babies.
No, I didn't hear that. And
you have Jonathan Big. His video went viral. His office got a whole bunch of calls.
Yeah, I talked to those guys.
Yeah, but they're Zionists, right? The Zionists meaning that they're baby killers. What do you expect?
What their space died when they left Clubhouse.
Okay, do you want the Jonathan Biggs clip? I'll put it in the chat for you. You can listen to it.
I'm not a fan of Jonathan or his partner. What's his name?
Yeah, who that was used to co-host on Twitter.
Yeah, I just hear on Twitter. I just hear Yehuda on Twitter. That's where I heard him. I never heard him on Clubhouse.
Yeah, he's a genocidal maniac. He used to, and then this one Egyptian guy. He was undercover. He called himself intelligence or whatever. He was working for Egyptian government. He stole a bunch of money from women on Twitter, and then Yehuda used to co-host with him on Twitter Spaces, and then that guy disappeared because a whole bunch of women opened up spaces on that idiot. He was stealing money from women.
I think Yehuda realized something, and I think his spaces are more discussion-based and hearing people out now compared to then. And Jonathan Bing and those guys, you know, I had a conversation about them managing their brand for that room. And Nelson and him, I don't know. I didn't like the energy. So we just kind of went our own ways. But
so you worked with Zionists?
No, I didn't. We didn't do it. That's what I'm saying.
Hey, but Yehuda is a Zionist.
Yeah, I never worked with him. That's what I'm saying. I was talking about Nelson and Jonathan Bing. I had a conversation with Nelson about managing his brand, but I did not do it. I didn't do it. I liked those guys in the beginning, and then when I heard some of the things they were saying, I just didn't agree with. And yeah.
And the Yehuda was the same. There's a whole bunch of recorded spaces. You should go listen to a whole bunch of what he did on Million Marathon.
Yeah, I've heard.
Yeah, Yehuda is another piece of shit, garbage. He came on this app as well, and then he disappeared.
Where are you from?
I can't say it because I got death threats for running these spaces every day.
I was big on Clubhouse for years, man. When this thing opened, I had rooms, thousands of people in them. We used to have all kinds of different topic rooms and networking rooms, and I used to do celebrity interviews. Yeah, this was during COVID times.
Yeah, 8 days ago.
Yeah, it was fun. We had fun on this app back then, man. But yeah, now I just jump on, man. I just jump into topics that I like. I look, if there's nothing going on Twitter Spaces, I come on here. But you guys, I appreciate you guys letting me speak, and I appreciate you guys having a conversation about this topic as well. Salam alaikum.
We talk about the solution all the time, also, but I mean, look, if you support the state called Israel, right, the Zionist entity, and if you want Israel to exist, that actually makes you a Zionist, right? Now, if you say you want Israel to exist, which means you support how the state was created in the first place. In 47, you had the ethnic cleansing happen after the Arabs denied the partition plan, and it turned into a full-blown war in 48. And then after they called it Israel, whatever, right? They kicked out a whole bunch of people, women, a lot of people. They even raped little girls from one village to another, and then they they even did when they called it Israel. Right after that, there was a war. But the Arab side wasn't prepared for the war. They didn't have proper uniforms. They weren't ready to fight. And these other Zionist mofos, they were ready to fight. They had the freaking weapons because they've been doing attacks, since the 40s. Actually, in 1937, they did a Black Sunday and they booby trapped fucking cucumber boxes, milk containers, and whatnot. And they even tried to approach Hitler because British decided not to give these people a state. After the Field Commissioner Board, the White Papers, they decided not to give these people a state in 1939. You see what I'm saying? And then 10 years from that day, it was supposed to be a Palestinian state, not a fucking Israeli state. And this is why they approached Hitler in 1940 to 41. It was a Lehi Jewish militia gang. And, then it turned into a shit show. The Nazis, they denied it. They're like, nope, I'm not going to help you, whatever. And then they slowly started doing a bunch of these attacks. The first attack they did was, I believe, 44, 45, and then 47, 45, 46. Even in 47, they actually killed, two commanders from the British Mandate. Even the U.S. president was fucking terrorized. They sent letter bombs to the U.S. president, Harry S. Truman.
You should do voiceovers, do a YouTube, and you should put all of this information on YouTube and make a bunch of money, and just have a documentary channel and just teach people,
No, everybody knows.
You know what else?
A lot of people are well aware of it.
Yeah, but I'm saying if you can just, if you like doing that and like having these discussions, you should monetize it. I was gonna say too, a lot of my friends that are Jewish that I grew up with in America, in Miami, they don't support this. So would you consider them Zionists as well, or no? The people that don't support this, because there's some Jews that don't.
Do they support Israel for the right to exist?
I think all of them do, yes, because when all of them...
That makes them a Zionist.
Got you. Okay.
You see what I'm saying? So now, let's say you come across somebody, a Jewish person, that says it doesn't need to exist or whatever, the way it was created. So that person believes in political Zionism. So that believes in religious Zionism.
Is that the same as a Jewish person that thinks a two-state is fair and wants to just live in peace?
Yeah. But if they say the right to exist, for Israel, then that makes you Zionist. Now, if they go two-state solution, that's a different thing. But you have to keep in mind political and religious Zionism. So some people, they believe in religious Zionism that are protesting, that are anti-Israel because this is the way the state was created. It was created which goes against the scripture. You see what I'm saying? So the people that believe in religious Zionism, they believe in the end times. That when Mashiach comes in and they're gonna go back to their homeland. That's a different story. That's like for the end times.
You know what else was very interesting to see, Amir? When October 7th happened, there was a lot of influence for the Zionism, even now, but then more. But then look what happened probably somewhere around 3 to 4 months ago. I feel like there was a lot more people that were realizing what Israel was doing and started speaking out more, even in public. Somewhere around 3 or 4 months ago, everybody started waking up and they're like, man, this is not right. It's got to stop at some point, right? So now it's even more, awareness, which was very interesting to see.
Yeah, I mean, so look on this app, right after the 7th of October, everybody was, pretty much, they were looking at Hamas as terrorists, Palestinian terrorists, blah, blah, blah. And then as soon as they start doing more and more attacks to schools, hospitals, and this and that, people started changing their positions. And now this app is a majority pro-Pali. The pro-Israeli side is like, you could say maybe less than maybe 100 people or 200 people. Or maybe 500 people, but the rest of the other rooms, even the black spaces, they're, majority they support the pro-Pali because they see it resonates with how the black folks in America were enslaved or whatnot, how they were treated. That's how Israel's treating the Palestinians for over 7 years, treating them
like fucking slaves, treating them like shit.
Yeah, I go into random rooms and I hear, excuse me, I hear a lot of people blaming a lot of things on Israel. You know, even if it's not related to Gaza, you know, just direct relation to our, you know, politicians and just political and AIPAC and all that stuff that's going on. And there's a lot of just white Americans that are not, you know, in favor of, you know, being partnered with Israel in any way. So there's a lot of those spaces that I'm hearing people speak up on, or not on, against Israel. You know, I'm just curious to see where this is all going to end up. You know, because you got Donald Trump coming in here, and you know, I supported Donald Trump for a long time. You know, more as an entertainer, the fact that he wasn't a politician, he was more of a businessman. I wanted him to have more of an Elon Musk approach when he came into this position, but I think his emotion carries a lot of his conversations and statements and actions, which is very dangerous for us here in America. And 6 months into his presidency, or 7 months now, he's upset a lot of people. And I'm very curious to see where that goes in the next. We got 3.5 more years with him. So I just don't think none of this is going to end well. I think a lot of emotions are going to make the decisions rather than logic. And we're going to.
No, but the logic, Mosin, the logic says DOJ came out. They said his name's on the Epstein files. The logic says they just moved Ghislaine Maxwell to a lower minimum security prison, right? Why did they move her over there? Do you know at that minimum security? I heard that they're not supposed to allow the pedophiles over there, and she's a pedo. How is a pedophile allowed at that minimum security prison? You see what I'm saying?
You know, my son's mother's a police officer, and my son's in the Coast Guard.
Oh, nice.
Right. So, well, I guess, but hearing this, what's going on, and having, you know, them being, you know, part of that scenario, I don't know. I just don't like what's going on, man. And here in America, and I'm in West Palm Beach. So the other day they grabbed the kid up. ICE, they grabbed the kid up, and he was born in West Palm Beach, and they detained him. So now they're grabbing people that are not even illegals, that are born here, that have illegal parents or something, or maybe they were citizens. Like my parents came from Egypt in the 70s and became citizens. But now Trump has made it where you can get deported even if you're a citizen or a son of a citizen or whatever. So they're grabbing anybody up on the street if you look a certain type of way or talk a certain type of way. It's crazy here, man.
100%, bro. I'm in Los Angeles, so,
I lived there in 4 years. I came back last year. I couldn't stand that place, bro. I had to get out. I had to go, bro. I was in
but the weather is nice.
Bro, I did not like. I like visiting there, but I don't like living there. I was in North Hollywood, the Hesby. I lived at the Hesby.
Oh, North Hollywood. Okay.
Yeah, by Magnolia.
Okay, nice. Yeah, I think the Epstein thing, it's a big thing, man, with the Epstein, and I think, do you know that Ehud Barak, the former Israeli prime minister, visited Epstein Island more than 30 times?
Have you been in diligence rooms on Twitter or no?
On about what? About Epstein?
Yeah, he's been breaking down that case, and what he does, that's pretty cool. He uses Grok, and he has Grok as a speaker, and he asks Grok questions, bro. I mean, super detailed questions, unbelievable. And Grok is such a dope, awesome, amazing invention. It's so much, it just knows how to articulate exactly what you want so many different ways. The information data bank that it has is incredible. So guys, if you're in this room listening, check out that app that Elon made, Grok. If you want to pay the app fee, there's an extra $30.
I used it too.
Super cool, man. So he
uses
that to
it
break
was
down.
pro-Hitler, by the way. Most of it was pro-Hitler. You heard about it?
to re-educate him.
Yeah,
The Grok was like, "Oh heck."
Yeah, somebody's in there probably messing around, man. One of the kids working there, you know, he can't control everything, man. He's got so much stuff going on. That guy. I don't think it was intentional.
No, I know, but the thing with Twitter is there's a lot of Jew hating. Over there they just directly call it Jew. They don't even use the term Zionists anymore. This is another thing, but the thing is, in America we got a lot of them. They're evangelical. They're Zionists. They support the state called Israel. And there's a lot of even on this app right now we have a few Jewish people. They don't support Israel. They come into this room all the time.
I've
There's
met a lot
bunch of them.
I've met a lot of people like Jewish people like that. Bro, I'm telling you, I grew up with Jewish people. I have never had any issues with Jewish people. Like I've had friendships from the age of 10, and just normal. To me, they seem like white Americans basically here. And I've never had any issues, no arguments, no fights. I've made money with a lot of Jewish people. I've never been treated a certain way as a Muslim, Egyptian Muslim. So I just, to see this and for them to see this, it puts a lot of Jewish people in bad scenarios. A lot of Jewish people had to leave a lot of countries, Egypt and a lot of countries, they had to go back home to where they know that they're safe. But I think, what Netanyahu's doing is, by extending this so long, is really putting them in a very, very bad position, Jewish citizens.
Yeah, but you said they had to go back where? Back to America or wherever they came from?
Well, probably to Israel, because I learned that, my friends told me this too, and from a young age, a lot of Jewish people, Israelis in general, they're taught to always support Israel, their land, no matter what. It's embedded in all of Israelis, citizens, and so they'll always support their land, their home, and they'll visit. They like to go back and stuff. So I think when all this bad stuff is going on, a lot of Jewish people left Egypt and a lot of different Arab nations and went back to Israel because of this, or came here to America.
Yeah, but the thing is also, if you look at the historical facts, there's actually a Iraqi Jew. He wrote a book, how they were brought into Israel in the first place, right? They did fake attacks. Mossad did this. Their Zionist buddy did it, and just to scare the people, the Jewish folks, to move from Iraq to Israel, to populate Israel. That's from the first place. Now, the indoctrination, yes, they do teach Jewish supremacy. There's yeshivas inside Israel. They teach them that they're above everybody. They're the God-chosen people, right? They're above the Arabs that are living there, and it's crazy, right? This type of mentality, they need to change this mindset. And but if you if you look at the historical facts, it's just like their narrative is, oh, we went to war and the Arabs lost, and and we took over the land. They don't realize how much that is a big of a lie, because the war happened in 48. In 47, that's when they started ethnically cleansing the Arabs, the Palestinians, out of their own homes. Even the Jewish neighbors, they sold them out to the Jewish militias that were ethnically cleansing them from one village to another and the third. So all I'm saying is, there's this context to it that they have never mentioned. And then they'll bring up the point, oh, we bought the land. Motherfucker, how much land did you buy? 6.6%. It's available all over. If you Google it or ask Grok or whatever, it'll tell you 6.6% land was purchased. Not the full 100%, not the full 50%, not the 75%. And the British decided not to give these people a stay because they terrorized everybody on that land, British and Arabs.
So
what
how
I'm saying is, it's just scary.
How from that point to now, it went from, being Palestine on the map to being Israel? At what point did everything go wrong for them? You know, lack of an army, lack of agreements, and having a conversation between both sides in so many years. Like, what happened where now, you know, they're fenced up somewhere in a part of their own country?
There's if you look at the wars and whatnot that took place after the ethnic cleansing, that's why UNRWA was created in '49 to look after the refugees in Gaza, right? And Gaza was controlled by Egypt, right? And what they did is ethnic cleansing. Nakba did not stop in '48; it stopped all the way up to 1956. What they would do is that there was leftover Palestinians. They wanted to control how many Palestinians would be allowed. They had to keep it at 20%, and then the rest of them they would load them up in backward truck and dump them, in Gaza, whatever. And up till now, there's been deals, but every deal always missed out on the right of return. There's a UN resolution that says right of return. More than 750,000 that were kicked, they're supposed to be allowed back in proper Israel. They have keys, deed, paperwork, and that's always off the table. And it's always, if you look at all the deals that they have, there's always missing pieces. One deal, they missed out on the East Jerusalem. The Jerusalem would be controlled by Israel. According to the 67 borders, when you look at it from the UN side, it's actually West Bank, Gaza, and East Jerusalem, right? That's where the Masjid al-Aqsa is, to be part of, Palestine. But what they do is they always play around in the West Bank. Do you know how many checkpoints are there, Mohsen? 920 checkpoints in the West Bank.
You know what? I think the responsibility equally falls on the Arab nations that are sitting there silent. I think that they are taking political stances too serious and are forgetting what really matters. And it's more of a brotherhood than borders and nations and being your king or the president. It's more of a brotherhood. It doesn't matter if I know you or not, if I know you're Muslim, the respect and the love, just how I was raised, right? And I can't understand that part. I can't understand it. Like, if I see me as one leader of this nation and my brother and my friend and my cousin, and when we're all leaders of all these nations, I just don't understand how we can't get on a phone and stop this in 5 minutes. I cannot understand how these leaders can't get on the phone and have a conversation and can't put a stop to this by making one phone call. And when they make that phone call, the other person feels that conversation. And I can't believe that this has not been done yet. And as Muslims and as an Egyptian American citizen watching this, it's unbelievable to me seeing Israelis storm into a mosque as sacred as Al-Aqsa, and for nobody to say anything. Like, what's going on? Where's the belief, the trust, the brotherhood, the camaraderie? I just can't believe what I'm seeing, man. And it's, for me, I just don't understand it. I'm 44 years old, about to be 45. I don't understand what I'm watching right now. There should be a NATO amongst all Muslim nations. Every president that comes into America destabilizes an Arab nation. It's like they have a to-do list in the White House, and like number one is to destabilize somebody before their 4 years is up. We've seen it with Iraq, Afghanistan. Like, they're always doing this. And until all of those leaders that are sitting here on social media and all these bulletins that we see get together and create their own NATO, this is going to continue to happen. And the power is going to lie in where the West is controlling. It's how it's been since I was a kid. I woke up seeing the towers getting smashed and Iraq getting destroyed and Saddam coming out of a cave and Bin Laden and the trial with Saddam. This is unreal what we're seeing here, guys. And I think that the West has controlled and done a lot of operations, CIA operatives, and through the years that we found out about. But for me, man, the one thing that is most disappointing is just, these Arab countries not standing up and ending this?
Yeah, but they're puppets of America, man. What do you? So look, America protects Israel. Okay, if America doesn't stops protecting Israel, Israel will be finished. It would have been finished long time ago. It's thanks to America. That's why Israel exists, and that's why all these nations they don't want to touch Israel because of America's protection, America backing. And these puppets that are in there, Egyptian government, Jordan government, the Hashemite kingdom, you got people, even in the West Bank, the PA is in bed with Israel. And that guy actually, there's a documentation that he makes money on occupation.
How do you feel about Putin?
Putin, I don't know, man. To be honest with you, I mean, he's a genocide maniac as well. But the Ukraine Russia thing, I kind of look at it as, I don't know, they're same people, man. Russia, if Russia was to take over Ukraine, right, they're not gonna kick people out. They're gonna let them live over there, like Israel does. Israel, it wants to take over Gaza and West Bank. They want them gone or genocided. You see the difference there? So, and the war with Ukraine Russia, I feel like it was started from the NATO side, the Ukraine side, and I don't know. Why would you start something with Russia, man? So, and their claim is that there was a puppet that Russia planted in there, for a while, and blah blah blah, bullshit.
Did you hear Putin's interview about Trump last week?
What did he say?
He basically said that Trump's living in a reality show, and he talks peace, but he sends 2 nuclear submarines. Well, we have more, positions in place against the U.S. than you have against us. Dude, he really went. Look it up. Last week he went. Dude, he destroyed. He destroyed Trump in the interview. He destroyed him, man. It was like the whole interview. He was just bashing him.
Yeah, Trump is just an idiot. So the warheads, I think Mario Nafo, the guy on Twitter, he did a space on this. So he had this video on his Twitter page. The video showed how they would be activated, and apparently Russia had 4,500, I think, warheads. America has 3,900 warheads. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And let's say if they were to annihilate Russia, right? Like do a full nuclear, right? So it would automatically activate the system for the nuclear. And apparently their warheads are hidden outside of Russia somewhere. We don't know where. They would get activated, and they would automatically be, towards America. They will come towards America, and America won't be able to do shit. You know what I'm saying? America is our target.
Yeah.
Russia produces 5 times more weaponry than America does.
Yeah, Putin's not playing, man. He was the head of the KGB or whatever they call him, and then he became the president.
Intelligence.
Yeah, the last guy, he kind of put him into office. It wasn't really, a democracy kind of scenario. It was just like, hey, let me introduce you guys to Putin, and then boom, he was the president. So, I think also that Israel wants that Gaza's portion of Gaza, because they want to do that canal, like how Egypt has the Suez Canal. They want to build that I think they call it the Ben something canal, where it will challenge the Suez Canal.
Canal?
Yes.
I don't know, man. So I kind of feel like it won't be possible without Hamas or somebody coming in and bombing the shit out of it, something. So they would either, if they want to build a canal of any sort, they would have to genocide everybody in Gaza, or and not do it. Either or. Because if they build a canal and let's say they have a small piece of land, they take over, but then what do we do from the other side? They could have weaponry, the tunnel, whatever. They can shoot that shit, and that could damage the canal. And it's a multi-billion-dollar project if they were to build a canal. So yeah, that's what it is. The solution, I believe, I wish it was possible for one state, right? But who wants to live with a rapist, man? These Israelis, they came out with a survey. 82% of them, they want to expel Gazans out of Gaza, right? Israeli Jews. Israeli Jews, they did another survey. 56% of them, they want to kick the Arab Israelis out, the Palestinian Israelis out of Israel. There's another survey that says 64% of them, they agree on what's happening to people in Gaza. Right? Now, if you look at another survey back in 2015, same fucking problem. In 2015, there was a survey was done by Pew Research, and it's the Israeli Jews. They wanted the Arabs out, and it was at 48%. You see what I'm saying? The discrimination level in 2016 against the Arabs was about 72%. You see what I'm saying? And then there was another survey that was done in 2022. The discrimination against the Arabs inside Israel was at about 37%. And now after the 7th of October, I'm sure it probably went up to 80%.
How do you sit down at a table and negotiate with people like that?
That's what I'm saying, bro. What do we do? And I look at them as rapists. They're fucking rapists. They want Hamas to put down the weapon, Palestinians not to resist, and just, bend over and get raped in the ass. That's all they want. They've been raping these people. Like, I'll give you a recent story. About 4 or 5, this was, I think, last week. A Palestinian American from the same place where you're from, Tampa, Florida. This young kid, he's 18 or 19. No, actually he was 20, I think, or 19. He actually owned an ice cream shop over there. You probably know him. You're in Florida, right, Mohsen?
Yes.
So this kid, 18, 19-year-old, he was sitting on a porch inside in the West Bank, right? And he's chilling, whatever. These settlers, they pull up and they start, messing around with the trees they had in front of the property, start building a tent or whatever. And then he told them to get lost or whatever. They started beating the shit out of him. They beat him to death, and he died. The ambulance couldn't even make it in time because of the fucking checkpoints and a whole bunch of shit that was in the way. The kid died, and they arrested, they took some of these settlers in, the IDF, and they were let out. They let them out. They asked America for help, and the American government is just garbage. It's fucking it's a sell-off. They're sellouts. And then, you know what happened to his brother? His brother, apparently, they're making the claim, IDF, that his brother threw a rock at IDF truck, right? And that's why they took him in under administrative detention without due process. They're not even allowing the family members to see it, lawyers to see it, or whatever. And he's actually, I think, 16 or 17 or 15, I think. And his name is Mahmoud Ibrahim, and if you get a chance, look into it. And the father, I actually played the clip yesterday. His father was saying, we're not allowed to see him, we don't know how he is, we don't know if they're abusing it, and he's a Palestinian American. Even the fucking Americans are not protected inside the West Bank. Like, what kind of fucking law is this?
Yeah. It's sick. That's horrible, man.
Hey, welcome, Christ, and Matt, if you guys want to chime in. Christ. Anyways, I think she's busy. So
that's where we're at, Monson, you know. And I actually like Suleiman Space. I can just sit there, listen to it, get educated, you know. And he runs pretty good spaces, man. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I like his spaces too. I've been in them for a long time.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of breaks a lot of news too in his spaces. But they took his verification and something else. They basically shadow banned him on Twitter.
Yeah, they demonetized him. They took away his blue check mark. He can't make money off of any of this, and his posts aren't getting too many. What is it called? Algorithm. It's not in his favor. They got rid of so that way it doesn't become popular. It's all has to do with the fucking Zionists, man.
Yep.
You know they put his name on one of the rockets they shot at Gaza, right?
Yeah, I saw that.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
they did that to him and Jackson Hinkle, that I think he's in his 20s as well.
Yeah, his voice is out there, you know, that's when you know his voice is shaking the block. Things like that happen.
Yep.
You know, it comes from the support of his yes, it comes from the support of his people though, you know, resharing the spaces and doing everything you know, just joining the space all the time. It's a lot of his fans and supporters that give him, you know, that space. A lot of people don't understand how to contribute to a speaker and to help his cause, right? And some people do. And in my experience, Twitter, there's just far more intelligent people on that, you know, more rather intelligent people on that app than on Clubhouse, you know, at this point. The best spaces usually on Clubhouse are the small spaces like this, but Twitter's a giant.
Yep, Twitter is interesting. I actually wanted to go over there and see if I can open up a space every day, because I actually cover the news in the morning, and I try to stay up to date with the news as well. And I use them, and then we have psychopaths, genocide, Romania, they come in here as well, Zionists, and you know, debate them sometimes back and forth, and then we have people crashing out every day.
That's good though, Amir, because you know, I want to hear the perspective of the Zionists. I want to hear them talk, right? I want to hear the perspective of the, you know, Israeli citizen that supports what's going on, and I want to hear from the ones that don't support what's going on. So I think the more people you have that come into the room, it's all content, bro, at the end of the day. So if it's, you know, as far as the space is concerned, you know, you're going to have people that come in and want to say what they feel, and they might be Israeli citizens and they might be American Israelis, who knows. And I'm very interested in their thoughts and what they have to say. So, I don't know, I think it's a good thing when you have that in the room, because it answers a lot of questions and it shows their cards sometime.
They lie too much, bro. They just lie. They just, and you give them evidence, right? Today we had this new Zionist that were going back and forth. He kept on denying it. I even played the clip for him, why, you know, how Hamas was funded by Netanyahu and whatnot. And apparently, you know, he did not want to accept it. I'm like, what? I gave him evidence from his own sources, Jewish sources. Didn't accept it. We had somebody else, same thing, didn't accept it. I don't know, I think they live in sort of like in denial. Some of these Zionists, they live in denial.
At the end of the day, they have to support Israel and support their land. That's what they were taught to believe growing up, and that's what they're going to do no matter what it is, bro. And I just, you know, like I said, I think that at some point there's something that's going to happen, and either either side's favor, how they want it to go, or someone's going to step in and create a negotiation that nobody's going to be happy with, to be honest with you. And the terrorism will probably continue. This is not going to end. So, it's a horrible situation, man.
It was true. We're gonna see what happens, man. It is terrible.
But I heard somebody yesterday, because in the Twitter spaces, I heard people in Gaza talking, and I heard they have all kinds of people in there. And one of the guys was telling us that they only control a portion of Gaza. I think like they were saying like 30% or 20% of Gaza, and they're telling the other 70 or whatever percent, to basically get out, lay down arms or something, and whoever's fighting right now, the resistance is refusing, and that's basically where it's at. So, but I don't think they control all of Gaza.
Yeah. So let's say even if they were to put down the remnants and surrender, do you think that the Zionist entity would let them live?
No, it's gonna be bad.
Bro, there's about 4 members. They came out and they said they don't give 2 shits about the hostage.
Yeah, it's gonna be bad, bro. Yeah, it's just a bad scenario, no matter how you look at it. It's just bad. And nobody wants to step in and take action, which is even more confusing.
That's true. And that's where we're at right now, man. I don't know. Hey, welcome, Nazi. How you doing today?
Sorry.
Walaikum salam. Yep. So, Nazi is what it is, my friend. I mean, we had, look what this blue guy wrote in the chat. He's half German, half Israeli. Right? Look at what he wrote. He goes, just wanted to say that without lies, Palestine dies. Thank you for the attention to this matter. This guy doesn't even believe in that Israel is starving children. He's a Zionist. Born in Israel.
The ChatGPT slogan.
What did you say now?
The ChatGPT slogan.
Maybe, I don't know. And he doesn't believe in that it's apartheid. He doesn't believe that it's a genocide. And then you talk to him intellectually dishonest. Every time you try to make a point, he wouldn't even answer the question. He'll deal with the fucking topic. So there's people, and then some people, they tend to crash out here. I mean, every day we have crash outs. 2, 3 at least a day. People, crash out on Zionists. Some Zionists, they get triggered, they crash out on pro-bellies. It goes crazy, man. But anyways, I think this room has served its purpose. Anybody else want to speak? And I think I probably ended. Jim on water to you guys. Happy Friday. And I think I'm going to hit the bed now. Anybody want to speak? No? Alright. So it was nice meeting you, Mohsen. Keep coming in, bro. I open the room every day, right? It runs for 10 hours a day, 10 to 12 hours a day. Sometimes I'm late, sometimes a bit early. And I think you follow the house, so you'll get a notification. If you're on Twitter, you can hop in here, listen to the conversation. Sometimes we have Zionists, so they can go in for hours. We have Palestinians that come into the space as well. We have a brother that actually lives inside the West Bank. He comes in here as well. We have another brother that lives in the West Bank. You can listen to him, And we even had somebody come in here from Gaza, but I don't know what happened to him. He disappeared. But anyways, so I'll talk to you guys later. Salam alaikum. Have a good night. A good morning or good night. Take care, guys.
More likely to get a pardon, and they often do, or get accommodation. But
acknowledgement that this is what happens, right? These people donate to someone's political campaign, or they donate to someone's thing, or they're huge donors, or and then they end up getting political favors that benefit them, which could be a pardon, could be a commutation, could be, whatever.
Naveen, let me tell you something, bro. You're not even. The worst pardon in my lifetime wasn't January 6th, because we all knew he said he was going to do it. Biden said he wasn't going to pardon his son, and that motherfucker gave him full pardon. I think that should have been a crime right there.
Well, I mean, but also given what we found out now, and the fact that Tulsi Gabbard and others have disclosed that the Biden administration was aware, pardoning someone like Adam Schiff and members, of including Brennan Clapper and others, makes you understand. I mean, you got to understand that, JB, and Marshall. I'm wondering your thoughts on this too, because it's fascinating to me that he pardoned all these people. They're like, oh, that's because Trump's going to go after them for no reason, and then now the info comes out that there is a reason to go after them, and he went to try to pardon them. So I mean, it is just that pardon power. I actually agree with you, JB. I think that Congress should have the ability to, just like they review senators, right? They should provide advice and consent on pardons, but do each pardon may take Senate a lot of time. Maybe you say, hey, every 2 months or something we review the pardon, something like that. I don't know, just a thought.
Go ahead, sir.
But you saying that because Tulsi came out with all this stuff that has been litigated 10 years ago, right? There's nothing new there. So it's like, yeah, he pardoned those people because he knows how Trump is. So there's no new information.
What was litigated? What was litigated?
The Russian collusion thing, or Russia Gate, or
Which court litigated it? Because you said it was litigated. So which court?
I'm sorry, investigated, not litigated. Maybe bad truth.
Okay. And did you read any of the Tulsi stuff? Because some of the people, like the Durham Annex, was hidden. Those facts were hidden, never provided. So I mean, if you looked at it, the Durham Annex clearly calls out some of these things. And not all the facts were litigated. Not all the facts were investigated. Okay, and that's the point that comes out, saying like, hey, what was provided to us? Even Mueller came and said there was no collusion, right? And was answering. If you read the Mueller report now, in light of all that you got, you can see that Mueller was basically saying, I need to find a way to try to pin Trump to this, but there's no evidence to show it, but I need to find a way, so let me try to find a way.
Naveen, let me ask you a question, man, because you and I have had a million discussions. I know where you stand, but I want to ask you, I want to see if you're going to be honest. Let's see if it passes the smell test, right? In your opinion, is Donald Trump a criminal or have a criminal mindset, in your opinion? Be honest.
Criminal mindset.
He has a criminal mindset, right? He's like
yeah, I said criminal mindset. Yep.
He has like a
criminal mindset. That doesn't mean he's a criminal. Criminal mindset doesn't mean he's a criminal, but criminal mindset, sure.
So he runs the government like the mafia boss runs his family.
I think he runs everything like mafia boss runs family, and I think in some ways that may be good, and in some ways that's horrendous.
Well, I think allocating. I don't know the exact number. I'm going to guess $90 billion for ICE. That's a criminal mindset. We don't need ICE. Didn't need $90 billion. They could have taken 75 and taken another 15 billion would it be, and put it in other places that needed it. Like, I know this is going to sound stupid to some of you people, but to cancel PBS, public broadcasting, they couldn't find the money for that, but they're more worried about fucking Pedro coming over from Mexico. That's some bullshit, bro. Just my opinion.
And it's 150 billion for ICE, right? Isn't it? Am I wrong on that one?
I don't know the exact number.
Well, it's for USCIS. Hold on, to be fair, it's for USCIS overall, which is all the immigration processing, not just ICE. But people say it's for ICE, but it doesn't specifically. If you look at the legislation, you look at the proposals, none of it does actually say ICE.
Hey, Naveen, let me ask you a question, just between you and me, because nobody's listening to us, right? They couldn't have taken, let's say, $1 billion out of it, just $1 billion, $1 billion, and hired some new judges to expedite the process, or no?
Well, that's the problem. That's the problem is, he's saying, moving forward. So Trump's mindset is the people that came to Biden vetted, right? And there's some reality to that. If you want to go into this immigration discussion, I'm happy to have it. But, these people weren't vetted. And there's proof of it. I mean, you take people from South America, many of those countries don't have the proper vetting system. So if you call and say, I'm here with, I have Pedro here. He says he's from your country. We don't know if he's there. Oh, I'm there. Well, we don't have any system to verify who he is. We don't know who he is. Well, okay, so we have to take his word that he's from Colombia? Okay, so how do we know where this guy is from? And so now we'll let you in. Okay, now you're in the country, you're our problem, right? So the view is get everyone out, right? Moving forward. Now look at the legislation that passed in the big beautiful bill. The majority has more immigration judges that are in there. So you're right. At the beginning, he took the approach of, hey, we're gonna put this money in, we're gonna double down, we're gonna go and pull all these people that came out that we have no idea who the hell they are that came into this country. And now, moving forward, we're gonna make it really difficult to come in by, putting more judges and putting other people in there. So while I agree with you that, the approach and the strategy in which he did was kind of egregious, I'm just telling you what my belief is.
Thank you, Naveed. Let me just say, I'm going to do a quick reset, but I'm going to say something before I do it. And this is going to trigger some of you people, and that's okay. It's 7:30 in the morning. Good morning, Hector. To me, ICE reminds me of Hitler's Gestapo. It really does. This is Healthy Debates, guys. This is Coffee and Conversation. The link on top on the Jumbotron is a link to my chat room that I'm going to be hosting later. I'm hoping everybody comes. Even Balenciaga could come, hang out with the cool kids if he wants. We'll let you in.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, Jamil. Good morning, L. Oh, we got LC in the house. Yo, F. Hector. Eunice, how you doing? Guys, you got a pink ticket down the VIP section. Cash it in. Sin, I don't even know why you have a pink ticket. But Sin, I looked through your profile. That picture of that flip-flop, man.
I have a pink ticket and I got kicked out your room by El Normal because I called him.
Can I finish my fucking reset, bro?
I know. You just want to make me the demon every time I come here. I know.
Because you have no mic. I'm in the middle of a reset. And you just because it's more important, you have to say what you have to say. If El Normal kicked you out, there was a reason for it.
There wasn't no reason. He
No?
kicked me out because I called him an evil Jew.
An evil Jew?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, did he have the green bean?
Yeah, he had the bean that day.
Well, then there you go. Show more respect. I don't know what to tell you.
So that's disrespectful to call him an evil Jew when he
You know what's funny, and I just said it before you got in the room. The hypersensitivity of men on this app. It's fucking bizarre to me. Who gives a fuck you got thrown out? Who gives a fuck what I say to you? You're a fucking man. Squeeze your balls, bro. Who cares? It's a free fucking app. Like, legit, bro. You cry every fucking day, and the thing is with you that I don't understand. You're actually a little smart. You're not a lot smart, but you're a little smart. You could get in the conversation, but you want us to be stuck in your feelings from 3 days ago. Who gives a fuck, bro? Like, legit. We're having a great conversation about Trump and pardons, and you want to cry about El Normal, who's not even in the fucking room? I'm sure he had a reason to throw you out. If you feel he's an evil Jew, that's your business. You have to deal with God, not me. It's fucking crazy, man. You dudes need to get some fucking testosterone test done. Anyway, if you have a pink ticket, cash it in. Hit the link on top. That's for my chat room later. Yo, Doug, you're more than welcome to come up. But come on, stay on point, bro. You're smarter than that. I know you gaslight my rules. You gaslight my chat. I'm okay with that. The haters are what stokes success. Keep hating. See how far I go. But, bro, let's stay in today. Today's fucking Friday. It's a beautiful day here in New York, man. Anyway, guys, we're gonna go popcorn style. Monster, you try to jump in?
Yeah, I was gonna say labeling Norm an evil Jew it's being more than an asshole. Norm's not an evil Jew. You may not agree with Norm. He may come off as absolutely obnoxious, but that doesn't make him evil. Also,
hey Marshall, check this out. If you said he was an evil black man, this app would be on fire. But it's okay, he can spew what he wants. He has that protection, which I think is bullshit. If he thinks Norm's an evil Jew, then he really needs to check his fucking moral compass.
well, it also means like he doesn't know Norm. Or like both of us know Norm. Norm may be obnoxious, but he's not an evil person. And like the reducing down of Norm to being an evil person is intellectually lazy, to say the very least.
Anyway, let's get back to the conversation. We were talking about pardons. I like when Naveen comes in my space. He don't leave his square, but at least he's respectful. So Naveen, man, I think not only do we need Congress to interject themselves with these pardons because they're out of control, I think there should be term limits on Congress, Senate, and the Supreme Court. Marshall disagrees with me, but let me tell you something. You want to root out corruption? Get rid of the fucking Nancy Pelosi's of the world? That piece of shit? That's how you do it.
But also, I think, and I'm gonna agree with you on that, JB. Not only term limits, maybe, but also getting the kind of the money out of the politics too. You know, I think that's the issue. Also, there was a bill that came up about Congress can't use insider trading, and that bill failed. You know, Trump even came out against it. It's like, because that's crazy. How can you do insider trading, but people like Martha Stewart get put in jail behind that? Like, so it's like
because there's no law preventing Congressmen and senators from doing that. Because there's no law preventing Congressmen.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So there was a bill to prevent. There's a Republican, I think, bill, matter of fact, and they voted or they shot it down because it's like, you know, to keep making the money. But I'm agreeing with JB and all of that.
Bro, you know how much Nancy Pelosi's made since she's become a congresswoman? Hundreds of millions of dollars. Right? If any of us on this stage, in this room, on this app, in this world, did the shit that she did, we wouldn't be in prison. We'd be under the prison. We'd be all over the news. We'd be called Bernie Madoffs and all this other bullshit. She's a crook. Chuck Schumer's a crook. Donald Trump is a crook. But this is what we put into power. I don't get it. You know, and now we got this idiot man, Dami, who's going to run the largest epicenter of the world in New York City. And this city's going to burn down. You people think I'm being hyperbolic? I'm not. He's already said he's going to slash all public services by 25%. 25% across the board. How the fuck are we going to survive? We barely survive now, man.
But what makes you, and again, this is maybe my ignorance, but what makes you think, so, I don't know, research this, what makes you think it's going to burn down? Is he saying redirect these funds to help people like homeless people, or redirect these funds to do something else? Like, is it already loaded? And I go look it up. I just haven't been a bit lazy.
He wants to take that money and help illegal immigrants. That's what he wants to do. He wants more welfare hotels. America's a welfare state, sir. And he wants to keep people in welfare. He wants to empower the immigrants that come to New York City. Because remember, we're a sanctuary city. So he wants all that money to go to these people that, other than the people that deserve it, like the taxpayers. So it's going to burn down, man. We got less cops on the street. You already have crime. Right? You're going to cut the fire department by 25%. You're going to cut sanitation. I don't know when the last time you were in New York City, but it's disgusting.
Yeah, I ain't been in New York in a while, so you got it on that one.
Evil of God. Let's see what you have to say. Those people are not crooks. The system allows them to do that. You always blame the individual, which is what the system of, I don't know what that word is, financialized system is supposed to allow. JB, you have to stop behaving immigrants as if they're the ones stealing all the money when you know fully well who enriches themselves in Congress. Stop blaming immigrants. I'm not blaming immigrants. I'm blaming the politicians. I'm blaming any fucking mayor that gets up there and says make me a sanctuary city. And then all these fucking other states, like Texas and Florida, send us their immigrants. That's who I'm fucking blaming. I don't want to be a sanctuary city. We have enough problems on our own here.
Yeah, that stuff the busing may have come off as distasteful, but when you're shipping them to cities that are sanctuary cities, it may seem petty, but it's asking those cities to step up to the plate and take care of the people they say they want to take care of.
Well, here's the problem, Marshall. We have the esteemed Mayor Adams here in New York City and other mayors, Chicago, LA. You know, Mayor Adams got on TV and looked right at the camera and said, I dare you to send me your immigrants. I dare you. That was his exact words. And you know what the governor of Texas said? I got you, bro. I sent busloads and plane loads of immigrants and just dropped them on the fucking street. And you know what happened? Adams thought Biden was going to supplement the money. Biden's like, I'm not touching that. and now the fucking money comes out of New Yorkers' pockets. Listen, we need immigrants in America. Everybody knows that. You got to be a dummy to say otherwise. But to give them debit cards with $15,000 on it, brand new iPhones, 4-star hotel stays. I want a fucking free hotel in Manhattan. Not gonna happen. I don't know, man. I think things are out of control, and I think Donald Trump is doing it the wrong way. I think some of that money could be allocated for other things.
Also, Donald Trump is basically doing it as a distraction, and he said the criminals, right? There's no way you're gonna get 20 million people out of the country in 4 years unless he's not planning on staying. Unless he planning on staying.
Let me say this.
But like, there's no way. But
I've been in New York City. I've been in New York City my entire life, right? I've circled the sun many times. I've never one time been attacked by a fucking criminal migrant. This is a dog whistle that Donald Trump likes to blow, and people fall for that shit.
No, I'm agreeing with you on that. You know what I'm saying? But I'm saying what he said is the criminals, but then you're going after people working, people at Home Depot, people at schools, you know. So that's what I'm saying. That's the red herring. Because, of course, not to distract, because, hey, my tariff's not doing that good. This is not doing that good. So, hey, what is the biggest issue? Immigration.
Well, yeah, but immigration is a big deal under the Trump administration, partially due to the fact that Biden let in 13.5 million people, which is a larger number in population than half the states in our country. Meaning 50% of the states have a population below 13.5 million people. That's where you got the backlash. Had Biden not let so many people in, the backlash probably would have been so
Marshall, can we have the real conversation about Joe Biden? Because the truth is this. We all watched that debate. We saw that decrepit old fucking weekend at Bernie's guy stumble over his words, and I don't want to hear it because he has a stutter. He's lost in his head. The Democratic Party should be ashamed of themselves that they would put that man out on that stage. A. B. He hasn't been like this just yesterday. He's been like this for the last 2 or 3 years. Who is really running this country? Were those really his policies? Because they use that auto pen quite a bit. Now, Donald Trump's batshit crazy in my opinion, but sometimes he'll say something lucid that makes sense to me. I do believe they abused that auto pen, and I do believe Joe Biden was running the president, not Jill, his wife. Because that dude was walking into curtains. So the Democratic Party better fix themselves real quick, else we're going to get another 8 years of Republican administrations.
Guess what, JB? I would have voted for weekend at Bernie's over Trump still. So, okay.
Wait, you would rather
look, the auto pen thing, whatever, I guess that can be litigated or talked about,
Wait.
But that's like 2 million or 3 million, not 13 million. You know what I'm saying? So that would have raised it to 30 million immigrants or 40 million in the country. So I don't think that's the case.
The numbers come from
what they can do is create a pathway, at least for the people who've been here 20 years, I think. And there was a bill, remember, that Donald Trump told sponsored by a Republican, that Donald Trump told them not to.
Yeah, but the Langford bill was horseshit. It screwed over my area and it didn't do what it was supposed to do. It's decent try for the Republican and decent try for the Democrat, but it was not a good bill at all. It would have impacted the Rio Grande Valley substantially in very negative ways. I'm looking for, where'd it go? My brother, who works on Capitol Hill, sent me this little synopsis of it. I'm looking for it. Where'd it go?
But they were fixed, though. I mean, shot and Donald Trump, and they were all in for it, bro. I mean, can we not? Is that not a?
You'll have to repeat the very last part you cut out in my mic. If you don't mind repeating.
Sorry, I say, was it not a fact that all the Republicans were for it? It was gonna pass, and then Donald Trump told them not to.
I would not say that, for example, my senators, Cruz and Cornyn, voted for it because Donald Trump told them to. They didn't vote for it because it was bad for our state. I found what I was looking for.
No, Marshall, hold on one second. Marty, are you there, Marty?
Yeah, man.
Do me a solid. Read that article real quick, and when you're done reading it, let me know because I want to talk about this. Yeah, Marshall.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, I found this thing my brother sent me. At a low end, we would have had to accept 5,000 people a day. At the high end, 8,500. Except it doesn't end with the 5,000 or the 8,500. They still have to process 1,400 asylum claims at the ports of entry, even when it's shut down. POTUS can suspend the shutdown at any point he thinks is, quote, in the nation's best interest. And the automatic shutdown thing only goes for 2 years, although, as I said above, it's not a shutdown. Chris Murphy somewhat famously said, quote, the border never closes under the deal. Changes to asylum processing for judge to mid-level career DHS employee. Basically, a line officer with their supervisor can grant asylum, which are supposed to go before court is the reason it's not a good idea. These people immediately get work permits and are on a pathway to citizenship. Unaccompanied children from non-contiguous countries are in that 5,000 and 1,400 number. And it mandates catch and release for large classes of aliens, which is how the law refers to some of these folks. Language is literally shall release, not may. It means you, like, shall in law means you must do something, may means you have a choice. And so this is a shall release. Does not substantially raise credible fear standard, the thing you need to pass to get an asylum claim. It does nothing about the settlement agreements that require the release of the unaccompanied children before a settlement agreement. Anyway, that's just a few of the things in the Langford compromise bill that were just not good for the Rio Grande Valley in any way, shape, or form.
Thank you.
Right. Again, I give him a doff of the hat for the try, but he should have worked closer with people like Cornyn and Cruz, who Texas has the largest border with Mexico. And it would have been very helpful to work with Cruz and Cornyn to get that bill more rammed into shape so that it could pass.
Well,
So
I'll say this, Marshall. Thank you for that share. Ted Cruz is a piece of shit, in my opinion.
Guys, Zodiac killer without a beard.
Yeah, he's a fucking weirdo. Guys, on top on the Jumbotron is a link to my room tonight on Chatter at 4:45 Eastern Standard Time. I hope everybody comes in. Marty, did you read the article?
Yes, I did.
What are your thoughts? Because I have a feeling that you and I are not going to agree.
So I do believe most Israelis don't want this. Not that they don't want to have military and be in safety from Gaza. It's the fact that Gaza's a fucking welfare state before the war started. They depended on the world to feed them and to give them electricity and give them all the things that we said that we were going to cut off because we're giving them for free. They've always been a welfare state, so they're really tax burden on the Israeli society, and I don't think it's actually good that we're the ones who's taking care of them, and Hamas is just profiting and keeping the cash for their own military expansionists. Do I think it? Listen, in the Middle East, you only lose a war when you lose land. That's the reality of it. If we think of an Israeli win without taking land, and then it might work in America, in the West. This is the way you won, you proved yourself. But in the Middle East, it means shit. I really do believe these are the types of things that are being in place. Because in reality, soldiers' lives to have pieces of land that we get absolutely nothing out of, and worse, we have to actually continue pouring our tax dollars into it, is not a great thing. But at the same time, Hamas being left in power and to do another October 6th, October 7th, it really does play a part in this. So I don't know where I even stand on it, because in reality, it's such a messed up situation, but I don't see other solutions in the matter. And I don't think it benefits. I think it benefits the people of Gaza, but I don't think it benefits Israelis in any sort of way.
Thank you, Marty. So here's my thought.
Do you disagree with that, though?
Not all of it, but I'm going to say what I think. I think that it's enough. It's enough. I mean, look, all I ask is let me finish what I'm going to say, then everybody's welcome to push back. But here's my thought. people are saying that the starvation thing is fake. I don't believe it's fake. I think these people are really starving, right? How could they not be, right? There's almost no building standing. It's all rubble. And I get it. Hamas is stealing the supplies and the aid. But here's the deal. If Hamas came out today and put down their weapons and said, okay, you guys win, we're done. You know what's going to happen? Hamas 2.0 is coming up tomorrow. Now, I'm going to tell you why. Because when you kill somebody's mother, brother, father, sister, uncle, I don't care what relative you kill, that puts a seed in somebody's head. How the fuck can I sit in kumbaya with these people now? How can I sit down and break bread with any Jew? Now, Marty, you know I'm a Zionist, I'm pro-Israel, I'm pro-Jew. But the reality of the situation is all we're doing, we're never going to get rid of the ideology that permeates through that region. And by killing these people, it's just going to make it worse. There will never, ever be peace. I am not a fan of Netanyahu, and I wasn't a fan of Netanyahu before October 7th, bro. That's really the truth. But what's the definition of insanity? Do the same thing over and over again, hoping for different results. Now, I'm not a bleeding heart liberal, but I'll tell you what, man. It has to end in some way, and to escalate, it's only going to make it worse. And here's the truth, Marty. For Jews like you, Jews like me, when this shit pops off over there like this, and he says he's going in, he's going to take over all of Gaza, that puts a bigger target on my back and your back just for being Jews, and we have nothing to do with that conflict. And that's my thought on that situation.
I mean, not to mention, like, a lot of Israelis were trying to get him out of there, right? So, like,
they were trying to get him out over judicial reform.
Well, that was that, and him being there forever. Like, he basically, I don't want to say Trump light, but he's trying to stay in there because he's a little bit past Trump, if you ask me. But he's trying to stay in there almost forever, like Putin.
Well,
right? So it's like, I think that they were against him. You know, a lot of these Israelis want.
Well, I'll say, Marshall, let me say this, Marshall. And everything I just said, Marty, the truth is this. There's going to be a faction of the Jewish mafia on this app to say, see, I told you he wasn't a Jew. You see, he's really anti-Semitic. No, bro. I support Israel 100%. I'm not supporting this military campaign. I think it's wrong. It's inhumane, bro. It's just in my opinion. But, you know, my opinion is just one of many, I guess. Let me say good morning to Ewan. Good morning, Ewan. Good morning, Miss Clark. Ewan,
hey, what's up, man? Yeah, I'm here.
I'm all right. Do you want to chime in?
Oh, yeah, sure. Okay, so I think that there's two separate things going on, and I think that people are looking at small picture issues without looking at the bigger picture thing, which is the reality that to fix the issue in Gaza, it's going to take multiple generations. And I think that the Israeli army, the IDF, are doing what they have to do now to get the hostages back. Dude, in all honesty, I would love for my own government to care that much about me or care that much about my family to fight to bring them back.
It's kind of sad that we don't have that standard in the rest of the world, to be completely honest.
And yeah, I understand where you're coming from too. I think that it's a humanitarian crisis, but at the same time, I really do think that these two issues are sort of different issues, and I think that it's going to be multi-generational work to try to get the Palestinians to, like, did you hear about what happened in France, for example? JB?
No, sir, I didn't. What happened in France?
Okay, so there's this news story that just recently came out where Macron started bringing in Palestinian refugees. Within the first week, he put a stop to it because a Palestinian refugee went around screaming at the top of her lungs that she's going to exterminate all the Jews. First couple days in France, and I think that there's this bred in hate that isn't going to stop them at this point, and we need to figure out a solution. But like, this is going to take generations. This isn't going to be fixed in a year or 5 years or probably even 10 years. So that's just the reality of the century.
Well, let me say this, man. I don't give a fuck. Like what anybody says, there was no justification for October 7th. Zero. Right? But I think what Netanyahu, the IDF, has done is they went in blind. I don't really believe there's a plan. People like to compare what's going on in Gaza with the Palestinians. Well, when it's over, we're going to treat them like we treated the Germans after World War II or the Japanese. The big difference here is this is a religious ideology that you're not going to get rid of, right? And then throw into the pot, Ewan, that these people have lost brothers, mothers, sisters, uncles, aunts. There is not going to be forgiveness on the Palestinian side. It's just not. I don't see it happening. And I think they need to come up with a different plan. It's just, to me, it's just not working, man. I'm sorry, it's just not. And you want to escalate things? Okay. And then there's going to be blowback to the escalation. Listen, Jews are the most hated people in the world. I woke up today, I was already hated. Didn't do anything to anybody, but just because I'm a Jew, they don't like me. I get it. But when you escalate and starve people out, bro, that puts a lot of bullseyes on a lot of Jews around the world. I really believe that.
How do you consider this an escalation? We do have already military control of the land. Hamas has only small pockets, or they're underground, hiding like little rats. I don't see this as escalation. It's just basically staying in the area and not securing it and making it more areas where Hamas doesn't have to take control. And these are also working on infractions in Gaza. I know it's not mentioned much, but there's areas of Rafah border where, I forgot the guy's name, he basically said there's no war, the war is ended. We control it, Hamas is not here, and that's why we're good. So there's more to the puzzle that isn't being spoken about. I do believe, of course, that old people are not going to be able to run to aid. I understand they're going to be, it's going to be hard for them, and I do believe most people live in tents. It's totally, like, I understand. But at the same time, these are not, I believe that the right move would be if they want to leave, and want to come back when things get picked up again, which could take years. I think they should have the option to leave it, and the fact that we're not allowing them to leave because of some gaslighting talking point is the reason why they're suffering.
Hey, Marty, you know what I think about what you just said? I agree with you, bro. I don't know why Egypt hasn't opened their border, right? The Egyptians who are, and in my opinion, and I don't give a fuck if this triggers some of you people, the Egyptians are probably the biggest anti-Semites in the world, at least in my experience. But they won't open that border for these poor people. They'll point out what the IDF and Israel is doing wrong, but they're not going to open that border. Stay on that side and get slaughtered. But before I go to the next speaker, I have to say good morning to Lady Chi. She left. Well, good morning, and good morning, Miss Clark. I love your PTR. Your hair is amazing. Looks fantastic. Good morning, Keegan.
Good morning. Listen, I know that
I'm listening.
I know that I know that me and you have had very different agreements, or opinions on this topic. But what you're saying, I think first of all, it takes a lot of guts, because someone who is a Zionist can point out, like, what's post-war look like? And that's a really, really hard question to wrap around. That, let's say, the hostages that potentially are still alive are back. Hamas is dismantled, to the, just dismantled. What does this look like? Is it that majority of these Palestinians, are they expelled away from Gaza because you can't live in it? Do they go to the West Bank? Do they go to Israeli settlements? I don't think Israel.
Hey, Keegan, Keegan, I'm sorry to cut you off. You don't have to mute up. Let me just say this. It's my opinion, just my opinion. All Israel, the IDF is doing over there is create more fanatical extremists.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying this for over a year now, is that when you kill, it doesn't matter that my brother's a Hamas member. If you kill my brother, and then you also, because he's a Hamas member and he was hiding in a house, and you kill my mother and my sister with him, I now hate you. It doesn't matter that he was a Hamas member. I now am going to say, well, now you've killed my family. Just because my family was harboring a Hamas member doesn't give you the right to kill them, in my opinion, right? I'm just basing off myself. If I was holding if my brother was a KKK member and the United States said, well, we're going to kill them, and we're going to end up killing your whole household, I would hate you. I would hate you to my core. I would want to fight you. And so I agree with you. And so it's like, what does this, everyone looks at World War II and what we did to Germans. Well, listen, we expelled the Germans from a lot of Eastern Germany, Poland regions. I mean, 12 million Germans immigrated away, and then 2 million died between 1945 and 1952. So, I mean, what it seems like, this is where term genocide comes from, is that it will be they will die from starvation. They will die. They will be expelled from their homes, and that's the only way you kind of can fix that region. And if I guess if Israel wants to be open and honest and say, listen, the only way we can fix this problem is by expelling them away from this region, and the ones that are left are just going to die because this region has no infrastructure anymore, right? There's no form of actual running energy and running water in the majority of these areas now. It's all tents, and you have to be supplied by humanitarian aid and large, I mean, literally tons and tons of trucks. Well, then, yeah, you're not going to be able to survive, right? And so, there's something going on, and I don't know what their actual plan is.
Well, Keegan, I don't like, and thank you for your share. I don't like the comparison of what happened after World War II, because this is a religious ideology. And I know some of you people, this might trigger some of you people, but that religion wants to eliminate my religion. Not all Islam, but there's certain fanatics in that religion that if they could push a button, poof, all us Jews would be gone. Good morning, Marcus. How you doing, counselor?
What's up? What's going on? How you guys doing?
Doing great, man. I haven't heard from you in a minute. You still in Hawaii?
No, I'm in the East, man. I went to Asia. I'm on the run.
I'll get you a list of all countries that don't have extradition. What do you think about what we're saying here?
I mean, we know why Egypt isn't opening the border, right? Like, Egypt just let Palestinians in before. They're seeing what happens when we let Palestinians in. I mean, it's not a mystery why they're not opening the border. It's not like, oh my God, what's going on? We know why they're not. They're not doing it for the same reason Jordan couldn't open the border for Palestinians again. They know what happens when you let Palestinians.
Oh, 100%. See, people don't want to talk about that, Marcus, how when Egypt led the Palestinians the last time, what happened? It didn't turn out too well for anybody.
So let's just be honest about what's going on. There's a reason they're not opening the border. So we're like, how dare Israel not do all this stuff? And we turn a blind eye. Well, I don't know why Egypt did. No, we know exactly why. We're just not talking about it. But we know exactly why. I have a really hard time. And granted, I'm actually probably closer than you guys, but my heart's still in America, right? I have a hard time telling someone on the other end of the world, like, I don't want a genocide. I don't want people to die. I don't want people to starve. But, like, I'm not going to tell you from far away how high your fence should be. Or, like, if you need to defend your house with barbed wire or gun or electric wire. I think that's something you guys sort of need to take care of in your neighborhood. So I'm all for saying, like, shit's way out of line. We got to fix it. But the nitty-gritty, how it's going to happen, I have a real hard time when we look around on the other side of the world and say, hey, there's a problem in your backyard, you better fix it, but I don't like the way you're fixing it now. It sort of rubs me the wrong way. Like, it's hard for me to articulate. It's hard for me to say how I would tell someone to do that when I'm gonna let you tell me how I'm gonna get rid of my in-laws who won't move out of my house. You know what I'm saying? Like, we all have problems, and I can tell you when you go too far. But to say, you're doing the best you can, and it's just, there's a lot of problems with the way everything's made out, because the problem is, we keep seeing it every time people ask a question. All right, so what do you do on October 8th? Well, everything was wrong on October 2nd. There's literally no way you can do the right thing. And what a lot of people also aren't talking about, which I'm coming to terms with, is that Israel decided on October 7th that this is not a PR war. They are not fighting the PR war, which is weird for people who are supposed to be in control of the media and so good at this shit. They just decided, hey, we're not going to fight.
Wait a second, Counselor. Counselor, hold on. You're telling me Jews don't own the media or the banks?
Well, no. I didn't say it's about the banks. I'm not allowed to talk about it. But what I'm saying is, just said, you know what, we're fighting a real war. If you guys want to argue on Twitter, go ahead. I think it's coming back to bite it in a lot of ways. But I think they said, you know, we're going to focus on what's important. The simple fact is, if they had done everything they've done up until today, in the first 2 weeks after October 7th, you'd be hard pressed to say that the world would come down as hard on them now or then as they would have now. But because they tried to do it as humanely as they claim they tried to do it, as they tried to do it, from what I've seen, I think they're getting the worst end of the stick because of it. Doesn't mean that Netanyahu's a good dude. I mean, clearly, that guy's fucked up. But when you have an unwinnable solution, I can't blame someone for making the wrong decision. You know what?
I mean, but I don't know, Marcus. That's kind of, Americans tell people all around the world what to do and what is sticking. So, I mean, that's kind of,
yeah, and I don't
know,
that's fine. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay. But what I'm saying is, though, I mean, because you're saying if they would have did this and we're telling them how to do it, I mean, I maybe can't agree with you. After 2 weeks, if they would do what they did, people would have been like, okay, it's enough. But when you just flatten, you know, and I understand the whole thing would have been attacked and everything, and this stuff is, I think, complicated to fix, if you ask me. You know, but it's like, of course, up to now, it's like people can see and people are like, okay, now come on, you know, flatten the whole area, city, whatever, and it's like, now it's becoming the guy, it's like the Rocky movie. It's like throwing the towel, because it's like, at this point, the guy's dead, you know. So I think
Like, that's the thing, though. They haven't flattened the whole thing. Like, they flattened parts of it, absolutely, but this is the answer. You, again, exactly what I said, there's a lot of people who say what they can't do. What are they supposed to do? You can't give them aid, because when you give them aid, we saw what happens. You can't not give them aid, because you not give them aid. That's a fucking piece of shit. You can't not do that. You can't flatten it, because that's not moral, that's not good. But you can't go in and leave with love, or you can't unilaterally pull out, because they tried to unilaterally pull out, and that didn't work. So now we have a long list of things that they can't do, but we don't have to do one thing on the list of what they're allowed to do. And at some point, and I mean, I hate to say this, at some point, you and I are arguing over a pizza, and who gets to eat the last piece, it either gets to be in, one of us is going to eat it, the other person's going to be, or we're going to fight over it, right? And if we can't agree, or you're just not going to give in, we might have to fight over it. And
well, Marcus,
if you fight with a fat guy over a pizza, you might get your hand bit off. And I think that's part of what we're seeing happen.
Well, Marcus, let me say this, a couple things real quick before I go to BB. If you're a real Jew, you're not eating that last slice because you're going to feel guilty. So I'll say that. But I'll say this. Here's the narrative that's being spun. And you know what I mean. Because I was sitting at the table, I'll be like, no, Marcus, you could have the pizza. No, Jason, you could have the pizza. Anyway, here's the narrative that's being spun. And I don't know how to push back on it. So Israel's going to take over Gaza City. They're not going to leave, right? And what that does is it spitballs into, well, I told you, BB, it was always about the land. It was never about Hamas. Good morning, BB.
Good morning. If you don't mind, can I play the interview with BB Netanyahu and Fox News? It's like 2 minutes long.
Be my guest.
Okay, hold on.
I'm gonna make coffee while you do that.
Watch you. After this interview, you will go immediately into a meeting with your security cabinet. Will Israel take control of all of Gaza?
We intend to, in order to assure our security, remove Hamas there, enable the population to be free of Gaza, and to pass it to civilian governance. That is not Hamas and not anyone advocating the destruction of Israel. That's what we want to do. We want to liberate ourselves and liberate the people of Gaza from the awful terror of Hamas. And you were in the Gaza Strip today. You met Palestinians who are fighting Hamas because finally they see that they have a future. They can rid themselves of this awful tyranny that not only holds our hostages, but holds 2 million Palestinians in Gaza hostage. That's got to end.
Are you saying today that you will take control of the entire 26-mile Gaza Strip, as it was 20 years ago to this month in 2005?
Well, we don't want to keep it. We want to have a security perimeter. We don't want to govern it. We don't want to be there as a governing body. We want to hand it over to Arab forces that will govern it properly without threatening us and giving Gazans a good life. That's not possible with Hamas. The only way that you're going to have a different future is to get rid of this neo-Nazi army. The Hamas are monsters. Look at what they're doing to our people. Look at what they're doing to the way they massacred, raped, beheaded our people, our men and women, burn our babies. And they are really cruel to their own people, because when we try to take them away from the combat zones, they shoot them. They want people to be civilian casualties. They want a starvation policy that they themselves are trying to put into being, and we're doing everything to reverse that.
So, in summary, he did not deny.
What do you guys think?
Can I share a counter argument here, JB?
Be my guest.
Marcus, you said that Israel does not care about its public image when fighting this war. In 2024,
I didn't say that.
They don't care.
They decided at the beginning of this war. I decided at the beginning of this war they decided not to fight the PR war.
And I'm saying that's
They just decided not to care.
Okay, sure. Then they're not trying. Sure, then they're not trying. I'm telling you that they are. The IGAA, which is the Israeli government advertising agency, spent $120 million just last year on social media influencing. Okay, they did a trip with the Nelk Boys where they had the Nelk Boys come out for free, and they filmed it all 2 years ago. Then they did an interview. Then Benjamin Netanyahu went on the largest podcast for Gen Zers just a month ago to try to play a PR stunt. I mean, the idea that they're not trying, they are definitely trying. They're just not succeeding. They're just not winning.
Podcasts in 4 years? What you put out 2 podcasts?
Keegan, hold on a second. Marcus, you're a little low. If you could speak up a little louder, I appreciate it.
I'm yelling. I said, but how much they get from America every year that they only spend $120 million? Right? I mean,
well, this is a very, very small nation, Mark.
Literally nothing.
This is a very small nation. $120 million for Israel is a good amount of money. It's a good amount of change.
No, it's not.
Especially during a war. How much is Hamas spending on their social media influencing?
Probably more than they should be.
You think they're spending $120 million?
Just so I understand where you're.
Wait a second. Everybody mute up. Hey, Keegan, I just did a quick Google search. Israel's annual GDP is $540.4 billion. $120 million is not even the change in their drawer.
Exactly. And the fact that you can't say, well, what about Hamas spending? They're not the same thing. One's a terrorist organization, one's a fucking country.
Yeah.
Again, this doesn't change the fact. And you guys say if they have so many billions of dollars. Again, they came and fund their own war, right? Again, they're being funded by other foreign nations. But on top of that, they're a country that's running themselves.
Right, because it's a fucking proxy war for formation.
Sure, Marcus, but Marcus, my point is,
let Americans die. That's the point.
But my point is that you're saying that Israel's not trying to win the social media presence, and I'm telling you that they are. Why would Benjamin go on the largest Gen Z podcast? Why would he do that? Why would he do that a month ago? Why would he do that?
Why would you do it over a year and a half after the fucking war started?
Because they're losing. They're losing their image. That's why.
It's on the land. The fucking image the Jews have in the world for the last 2 billion years. Every year they have the exact same claim about how the Jews killed Jesus in every major church across the nation in America. And you're saying Jews are somehow losing their image? What the fuck? They have a good image.
I mean, but do anybody really let me jump in, guys. Let me jump in, please. Thank you. I want to say good morning to Daniel, then Shakur. Daniel, good morning, brother.
Good morning. I'm doing good, man. I hear that when Israel is doing stuff that any other nation in the world is doing, people really get upset here. Like 150 million. Just like a huge number, which is basically. Shakur, hello, Shakur. Hi, Shakur. Can you hear my voice? $150 million is nothing. And the fact that you even talk about it as if people don't go like any other world leader will go in interviews, it's kind of weird to me that it's the fact that the thing is that I would say, I hate to say this, to use this you people, but I would say you people just hate to see Jews fight back. When Jews are being massacred and killed, then there is empathy for the Jews that were slaughtered in 7th of October. But as soon as we fight back, it doesn't matter if it's with words, with weapons, with whatever, it just bugs you. Really, really bugs you. And we're not losing. Society loses. When you believe a made-up, fabricated lie, yes, we are paying the price. But it's your society that is allowing it, and it's your society that will have to pay the price. And if you think bringing Bibi into an interview with like 2 children in the United States is what we are doing to fight back, then you're ridiculous. Listen, at the end of the day, Hamas is not funding this propaganda war against Israel. It's a very, very big machine that has been in this for decades, okay? It didn't start now, and it's not Hamas. It's funded by very big pockets from Qatar to the IRGC. Al Jazeera is basically working in it. But you have a problem, not with this Al Jazeera, for example, this huge corporation, global. You have a problem with Bibi Netanyahu going on an interview on a podcast that no one ever heard. This is what bugs you. This is what you're talking about. Because I didn't finish it. I didn't finish it. It actually bugs you when Jews are trying to say their words. Now, I will end with this. Lies are very, very cheap, fast, and truth is expensive and slow. So we cannot keep on refuting all the daily lies and propaganda. You know, at the end, there is truth. You want to believe, you're talking about image. I will tell you that image for us is not the first place. Our first place is survival. So if we have a bad image, but we are alive, so be it. So big. If you want to think that we are genocidal demons, but you know, if you're an intelligent person, you know that it's the opposite. That the only place in the Middle East where Arabs, Muslims have rights, equal rights, freedom of speech, freedom of protest, it's in Israel. People say free Palestine. Free as what? As Lebanon? As Iraq? As Iran? As Syria?
Daniel.
As Yemen? As Egypt? Come on.
Daniel, let me jump in here. So, I don't agree with the current policy and what's going on over there, right? Doesn't mean I don't support Israel or IDF, but I think there needs to be a change in plans, just my opinion. But also, let me say this. No matter what Netanyahu would have did on October 8th, moving forward, he was going to lose the PR war. Because anti-Semitism trumps ER. And that's just the way it is. Because Jew hate is real. People would wake up this morning, they hated Jews for no reason. They probably don't even know a Jew. But I want to go to Bibi real quick. Bibi, you there? Bibi?
Yeah, go ahead.
Nope.
Go ahead. Good morning, guys.
Good morning, Bibi. Thank you for playing that clip. What do you think about that clip? What do you think about what Netanyahu is? Can we believe him?
I do. I don't think he wants to to govern those people. He knows it's going to be a catastrophe, a headache. So if he lets the Arab nations govern it, it's going to be a big difference, and it's not in his head.
All right, guys, we're going to go popcorn. Hold on, Marcus. We're going to go popcorn style. We have a one mic policy. When somebody's speaking, you will get a chance to push back when they're done. Okay, Marcus.
So that's the first time I heard that interview that Netanyahu did. He's on record now saying multiple times he's holding it for the whole Gaza to give it to a civilian government. You cannot hold him to that. If he doesn't hold himself to that, if the world is going to hold him to it, and if he does it, then fine, there's going to be ramifications. But you know exactly what he's doing. The idea that they're trying to make quote unquote greater Israel, after you've heard him now say multiple times in a row that it's there to give it to an Arab civilian government. I mean, we can see exactly what happened. So I'm glad that he actually gave that statement.
What is happening, according?
Dan, you broke up. Bibi, can you play that clip one more time? Is that possible?
Yeah, absolutely, guys. Give me 1 second.
Thank you. Then I'm going to say good morning to Sig and KP. Daniel, just mute up while he plays the clip, please. Thank you.
25%, a quarter of Gaza has at the moment as to where he is leading. Watch here. After this interview, you will go immediately into a meeting with your security cabinet. Will Israel take control of all of Gaza?
We intend to, in order to assure our security, remove Hamas there, enable the population to be free of Gaza, and to pass it to civilian governance. That is not Hamas and not anyone advocating the destruction of Israel. That's what we want to do. We want to liberate ourselves and liberate the people of Gaza from the awful terror of Hamas. And you were in the Gaza Strip today. You met Palestinians who are fighting Hamas because finally they see that they have a future. They can rid themselves of this awful tyranny that not only holds our hostages, but holds 2 million Palestinians in Gaza hostage. That's got to end.
Are you saying today that you will take control of the entire 26-mile Gaza Strip, as it was 20 years ago to this month in 2005?
Well, we don't want to keep it. We want to have a security perimeter. We don't want to govern it. We don't want to be there as a governing body. We want to hand it over to Arab forces that will govern it properly without threatening us and giving Gazans a good life. That's not possible with Hamas. The only way that you're going to have a different future is to get rid of this neo-Nazi army. The Hamas are monsters. Look at what they're doing to our people. Look at what they're doing to the way they massacred, raped, beheaded our people, our men and women, burn our babies. And they are really cruel to their own people because when we try to take them away from the combat zones, they shoot them. They want people to be civilian casualties. They want a starvation policy that they themselves are trying to put into being, and we're doing everything to reverse that.
So
Thank you, Bibi. What do you guys think about Benjamin Netanyahu's interview just now? Bibi, you want to chime in, and I'm going to welcome Sig and KP to the stage.
No, I want to know what Daniel thinks about that interview. So, sir.
Daniel?
I think that it's a war, and I think people don't realize it. So, a statement like this, it's basically telling Hamas, 5 days ago, or 5 days before the interview, Bibi said that they want to have a deal to release all the hostages, meaning basically to end this. And then a few days later, they came with this threat, which they are willing to go through, to take control of Gaza, not to occupy Gaza, yes, words matter, to take control of Gaza. We now have control of 75, to take control of 100. And basically all those statements to the world means to Hamas, this is what's going to happen, this is your last chance. And even in Hamas, there are debates whether it's serious or not. And Naim Qassem, I think, no, this is from the Hezbollah, never mind, I don't think people know here, people from Hamas, was saying we should take this threat serious, and some don't. But the thing is that this pro-Pali support is actually telling Hamas, stay on your ground and don't surrender, it doesn't matter how many people die. So in the end, it's not necessarily a plan for now, it's a threat, and we hope we don't need to do it because we don't really want to occupy Gaza. No shape or form.
Thank you, Daniel. So before we continue moving the mic around, let me say good morning to KP. Sig had to step away for a minute. KP, what's good, bro?
Oh, not much. How are you guys doing this morning?
Doing fantastic, sir. We're talking about what's going on in the Middle East right now. If you want to chime in, you're more than welcome. If you want to sit back, you're more than welcome to do that as well.
I'm gonna sit back and chill.
Thank you, KP. Appreciate you. Thank you for coming in. Keegan, much love, brother. Keegan, what do you think about that interview just now?
I mean, listen, I think that anyone who listens, it should be concerned that, listen, we don't want to govern inside of Gaza, but we, of course, are going to have to maintain a military control. I mean, this is just what Gaza's always been, right? Is that they're going to say that they don't mind, again, whoever governs the inside of it, but we're going to control the outside of it, meaning that this region will never grow, never prosper. It would still be considered an open-air prison at some point, even if you eliminate Hamas, because then they're like, well, now the threat of whoever is post-Hamas is now going to be the biggest threat. But my question is for people who are pro-Benjamin Netanyahu is, after the war is over, do you guys think that he should be held accountable for October 7th with how he reacted and how they weren't?
I think there should be an investigation, but George W. Bush knew some stuff about 9/11, and we didn't hold him accountable in that way. Like, why would they hold Netanyahu accountable that way?
Because, like, aren't they going to have almost proof that he knew about it and kind of ignored it, kind of wanted to happen, and kind of been funding them out or something like that? I mean,
no, what you're referring to is something that happened in the early 2000s. As I understand, Israel did give the nascent group some money, but they didn't fund the creation of Hamas. Those are two different things. In fact, if you're curious about Hamas as a group, I have a very good book I could quote to you from.
Cool. But isn't there evidence that they ignored intelligence, I guess? You know what I'm saying? But you're right. They didn't prosecute Bush. So, yeah.
Let me say, wait, let me jump in for a second, Danny. Because I have to be honest, and I'm not looking for smoke, I'm really not, it's 8:30 in the morning. But to say something so fucking asinine that Benjamin Netanyahu knew an attack was coming, he was going to let 1,200 people get murdered, raped, butchered, babies killed. Come on now, that's the ultimate cap. That's bullshit, man. Yeah, Danny.
A few things about this funding Hamas. So, no, Israel did not fund Hamas. Actually, Qatar funded Hamas. And the problem with Hamas that they are a dual-use organization. They are a brutal, barbaric terror group, but they are also the government of Gaza. So if Bibi or Israel says, yes, Qatar can provide money to Gaza, then it's supporting Hamas. But imagine for just 1 second that Qatar wants to give, I don't know, millions of dollars to Gaza, and Israel would say, we're not allowing this. Would you say, good job, they're not funding terrorism? Or would you be on stage here saying that Netanyahu is starving Gaza and not allowing aid? Because it seems like it doesn't matter what we do, it's wrong. Even if we don't do anything, just let it happen, it's wrong. Now, Bibi is getting his information from the Mossad and the IDF, where Israelis work. My friends, my family, no one would allow this. Too many people need to be involved in this, allowing this, and it's against anything that we stand for. So just, like, even this claim is so ridiculous and so out of touch with reality. Even in your country, I don't know what country you're from, do you think it's possible that a president will know something that no one else would, and will allow, like, the citizens to be slaughtered like this? It's just a weird claim. It's just a claim that says Israel is wrong, and now let's see how.
Well, I mean, there's nuance in the conversation, so I'm not saying let them, like, hey, come on in. But there's nuance to the conversation, and I think when we've had these arguments, and people be like, oh, you're calling Israel Jews back. No, I'm not saying that, and I've never said that. If you read the New York Times article that I put in the chat, it's just saying, like, ignore, like they say about Bush, right? Maybe ignore the intelligence and then take it serious or something like that. So I'm not saying that, yeah, he had a hand and he was like, yeah, come on in, it's a book bolstering me. No, I'm not saying that. I'm not on the side that Jews are bad and all this mess. You know what I'm saying? But there's nuance in the conversation.
And nuance means that this is how intelligence works. You have signals. You don't always know what they mean. sometimes those signals are meant to see what the other side will do. So, for example, if I would move my troops to a location, it's not necessarily that I want to attack. I want to see what the other side does as a response. So you don't always respond because you don't want the other side also to know what you know. And there are signals like this all the time from everywhere. And there's always a threat. No one imagined something like this.
And that's the thing with 9/11, right? Because people always say nobody imagined stuff like this, and then of course we find out there's a whole report that people did imagine stuff like this. So that's the nuance in the conversation. You know,
no, again, this report was an option. It's a possibility. There are many possibilities of things that could happen. It's called the part, like basically a playbook of things that could happen. If Iran will do this, if they will do that, or like what could happen. There's something called Ifra Mistaba, it's a department that basically their job is to think the opposite of what others are thinking, to see what we missed. Unfortunately, with intelligence and with counterterrorism, there is no 100%. And blaming the victims, it's a bit fucked up, let's be honest.
It's not a bit fucked up, it's a lot fucked up.
Yeah.
Well, let me do a quick reset, guys. This is Healthy Debates, Coffee Conversations. We got some amazing people on stage. We got Paola, we got Sig, we got KP, we got BB, we got Marshall, Keegan, Marty, Daniel, Uncle Jay. Hey, Tony, Andre, I'm surprised you're down in the VIP section. Hector, how you doing? Rabbi, I invited you up. I'd love to hear your perspective. Rachel, good morning, lovely smile. Saturn, how you doing? Guys, if you have a pink ticket, cash it in. Also, if you look on the Jumbotron, that's a link to my room tonight on Chatham. It's gonna start at 4:45 p.m. Definitely come on over. If you like this conversation, you're gonna love that one. So let me say good morning to Uncle Jay. Uncle Jay, good morning.
What's good, family? Rich Risings to one and all in one.
We're talking about the Middle East right now. Do you want to chime in?
As far as that, I mean, y'all are more knowledgeable on that. I just feel like we shouldn't even be going to war with none of these people. I don't really do the whole politics thing because people get mad at me because I feel, because I say fuck them all. Fuck every president we ever fucking had. And the reason I say that is because if we can send millions of dollars to wars that we ain't never been in, but we still got homeless vets walking around this motherfucker, fuck all of them. If none of them can take care of the people who fought for this damn country, I don't give a fuck what color you are, I don't give a fuck about none of that. If you cannot protect the people, even Jimmy Carter said, anybody who fights for this country should have a square deal. That means they should be worried about shit.
Hey, Uncle.
And
Uncle, you're entitled to your opinion, but that's totally off topic of what we're speaking about.
I know. As far as the Iran and all of that stuff, I mean, I can't really speak on that. So I'm gonna let y'all go ahead and rock that, family. Let me get some knowledge and understanding from y'all first before I comment.
I appreciate it. Thank you. I'll hang out for a while. Get money.
So yeah, like exactly. I think 9/11 is a great example, but at the same time, the intel that they were receiving that Iran is going to come in, Hezbollah is going to invade the same exact way on that day. I believe they didn't wait and see if that was the case, because even if you just throw all your army into one direction to the south, the whole north is going to be having that same exact consequences. Thank God Hezbollah was just completely tanked on that invasion, because if they did invade, we would probably having different conversations today. And I believe the intel that they didn't wake up BB. BB says this openly. They did not wake me up. They did not tell me what was going on. They were waiting to the other shoe to drop to be able to see how to respond the right way. And then once they realized that Hezbollah is not coming in with what they were dicks and they just start raping and doing all this savagery, and they actually took over towns and kept them hostage instead of taking them out, the conversation would be totally different. Israel would have been on its knees. But since Hamas just stole with their dicks and Hezbollah now going in, it's why I think there was a big delay in the response. Because if there was going to be two fronts, it's a totally different conversation than having it. Everybody just focus on one area.
Thank you, Mike. Everybody, hold on. Dan,
Yeah, but we're rockets. That was the invasion.
No, 100%. They stood down until they got things in order. Before I say good morning to my co-host, Nine, I definitely want to say good morning to Rabbi. Rabbi, good morning.
Morning. How are you? How's everybody?
Fantastic. Glad you're here. Do you want to chime in, sir?
I'm not exactly sure what the particular question is at the moment.
Oh, banting about. Yeah, I love these conspiracy people that are like, Netanyahu knew that 1,200 people were going to get murdered on October 7th, and the response of Israel and the current situation of going on and what's going on with Gaza. I think they need a different plan, Rabbi. Just my opinion. I don't think the plan they have in place is working, and all it's going to do is grow more fanatical terrorists. Just my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a little bit worse than that. I don't think there is a plan. That's worse. They have not spoken about what happens the day after, and I think the reoccupation of Gaza is a bad strategy because it means I don't know how you split occupying Gaza, but having somebody else manage the insides of it. Right? I don't know how you split that up. And I don't see a multinational force already volunteering to come in and do that. Look, I don't trust Netanyahu as far as I can throw him, which is not that far. I think he needs to be out. I think the reoccupation of Gaza will rip Israeli society to shreds from the inside. I think people are weary and tired of this war.
Well, let me say this, Rabbi. Thank you for your share. And I said it earlier, and I believe it. You're in America. I'm in America. Marty's, him and I are neighbors. Daniel's over in Israel. But I truly believe that these moves that they're making over there impact you and me. Because what it does, it makes an easy target to be a Jew now. I mean, it's been an easy target, but it's even easier now because now people are saying, well, I told you it was just about the land. It was just about occupying the land. And that really puts us in even greater danger. I truly believe that. So my thing is, what's the alternative? The plan they have in place, all they're doing is cultivating more terrorists. But let me say good morning to Nye. Good morning, Nye.
Good morning, JB, Sig, Marshall, everybody on the stage. Happy Friday.
Yes, it's Friday. Nye, you can jump in anytime. Guys, we're going to go popcorn style. One mic at a time, please.
Can I say something in response to Daniel?
Be my guest.
And I think that when we have these arguments, sometimes it's like people's like, oh, because you're questioning or you say something, and this stuff has been in the news about Netanyahu, about the intelligence or whatever. I'm not pulling out my ass, but people will say, oh, you're to blame the victim, and that's not what we're doing. That's like saying the 9/11 Commission was blaming the victim. No, I mean it's just talking about the topics we're talking about and just saying that hey, this is what has been brought up and this is what is in the zeitgeist per se. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want that to be the narrative or this conspiracy theory or not. I mean, this has been in mainstream. This has been all over the news. So.
Let me ask you a question. So hold on a second, Uncle. Hold on a second. Let me ask you a question, sir. I believe I read your profile correctly, where it says you're a teacher.
Yes, sir.
So how do you feel about when Hamas was in control of Gaza? Their teachers were teaching the students. If you have 6 Jews and you kill 4 Jews, how many Jews do you have left? How does that resonate with you?
I mean, that's a horrible thing. I'm in the Middle East. You know what I'm saying? So it's a horrible thing. So I mean, of course, it's a horrible thing. And I've taught, Arab kids and kids like Palestinian, Emiratis. I'm in the UAE. So you know what I'm saying. So I've talked to all people from all walks of life or whatever. When I first came here, I fished out of water a little bit. So I've got to meet a lot of people from different walks of life. And I mean, Jews, Arabs, French, Russian, whatever. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. So that is horrible. And I think they shouldn't be teaching that.
Jay, you wanted to jump in, and then I want to go back to Daniel.
I heard y'all talk about 9/11. I'm just, from what I've been hearing about 9/11, man, wasn't no plane. And I mean, let's just be real, wasn't no plane. And
Wait, are you saying all the Americans that watched planes crash into the towers saw a visual illusion?
It is. When they was cleaning up all of that wreckage from all of that stuff, where was the plane?
Well, when you fly at like 500 miles an hour and you crashed it into a skyscraper, the plane kind of goes into tiny little pieces.
Family, let me break something down to you.
No. Let me break something down to you real quick. I'm in New York. I watched those towers fall. I saw those planes hit. I lost friends in those towers. So that's a conspiracy that I'm not going down. That's disrespectful to the victims. It's disrespectful to my country, right? It's disrespectful to a lot of people. So you're more than welcome to have your beliefs, but I lost friends in those buildings. So you're more than welcome to go to another room and spew all that shit, but you're not going to do it on my stage. Not when it comes to 9/11. Because I have a man on stage right now, my man Sid, who fought for this country. Not disrespectful that is to him. So we're not doing that. Omni Tedder, how you doing? Good morning.
Yeah, what's going on, brother?
Hey, brother JB, no disrespect. I just want y'all to understand something. Around where we at and where y'all at, y'all get news before we do. So
I was in New York when it happened, bro. What are you talking? My eyes don't see.
No, I dig it. I dig that. No disrespect. I want you to understand something, but like we all know that in certain places, news changes the narratives. We know the news changes it to suit some other people's thought process. So what y'all are seeing there, we don't get to see all the way down here like that. So we can only go. We in the South.
You're saying
we
never seen.
No. Here's what we're saying. Here's what I'm saying, because I can't speak for nobody else. I'm saying 1 minute they're showing planes flying next to the thing, but you just never found no plane in the room.
Okay, wait, Marshall. Do not bring that dude back up. I just said to him, I'm not going down that rabbit hole, but he can insist to persist.
It's like saying that the planes hit the towers, but where are the towers? I don't see any towers. There were no twin towers. It's a ridiculous claim.
Well, let me tell you something, man. Once again, my lived experience, I was here on 9/11. I know what I saw. So for this bullshit, listen, man. Did Bush know about 9/11? I don't know. Some people say he did. Where's the evidence? But to come up here with these conspiracy, once again, let me reiterate this. You may not want to hear this, people. It's disrespectful to people that died. It's disrespectful for the people that fought for our country. It's disrespectful to all Americans. That was probably, in my lifetime, the most tragic day in this country. I lost friends in those buildings. So when you say there's no plane parts, when you take a plane going over 500 miles an hour into the side of a building, guess what? It disintegrates.
And JB, for the record, there were plane parts found.
Of course there were, bro.
There was absolutely plane debris found.
Of course there was. He lives in his own world. And then they give us this narrative, oh, the news changes from north to east. Like, nah, why do you bring these lunatics into my space? I'm just kidding. All the crazies follow Nine.
It's not even possible. If his theory, the bombs went off on the ground, more people would have died because there's TLI and so many first responders on the floors near the buildings, evacuating people. And if it blew up that way, the story would have been very different as well. And I lost my cousin second day of the job. Was killed in the South Tower with the planes hit.
I'm sorry if you lost Marty. I lost very dear friends in those buildings. And here's something you guys don't know. I wasn't always a criminal. Actually, I had a real job. I worked on the 97th floor of Building 2 of the World Trade Center for a company called Fiduciary Trust Company International. I lost many friends from that company because they weren't getting down from the 97th floor. So I asked you to stand down and not bring that up, but be my guest. BB, want to jump in now and say good morning to Zach?
No, I agree totally with what you're saying. I think it's a rabbit hole, and you're gonna get these weird fucking conspiracy theorists like to give the most outlandish theories. I think we should totally stay away from this topic. There was video evidence, and I think it should just stay at that, and that's it. People need to have more respect and common courtesy to understand what actually happened that day and leave it alone. I'd rather talk about the Middle East and the threats that Bibi was getting. And people need to remember that they threaten Israel every day, every single day, just to see how their security moves. Why should Bibi take that day any different? And as well, they didn't wake him up to let him know. Was there other people that wanted the attack to happen? The way I look at Bibi, he's a true patriot. And then you have these outlandish theories that the reason Bibi let it happen because he's trying to evade a trial. People forget how old he is. Even if he was to get found guilty and go through the whole appeal process, he'd be like 88 years old. He wouldn't serve a day in fucking jail. Like, it's just people will come up with the craziest theories and blame
Wait. But Bibi, let me just say this. You have to, do you know where these theories are based in? They're based in anti-Semitism. That's really what it is.
100%.
And maybe the trial is still ongoing. So
wait, can I just ask a question?
This has all to do with Jew hatred. It has nothing to do with Hamas. And I understand whenever somebody was talking about earlier that Israel only spent, somebody said, I think 120 million. Why would they spend a fucking dollar? They understand it doesn't matter what they put out there. Jew hatred is Jew hatred. You're not going to change the narrative of the Jew haters. People wake up, cut their nail too short, they blame the fucking nail clipper saying a Jew made it. People wake up, their wife's fucking their neighbor, they blame the Jews saying Jews sold them condoms. Jews on the media,
come on. Can I just clarify what's being said?
It's not come on, bro. This is all about Jew hatred.
Really quickly, are you saying
Hold on. If you're going to clarify things, understand the context that we've been talking about this for about 2 hours.
I've been listening the whole time.
You've been in the room the whole time?
I've been listening the whole time. You're talking about the October 7th, correct?
So give us clarity. Go ahead.
I think what was just said was Bibi is saying that anyone who claims that Benjamin Netanyahu had prior knowledge of the October 7th attacks or there are a faction of the Israeli government who had knowledge of the October 7th attacks and allowed it to happen, that's anti-Semitic?
I said that Israel received...
But on October 7th, the attackers themselves didn't even know. That's not what's being said. Let me clarify. I'm clarifying. That's not what's being said, right? So you have a misunderstanding about the phrase prior information. You're not understanding that from the Israeli perspective, in the realm of reality, there is always a threat of an attack from Hamas. There is always prior information. They're planning this, they're planning that. I was watching the attacks unfold on October 7th, October 8th, October 9th. On October 7th, the day it was happening, October 8th, I was working that day. I could not concentrate. They sent me home early. They said, you can't focus, just fucking go home early. You're staring at your phone all day. I was looking at Telegram channels from Hamas members who were posting, everything is in Arabic. I don't speak Arabic, and I'm not posting, and the only thing that I understand are the videos that they're sharing. And they did not know themselves that it was happening until the morning of the attack. There were people who said, hey, we're going to do this, it's go time. So when you say that Netanyahu had prior knowledge of the October 7th attacks, you might be referring to one of two things. You might be referring to there was like a 20-minute delay, which I don't think is what you're referring to, but we could talk about that. The delay in communications because it was a holiday and who knows what the fuck was going on. That was a 20-minute delay or something that's been widely reported. The other thing that you could potentially be referring to is that he had some knowledge like days or weeks in advance, and he knew that Hamas was planning the attack, and he let them in like it was Red Rover, that you like let them.
Well, I'm not suggesting either one. I'm just challenging the idea that the mere suggestion that he had prior knowledge.
Right. So I didn't conclude with that. So the reason why it's anti-Semitic, or people are saying it's anti-Semitic, is because when you hold Jews to some other double standard that you would not hold a normal person to, that can be interpreted as Jew hatred or otherizing the Jews or something.
Can you point out that double standard?
Hold on a second. Hold on. Everybody, hold on a second. I can't believe I'm going to say this publicly, but I actually agree with my friend. He actually made sense today. God bless him. He had coffee. But go ahead, BB.
Does racism exist in the United States? No, I'm asking you a question because people say that in Israel, Jews and Israelis are racist towards the blacks. It exists. Racism exists all over the world, but why is it under the microscope when it happens in Israel? Israel's not allowed to be like any other country.
You don't think that's true? Really? Okay.
No, I think racism is pointed out by like everyone, right? No matter where it is, right? There might be groups that you don't like. That's not, and you're not privy to. But yeah, like there's people screaming like about atrocities about everything.
Check this out. Racism exists. It's rampant in America. So every side. But so does anti-Semitism. See, before October 7th, people would whisper under their breath anti-Semitic thing. People in America will use the N-word like it's nothing, bro. They'll throw it around like it's Halloween candy. But they weren't so free to use anti-Semitic tropes that they used until October 7th. And now it's been normalized in our society to hate Jews. That's not just my opinion, that's my lived experience. But go ahead, nobody interrupt the gentleman. If you want to grab the mic, to be my guest.
I can't deny that there's been an uptick in anti-Semitism since October 7th. Like that's just undeniable, right? But when we're making comparisons, I'm not sure if we want to do the oppression Olympics thing, where it's like, oh, who's more, discriminated against black folks or Jewish folks. I don't know. First of all, I don't think it's close. I think there's a lot of anti-black sentiment that's just like historically baked into this country and into society. As much as we wash it away, there's still, the remnants still like linger there a little bit. So, I think largely most people. I don't think anti-Semitism is like.
Can we agree that? Can we agree that anti-Semitism? Well, because you're saying stupid things, and I just want to get an agreement.
No, I'm just saying things you would disagree with.
Okay, well, you're doing a good job, but you won't agree with me that anti-Semitism and racism is prevalent in this country?
Prevalent. I would say there's an uptick. I don't know if anti-Semitism is prevalent in this country. No, I'm not sure. Okay.
All right, let me say hello to Stan. What's up, Stan?
Hey, GD. Hey.
Do you want to chime in?
I'm just curious. Sorry.
Yeah, the mic is yours.
Hey, I'm just curious. Like, how is Jew allowed to be hate? I mean, Jews can do whatever they want. They can kill like a lot of the civilians, and they're not getting punished. They're not being like It's not allowed to hate like
we put 2 million people in concentration camps in your country.
Oh, no one's allowed to disagree with you guys. I guess that's what this kind of room is. Healthy debate is a room where everyone gets dogpiled that disagrees. That's what healthy debate is about.
Concentration camps in his country.
Marty, respectfully, Stan was talking. He just bull guarded, and that's what makes. I'm not gonna bullshit you here. You can call me anti-Semitic, whatever, but your people do that a lot. When someone
your people do that a lot. Say, come on.
Yeah, no.
For fuck's sake. Don't be fucking with.
Well, here you go. Now you're cutting me off. Because it happens. No.
Well, maybe because you people.
listen, it's not up to your intellectual capacity. You're more than welcome to leave. Okay? But you know what? I'm gonna let my people speak also. But when a mod is speaking, guys, stand down. Let him speak, and then everybody will get a chance to speak again. Again, Sid.
Thanks, brother. And when I say that, I say it because whenever we have these talks, I've noticed a pattern. Is that when someone comes in with a sentiment that disagrees with the Zionist narrative, you guys do dogpile. And it makes you look bad. And that's all I'm trying to say. It makes you look worse. So let the man speak. He was speaking. Don't cut him off. And then once he gets done, then you can rebut. Well, it's very simple. I say the same thing to the blacks. The blacks are the same shit.
Daniel,
hold on a second. Let me say this. I want Stan to continue. Because Stan is telling me he don't like Jews without telling me he doesn't like Jews. But go ahead, Stan, land your plane.
I have no knowledge about Jews, and I have no interest in hating or I have no emotional.
If you have no knowledge of it, why speak on it?
No.
You just said that. I'm using your words, sir.
October 7th.
Oh, now you're a scholar on Judaism in Israel. Please.
Right.
He got a degree. He went back and got a degree.
No, guys, seriously, go ahead, Stan. You got a minute to land your plane.
Hey, what I'm seeing is that the Israel is killing a lot of civilians in Gaza, and increasingly, I feel like I have negative feelings on Israel people. That's one feeling.
Wait. Do you have negative feelings on Israel or Jewish people?
Israel.
Okay.
Yeah, but stop
the people.
gaslighting. Can I say something now? Because you didn't say Israel. You said the Jewish people are getting away with killing people. That's your exact word. Maybe English is not your first language, which I obviously can hear it. It's not. But the reality is you said Jews, and the idea that Jews are just killing random people is a conspiracy.
Marty.
And anti-Semitic because it doesn't have kids.
Marty, Stan, hold on. Let me just say this. So, Sig, like you're my friend, but I'm going to tell you something, man. And you may not agree because, like, I don't have your lived experience, you don't have mine. We gather up like this and we dogpile on people, and I'm keeping it real with you because we're targeted right now. That's really the truth. Jews are targeted. And you guys can give all the emojis you want and shit like that. But when we get targeted, we gather around each other. So that's I just wanted to say that to you.
And
now,
if I may, just one sentence. Not only are you 100% correct, we are targeted right now, but also when you talk about the anti-Zionist narrative, when things contradict the Zionist narrative, Sig, respectfully, things that contradict the anti-Zionist narrative abound. Anti-Zionist narratives abound. They are everywhere. And Clubhouse is one of the few places where I personally in my life can feel heard on my pro-Zionist narrative. And so it doesn't excuse the dogpiling. I like it when people don't interrupt each other. I like it when people are brief, I'll just say this, along with the one mic policy, you've got to be brief, right? So it's frustrating when people drone on and on. It's also frustrating when people interrupt. But to agree with JB, we're targeted now, and Clubhouse is one of the few places where we can feel heard on our pro-Zionist beliefs. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, so let me respond to that. So I hear what you're saying, but that was not my point. The point is Stan was talking. Stan was barely off mic for 15 seconds, and Marty just came in. And what I've noticed is a fucking pattern with this. It's like October 7th last year. I came into JB's room, and JB said, "Hey, Sig, welcome to the stage. What are your thoughts on this?" I said, "JB, I'm just getting into this. I'm not well-versed, but I hate to see innocent people dying on both sides." You know who a bunch of people came off mic? A bunch of Israel supporters came on. What do you support Hamas? What do you support Hamas sympathizers? What do you mean? I'm like, whoa. I said, calm the fuck down, bro. So all I'm saying is, when you guys act like, and you guys act just like the blacks, because I give the blacks the same shit. So get offended by you people. I do the same shit to my fucking people too when they act like fucking idiots and get their panties in a bunch and can't control their emotions. Is that it makes you look bad, and then people don't want to hear you out, and people don't want to fucking support you. That's all my point is. But
well, let me jump in. Hold on, Daniel. Let me jump in. And I don't speak for all Jews. I just speak for this Jew, this cracker in the corner sick. I know it's been 2 years since this war has started, this conflict, whatever people want, this genocide, like some of you idiots like to label it. But for some of us, and I'm going to keep it 100, it's still very raw. It's still surreal what happened on October 7th. And I'm not justifying people dogpiling on other people. I want to hear what Stan has to say. I want to hear what Nye has to say. I want to hear what El Nomo has to say. But for me, it's still very raw. The images I saw on that day are embedded in my mind forever. Doesn't make it right to dogpile on somebody. I'm just telling you my perspective. But before we continue, I definitely want to say good morning to Rachel. And now I'm going to go to El Nomo. Good morning, Rachel.
Can I raise my hand? How do you do it?
I have no idea. But the mic is yours, ma'am.
Just good morning, and I love this discussion. I love your room. I just have 3 questions that you can answer, probably anyone else. Let me preface by saying, as I said before, blacks don't really know much about Judaism or being Jewish or anything because we have our own plight. Now, there may be some blacks who know and are racist against you, but we don't know if it's a race or a religion most times. That's number 1. We don't wake up thinking about, we're not anti-Semitic. There probably are some, but as a whole, black people aren't anti-Semitic because we don't understand it. We know what happens to millions of people. And when you say you're being targeted, we don't know who's targeting you. Now, on your daily basis, you do have people probably that are being nasty or mean. But it's likely not because you're a Jew. It's because they find maybe you're rude or some circumstance. Number 2 is, I don't know what a Zionist is. And I'm well educated, but I don't, like I said, I'm just maybe talking about me. I don't know a lot of these things. And number 3, I think it helps if you're more specific to say who you're being targeted by. Because it sounds like Zig said, sometimes it sounds like everybody's against you, and really you're a non-factor to a lot of people in a good way. We don't know who you are unless you're going to, in LA, unless you're going to church on Saturday or whatever day it is, walking because you can't utilize mechanics, or if you're away because of certain holidays in the office or something. But I never come across people at my job that say anything about being having anti-Semitism against them or even being a Jew, unless someone says, my husband's a Jew, so I have to do this. A girl told me she can't be home in October for Yom Kippur. We don't hear that stuff. So we feel kind of like, I don't know what the word would be, but we're being accused of stuff that's not true. And I just want you to be more sympathetic to that.
Everybody, hold on, Bibi, hold on 1 second, because I promised Nomi can answer her questions, and then I'll come to you next. And I also want to get Rick and Albert in the conversation. El Normal, good morning, my friend.
Good morning. So, and thanks for bringing me up, and Rachel, thanks for your question. So, the reason why other people don't really know who or what we are is because we are very complicated, and we don't always know who or what we are because we're different. Because we were around before these ideas of race didn't exist when we were formed as a nation. And religion didn't exist before we were formed as a nation. Essentially, we are a family, a tribe, a people, a nation, with a founding document, the Torah, and a language that we speak when we pray, Hebrew, and the land of Israel. And Zionism is the belief that we get to live safely and securely in our home, and that home is Israel. So all that stuff you hear, Ashkenaz is from Europe, this is just an attempt to kill us. Because we're not from Europe. Europe is a Christian continent with lots of countries, and it's irrelevant to us. We're home in our historical homeland of Israel. I understand it's hard for people to understand, and all we want to do is live safely and securely there. And if somebody attacks us because we're small, and because we're surrounded by unfriendly neighbors whose goal is the opposite, they feel they supersede us, they feel there can be no Jewish state, we often have to fight them. But we wait until they attack us or until they're ready to attack us, because we have a thing, if your enemy rises up to kill you, rise up earlier than them and kill them first. And that's again because we're little. So that's what Zionism is, and that's what Judaism is. I'm happy to answer any
appreciate that lesson. It's a great lesson. But I'm talking about here in America, the things that I said previously, they pertain to being in America.
Well, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Rachel, I know you see what's going on in these college campuses now. Jewish students are being targeted. I know you see that. Everybody sees that. But I'm going to pass it to, I'm going to pass it to BB. Maybe he can answer it. Then I'm going to get Albert, Dave, and others in the conversation. Go ahead, BB.
I just wanted to point out something. I'm not sure, Rachel. You know that there's Jamaican Jews, there's Black Jews, there's Chinese Jews, there's Colombian Jews, there's people from Thailand that are Jewish. Jews come in all different skin colors. That's the thing. People think that a Jew is just a white pasty guy with a little hat on his head, and they become indifferent and they act. I just wanted to bring that up because it's confusing to me when people don't. They have this stereotypical thing of what a Jew looks like. Cause there's Jews in Italy, there's Jews in Spain, Morocco, where I'm from, North Africa. Like we're scattered around the world, and we come in all shapes, sizes, and color.
Oh, I appreciate that, but I'm asking you in America, please be more specific to who is being anti-Semitic to you. And I guess sometimes I don't watch the news, but I did see something about it. The college campuses, yes, I see that, and that's shameful. But I'm saying that you seem to log us all.
I think that, respectfully, I think you're getting a little confused because your question is phrased in kind of a confusing way. When you say who is being anti-Semitic towards you guys, the answer is very simple: anti-Semitic people. And so when you say, one thing that I thought was the most confusing when you were speaking, Rachel, is when you said something about how the black community as a whole is not anti-Semitic. That may or may not be true. It probably is true. But saying any community as a whole, I mean, the whole point of the Enlightenment, of the Renaissance, and individual freedom and personal responsibility is that we can't speak for people as a whole. So we can say things like, the origin of the Jewish people is in the land of Israel. That's a fact that can be supported with archaeology. But you can't say things like, all Jews are racist, or all Jews support Netanyahu, or all Jews are this, or all Jews don't eat pork, or blah, 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 blah. That you get into, and saying all. So does that make sense? Your question is like.
Yeah, I understand your thing, but I tell you what, I challenge you to ask every black person that comes to the stage, what do you know about Judaism? Or what do you not know about being a Jew? I'm totally ignorant. The only thing I knew is when I was growing up that my father mentioned that the person that we had an account with, Taylor, was a Jew. That's the first and last thing I ever knew until, I got to work with people and blah, blah, blah. But I'm saying I'm not speaking for all blacks, but I'm speaking for, a majority of blacks that we really don't know.
Well, let me jump in, Rachel. Because I'm going to say some polarizing things. That's okay. All I ask is people with respect to what Mike Powell's. I wasn't around in the 60s, maybe El Norma was, when the civil rights movement went. Who stood shoulder to shoulder with the black community? That would be the Jewish community, shoulder to shoulder. And I have to tell you, I find it very disheartening that, and I'm not saying you, Rachel, I'm just saying people in general from the black community don't honor that we stood shoulder to shoulder with your community. And I'm gonna keep it a buck with you, Rachel, because I like you and I respect you, and I'm not saying you, I'm just saying in general. My lived experience, I've seen more anti-Semitism and hate coming out of the black community towards the Jewish community than any other community. And I just don't understand it. So,
is that in New York? But be specific, is that in New York?
Of course it's in New York. No, it's in New York. I'm talking on my lived experience.
Okay, see, that's the thing. New York is a whole different animal. So I understand you probably see it there because you guys are shoulder to shoulder. And I do understand that Jewish people did help us. And I'm just saying that I don't see it. I just don't see it. Maybe, I live in Los Angeles. I don't know. In Florida, we weren't around the group because you kind of have your own community. Even here in LA, you have your own community, but you live everywhere. But I won't belabor the point, but I'm just saying, be a little more,
Let me finish my thought.
Okay.
Because not all Jews are monoliths, right? I'm a different type of Jew than El Normo or Rabbi or Bibi. I have tattoos. I eat pork. I shouldn't have either one of those, but I do. It's not a religious thing. It was me living my life. But rest assured, October 7th came, I'm a Jew. I've always been a Jew. I just don't talk about it on this app because you know what? It's like these people grab the lowest hanging fruit and say, oh, he's a Jew. Let's automatically hate him, which is bizarre to me. But let me tell you this. Here in America, we are the bullseye right now. Walking down the streets. And listen, there's parts of Brooklyn I can go into right now, right? That I'm not going to be accepted as a Jew. Most of the people on the stage aren't going to be accepted. Very secular people. It is what it is. Doesn't mean I'm less of a Jew or I'm not proud to be a Zionist. I came on this stage early this morning. I had this room open since 6 o'clock this morning. And one of the first things I spoke about when we were speaking about Israel, Zach, I need you to mute up, man. Zach, can you mute up, please? So one of the first things I said was, I don't agree with what the IDF is doing right now. Doesn't make me less of a Zionist. Doesn't mean I don't love my Jewish brothers and sisters. Just means I disagree with the government. But let me say, hold on, bro.
All right.
I know you're sensitive. I brought that up earlier.
I was going to agree with you, actually. But...
Thank you. I don't need your agreement, but thank you. You can go listen for a while. Now, I brought this up earlier, how the men on this app are hypersensitive. He kicked me out of his room 3 days ago. They were talking about normal. I'm like, who gives a fuck? It was 3 days ago. Grow up. You hurt my feelings. Man, squeeze your balls and be a fucking man. Stop the bullshit. But anyways, part of my language, Miss Rachel. Let me say good morning to Albert because he's been patiently waiting.
I wanted to bring you up short for 1 second, Jay. You said I was around in the 60s. Did you mean the 1960s or the 1860s, man?
1860s.
That's the one.
1860s. The 1760s.
El Normo was out there protesting with Lincoln. But let's go to Albert. Albert, good morning.
Hey, good morning, JB.
You want to chime in?
Yeah, actually, I want to chime in and comment on Stan, the Chinese guy. What he tries to say, I think I just want to explain and elaborate on that point. I think what he tries to say, like the anti-Semitism is not Chinese. I mean, I admit it. Chinese can be racist. And especially, for example, against like the black people. I just say it out loud. I'm not proud of it. I feel bad about it, about our people. But the anti-Semitism is not Chinese. There's no religious, there's no culture, there's no geopolitical beef between us. Actually, as far as I understand, maybe it's a lie or propaganda in Chinese history textbooks as well, but Chinese has been helpful to send Jewish refugees from Europe and let them stay in China until the end of Second World War. And actually, Israel has been nice to China as well in modern history of China. So there's no beef between us. The problem is when some Chinese are very pro-Israel. But for some of us, like me, and I think for Stan, and I speak for him, so sorry if I keep me honest here. So I think what he tried to say, and I want to say is, what we see what we see. And we have a problem with that. And please don't label us anti-Semitism. Because it does not make me feel shameful. It does not make me feel outrageous. It makes me feel weird. Like I like apple. I don't like maybe watermelon, but I cannot dislike a fruit. I haven't tasted. Right? There's no historical, religious, cultural beef between us. So not any. I mean, please, apply to not just the Chinese, but to the general audience or the general discussion. Don't label anyone who criticizes Israel as anti-Semitism.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Albert. Appreciate it. So I'm going to ask, hold on, Stan, because I know we had Chinese contingent in here right now. El Normo, let me ask you, should we go to Rick? Because I don't know what he's going to say, or should we go to Jamal? And I know what he's going to say. You want to turn up the heat a little bit or no? Dave, I got you. Dave, I got you, Dave. All right, let me say good morning to Jamal. Good morning, Jamal.
Good morning, JB. Hey, before I say anything, I want to say I love you and I love the room.
Oh man, you stroke it before you start. Man, baby.
No, but let's get right into it. Do you consider, and all your fellow Jews, do you consider yourself European or Jewish first?
There's no European. We're Jews. Europe is a Christian continent. Jews are different. We're not European.
Okay, so we have to go into the Ashkenazi, Eastern European people. So you don't consider yourself Eastern European? That's where you're from.
Well, you're incorrect about that. And you asked and I answered it, and you're having difficulty dealing with the truth. So I asked you, why is it difficult for you when you ask a man a question, why are you arguing with him about who he is? I wouldn't tell you who you are. If you told me you were an African American man, I wouldn't say, no, you're from Detroit or whatever. So why do you have difficulty affording the same respect?
Because what you're doing is you're riding a line in the United States of America where this country is founded on racism. And not only is it founded on racism, it's founded on colorism.
You're right about that.
And that's, I know I am.
So
we
came in, and at first we were black.
Well, I'll be quiet. But
I just talk back to each other. You don't have to.
Can I make one short comment?
No, that's what you want. You don't want dissent.
Let him
Yeah.
finish. Hold on a second. Man, Omni, how are you trying to check my room? It's just like enough, bro. So I'm just gonna show you to the door. Have a great day. Stay safe. I want to give Rabbi a chance to have dialogue with Jamal. Rabbi, go ahead.
Yeah, just a short comment that, for basically all the time that Jews lived in Europe, nobody considered us European. We were told for all of those thousands of years, you're not European, you're Jewish.
That's correct.
I still don't understand. Jamal, you can't respond, but no, I'm going to give you a chance to respond, I promise. But my thing is, respectfully, what does that have to do with discussing? Who cares where Jews are originally from? What does that have to do with today, right now?
Well, because here's the reality. You're walking around here, blonde hair, blue-eyed, brown hair, brown-eyed. You're walking around here as Caucasian, white, European. And you're moving throughout the community. And, well, you said yourself today that you don't even tell anybody that you are a Jew. You rarely even speak that.
But wait, who said that? Who said that?
I thought you said that.
I believe you. I respectfully, you gotta get some Q-tips because your hearing's off, because I never said that.
Well, excuse me. I thought I heard someone say that they ate pork and that they did not always tell everybody.
No. See how you spin the narrative? I said I eat pork and I eat pork and I have tattoos. I'm not like the regular Jew. But I never said I'm not proud to be a Jew. I want to announce it to the world. I'll go to Times Square with a fucking sandwich board on saying I'm a Zionist. I can care less.
Okay. Well, the point of what I'm making has nothing to do with that. The point that I'm making is you are getting white privilege in the United States of America. And because you're getting this white privilege, but you're still trying to cloak yourself as a minority, and you're not a minority.
White privilege is a myth.
Everybody, hold on. Let me just explain something to you, Mr. Jamal, real quickly. When I go to DMV and I have to check off one of those boxes, Jew is not there. White is. So that's the choice I have. That's what the government's done, not me. If there was a Jew Zionist box, trust me, my friend, I'm putting it on my driver's license.
I check other, by the way.
All right, but you're a Catholic.
I also always check other. Respect to that, Norm.
Okay, all right, and that's fine. I have no way of knowing what you check, but you're counted as you move around this society as a white person.
Right up until the point that a neo-Nazi group or something thinks you're there too.
Can I say it this way?
It's really not much protection. If you just give me a second, it's really not much protection at all. The moment they find out or suspect you're Jewish, they think the same thing of Jews they do of black people and Hispanic folks.
Good point.
Right? You say that they have the ability to pass for white. Again, if you pass for white, but you're always worried somebody's going to hear you're a Jew and discriminate, then you are in a discriminated minority class. You don't have to like the fact that Jews had a diaspora that went to Europe, and so some of them are white. Again, that like the white comment works all the way up to when the KKK or the neo-Nazis figure out you're Jewish. Then at that point, you're lumped in with the same.
Let me jump in for 2 seconds. I just want to ask Jamal a question. I promise I'm going to let you in. And it's really just yes or no. Were Jews slaves in Egypt? Were they ever slaves to Jewish people?
Not Ashkenazi white people.
Oh, okay.
No, they weren't. And the Hebrew is an Ethiopian black person, and we know that to be true.
No, they're fucking not. They literally live in the Levant.
Yeah, black people rob the liquor store.
You are not allowed to misrepresent history.
And that was not called for.
Wait, hold on a second. Marshall, hold on a second. See, Zach, I tried to get you in the conversation.
I'm sorry.
It's not even sorry. It's just stupid, and it's offensive, man. Because these comments like that is what brings smoke to our people. I'm being dead ass serious with you. But nobody interrupt Jamal. Let Jamal land his plane. If the rabbi wants to engage with him, he's more than welcome. So, yeah, Jamal.
So we can't deny that David had sex with Bathsheba, and they were in Ethiopia. And the Bible, the Orthodox Bible, we know that originated in Ethiopia. We know that the tribes that we can trace back, these are black people, right? So that's something, whether you like it or you don't like it. But no tribes are from Europe. We know that the Ashkenazi European Jew decided that they wanted to take on the religion. This was something that you purposely decided, I'm not going to be a Christian. I'm going to choose to go with the Hebrew. And I'm going to be...
Why would we do that?
Well, and the reason why you did it, the reason why you did it,
yes.
I to be honest with you, I can't explain. I think you had a choice.
Of course you can't explain it because you're not based on reality.
Well, the reality is that none of those tribes come from Europe.
You're missing the whole point.
Let me guys, Jamal, let Caliph go, let the rabbi go, because maybe, Rabbi, I pray, like, no bullshit, that this man cleaned out his ears and he's going to get some knowledge from you. Go ahead, Rabbi.
Yeah, I hope so. Look, your history is bad, okay? I'll just say that. I don't have time to, go into all the different pieces. But in terms of Jewish people being adjacent to whiteness, the people who made us adjacent to whiteness were the white people, not us, right? And I say it like this sometimes in America. Many Jews, not all Jews, but many Jews are white, but not quite, and only white for now. Marshall's right that when the anti-Semites want to make us not white, they'll do it. He'll do it. So I just think you're this kind of demonizing of Ashkenazi Jews and trying to say that we're fake does a real violence to the actual history of the Jewish people.
But here's the thing. Let me jump in. Wait, everybody, hold on. Everybody, hold on. He don't care, Rabbi. He doesn't. He knows what he's saying. But I'm gonna hold on, KP. I got you, bro. Let Jamal land his plane, and then I'll come right back. Get Jamal.
So my question to the rabbi and the other white Jews that are on the stage right now that are not from Ethiopia, that are not from those southern tribes, do you feel, as an Eastern European, do you feel that you would rather put that Europeanism off and say it's all based on religion? Because the religion we know it's a spiritual thing, it's a group thing, but the reality of it is the blood that flows through your veins is Eastern European Russian.
Yeah, I guess.
Identify with that?
No, I don't because that was an accident that my family ended up in Eastern Europe.
Doesn't understand.
Just like it was an accident. Just like it was an accident that different families ended up in Morocco or Libya or Iraq, right? That was kind of like we didn't control our movement necessarily around the globe. So no, I don't want to identify as Eastern European. I mean, it's important to my Jewish heritage and my family in terms of our customs, how we pray, how we observe holidays and things like that. But it's not an essential identity that goes above and beyond my sense of my Jewish identity. Jewish identity for me always comes first.
Thank you, Rabbi.
Are you speaking about Ashkenazis?
I think I've said it several times.
Because you are correct. The different sectors of Jews, and you're correct. They were different breed. They were more Roman Italians mixed up breed. You're correct.
And why? Tell them why, KP. Tell them why.
Because Jews, the original Hebrews, they were Hebrew. Not this bullshit that got took over. And that's why he's saying, hey, this is why you guys
Also,
look
they
different.
lived in Europe for like 1,000 years, and so they were.
No, he's correct.
It's not just that. It's like turning narrative, guys. This room's turning. This is BHI talk tracks. This is crazy.
Oh no, I'm not a fucking one of those Hebrew Israelites. No, hell no. But he's correct on his history. He's correct.
There's an important point. Let me just make, Marshall, just one sentence, which is that
It's never one sentence. But go ahead.
It is. This will be a really short one. They lived in Europe for a long time, so there was some intermarriage with European non-Jews, and also Jewish women were sometimes raped by European men. So there was consensual and non-consensual genetic drift thing.
Well, let me go, Marshall. Hold on, Marshall.
It sounds good.
Hold on, Jamal. See, here's the problem that I have, and maybe nobody else does. It's the deflection. The truth is, I don't give a fuck where my family came from. I'm an American Jew. I pay American taxes, that's for sure. Let's come back to modern times. I don't care where my great-great-great-great-great-grandparents came from. It has nothing to do with who I am today. So let's get back to the topic of today. And you know, it's amazing on these stages and these spaces and places how people can tell me they're anti-Semitic without telling me they're anti-Semitic. It's amazing to me. But I'm going to hand the room over to Sig 9, KP, and El Normo and Marshall. I got to step aside for 5 minutes. Please play nice with each other.
Gotcha.
Can I say something
So
about
hi, everybody. Can I interject real quick?
Yeah.
So hi, good morning. I want to apologize in advance for my bad English. I don't have a very rich vocabulary. This is not my first language. I'm Italian. I've been listening for a while, and I think it's a productive conversation that we're having here. And I think, but I don't understand on which basis sometimes somebody is called anti-Semitic. I don't understand. I'm not a pro-Israel, pro-Hamas, pro-nothing. I'm just here to understand the whole phenomenon because I many times, yeah, it's a normal, yeah, correct. Because sometimes I see, like, example, JB called this guy, Jamal, I think, anti-Semitic, but honestly, 100,000% honestly, I don't understand why. I don't understand why is this guy anti-Semitic? I don't get it. I'm not playing dumb. I'm not.
Because he takes the history of Judaism and where it came from and inverts it to a place that it never came from and has no archaeological evidence to support it. That's why.
Correct.
A lot of times when you disagree with someone who's Jewish, they will instantly label you anti-Semitic.
It's just like the blacks. That's what I'm saying. The Jews are the new blacks. Same thing with the blacks. As soon as you disagree or try to criticize,
You're right.
You're doing it honestly and genuinely. You're not trying to attack and just saying, hey, something doesn't seem right. I'm giving my constructive criticism. Automatically, you're racist and you hate black people. It's the same shit. It gets annoying as fuck. And that's what causes people to turn around.
Hold on a second, please. I'm just going to say this and I got to step away. When you try to change the narrative of the history of a people, to me, you're anti-Semitic. When you try to fit a square peg into a round hole, guess what? You're anti-Semitic. He's trying to change the entire history like he's an expert on our history. Here's my advice. Learn our history before you speak on the history. But I'm going to hand it back to the mods. I have to step away. Thank you.
I'll speak to the Ethiopian thing. Now, you may, hang on. I'm going to jump in here, Jay. Hang on 1 second. So, brother comes up and says, Ethiopia, like he knows something about Ethiopia. Ashkenazi, like he knows something about Ashkenazi. This is a guy who's never been in a synagogue. This is a guy who's never opened a Jewish prayer book. This is a guy who's never met an Ethiopian Jew in his life. So it's ignorant. And then he'll double down and triple down. And to be honest, it's sort of sad and embarrassing when people are this ignorant. You probably don't know this. If you know black Jews, they're most likely Ashkenazi. Why? Because black Jews in this country converted with Ashkenazi brothers and sisters and neighbors. That's just a fact. I daven with many black Jews, and they daven Ashkenazi. Ashkenazi is not an ethnic group. Ashkenaz, it was a region in Germany where there was great Jewish learning, and so we call them Ashkenaz. It doesn't mean that they're white or black or blue or orange hair or yellow hair. It means that they wrap their tefillin in a certain way, as I'm about to go do in synagogue, and they daven a certain way, and they eat certain foods. Doesn't make them any more or less Jewish. I have a brother on the stage who can identify himself. I'm not going to out him. He's from Syria. So he's that kind of Jew. And he wraps his tefillin a certain way, and he eats certain things on Passover that I don't eat, which we're always jealous of. He gets to eat rice on Passover. I don't. That's a big joke between us. And when they're finished not eating bread, they have a big festival of baked goods. They have different customs, but we're all the same Jew. This is what you don't understand. It happens that Ethiopian folks who are our brothers and Jews, they don't speak Hebrew. They have to learn Hebrew because they were Judaized. They didn't have all the same books and stuff that we did, but the rabbis looked and said, we determined that they are also Jews, so they're welcome in the land of Israel. So many people are speaking through their chapeaux, as we say, out of pure ignorance. It's sort of funny. Like going to, again, it would be as offensive as you said to a black guy, well, listen, you got no link to Africa. You're from Detroit. I'm telling you, you're just a person from Detroit with a suntan or something ridiculous like that. That's how stupid it sounds when people try to tell a Jew who they are. I'll mute up.
But I was just saying that we are.
I'd like to continue.
Hold on a second. Let Rachel. Have Rachel.
I was just saying earlier, some of us are ignorant in different ways. I don't know how ignorant Jamal is. You know, he may be ignorant in some stuff that he thinks he knows and doesn't. But some of us are totally ignorant, and we're learning in this room. But it's the crybaby stuff that we can't get past because we don't know what's real and what's not.
I don't know who's crying, but let me say this. Rick, I got you, bro. You got to show a little microphone. I don't understand. If you get labeled Ashkenazi, that's a bad thing? Like it's spewed out here like, oh, he's Ashkenazi. So what? Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck where your family 5 generations ago is from? This is the divide we have in this world, in this country. Everybody wants to grab the lowest hanging fruit and try to fucking weaponize it. It's bullshit. Rick, land your plane, then I want to go to Dave, and I want to get George joining in the conversation.
All right. Just wanted to say a couple of things. So, the other day we were in another room. We were talking about what they're doing, example in Gaza. Yeah, I come from a military family. My cousin used to work at Lockheed here in Italy. They got different offices, and I know certain things about certain weapons that are tested today. Example in Palestine, and we were discussing about this. But all of a sudden, just because we were discussing military tactics and whatnot and weapons and stuff that have been tested on the population, all of a sudden they call me an anti-Semite. It's like you're having a conversation with somebody. This somebody disagrees with you about certain technical aspects, and now I call this somebody. Actually, this somebody calls me an anti this somebody. Like if I disagree with Sig, I say to Sig, "You're anti-Rick. You know what? You're anti-me." No. This is very, very, very dishonest to me. This is absolutely dishonest. And actually, if somebody comes at me, says to me that I am anti somebody, then I honestly 100% understand that this person comes with an agenda of lying on what this guy is doing. Because there is no reason. So you want to beat me on the argument? And actually, it's not a competition, by the way.
then comment on the argument. Don't call me an anti-whatever. Call me, no, you're wrong on XYZ because XYZ is not happening for such and such a reason. So the excuse, and I think it's very violent to use an anti-something to stop the conversation. I'm done.
Thank you,
Rick. Victim. What is the word that you said, Rick? And I'll explain to you why you got called an anti-Semite. What was it that you said, Rick?
All right. So yeah. So we were discussing about certain. Yeah, absolutely. We were discussing. All right. So and it's an unknown fact, and we were discussing military technologies through facial recognition and gene recognition in Gaza today. And we were discussing this, like it's an open fact. There are studies, there are links there that I've posted and stuff, and why? So also,
you said the facial technology, right? You said the facial technology. That's all you said.
Facial recognition.
Yeah, go ahead.
What?
That's all you said.
No. I said that the war in Gaza is used today, or genocide, whatever, how you want to characterize it. It's used also to test those weapons, and there are articles on this.
Okay.
But I'm not anti. I'm so sorry, real quick.
Now let me answer your question.
I'm not anti-Hamas. I'm not anti-Israel.
I'll answer your question.
Yeah.
So you see,
let him finish.
He finished. I asked him what he said. I don't need a long story. I got it.
No, you got me up.
Where is it?
You got me up.
Hang on, everybody quiet down. You don't have No. I said one sentence. Just hang on 1 second. I heard what he said. So now I'm talking to him, not to you guys, because everybody else mute up. I'm just talking to him. And I don't need a 10-page disposition. I said, what did you say? You said facial recognition, genocide, and testing technology. So Rick, I'm going to give you your answer very simply if you're listening. Are you listening, Rick? You don't even have to mute up. It's just between me and him for 1 second. All right, Rick? You there?
Yeah. I wanted to finish my sentence, but no, it's not okay.
Yeah, well, you just gave. Everybody mute up. I got it.
Hold on. No, I'm not saying you don't have this.
Yeah.
Let him finish. Let him land his plane, and then I'll give you a chance to rebut. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, wait. Before you tell him to go ahead, you said facial technology, genocide, and testing new technology. Is there anything I missed, Rick?
No. You missed the whole conversation. I didn't say that. I said certain weapons are tested. No. Let me say what I said. Okay. Let me talk. Okay. I said so facial recognition technology and gene technology are tested today in Gaza. And I said, wait. I said it doesn't matter how you characterize the whole situation as a war or a genocide. It doesn't matter if those weapons are tested. And automatically, because I've been commenting on this thing, there is a fact, there are links on this. I'm an anti-Semite, and this is crazy.
You made that point already. Change anything. Okay, now I'm going to respond. Thank you very much. So you said exactly the thing that I said. So it's weird to me that you said you didn't finish. I exactly said what you just said. Facial technology, then you added in gene warfare, which is a weird fantasy gene warfare, and then you said genocide. Okay, so here's the problem. There's something called a blood libel. So when you take a truth, like yes, there is a war in Gaza, and then you take another truth, like yes, Israel does test weapons, because Israel is often at war, because people attack Israel, no problem there. And then you add something in like a moral judgment. It is objectively and factually and definitionally not genocide for any number of reasons. There's something called a blood libel. This is when you make a lie about Jews to justify hating and killing us. Like Jews use Christian blood to make matzah. Well, we're not allowed to touch blood. So it's obviously insane, but they use that to kill us. Or Jews poisoned the well. We're not allowed to do such a thing, but you say that to justify killing us. Or Jews are starving the Gazans. We're not allowed to do that. We've